following is a presentation of Westwood One Sports. If it's the NFL, it's on Westwood One.
Watson under center from his own Cleveland 20. Gets the snap, four-man rush, second down, 9 from behind. Ball knocked away, Highsmith. It's picked up by Watt from the 15 to the 10 to the 5. Touchdown! Pittsburgh touchdown! T.J. Watt! Mahomes looking, right side, throws, end zone, touchdown! Travis Kelce! Patrick Mahomes with a strike, and he delivers. 14-yard score, and the Chiefs add to their lead.
Shotgun snap, Brock Purdy airing it out, deep for Debo in the end zone, makes the catch on the right side of the end zone for the touchdown. 27 yards to Debo Samuel, and San Francisco may have just put it away.
Tunga by low on the gun, takes the snap, back to pass, looking, going deep down the right side for Hill, makes the catch, loses the defense, and he is gone. Down the right sideline, touchdown Miami. Second big play tonight for Hill.
Long pass that lands at the 20. No one is there. Zeros on the clock. It's over. The Chiefs have won. The Chiefs have won Super Bowl 57.
Every primetime game.
Whatever it takes.
All season long.
The only thing matters is the win. That's it.
The road to Super Bowl 58 is on Westwood One.
Let's go, man.
Now it's time for Thursday Night Football. Here's your host, Scott Graham.
We welcome you to the start of Week 11 in the National Football League as the 5-4 Cincinnati Bengals take on the division-leading 7-3 Baltimore Ravens in an AFC North showdown on Thursday Night Football. Tonight's broadcast of the National Football League on Westwood One is sponsored by AutoZone, by Crest Toothpaste, by Barbasol Shaving Cream, by Hulu Plus Live TV, by Navy Federal Credit Union, and by NFL.com.
Football fans, this is Tom Brady. Join me and Jim Gray every Monday night at 6:30 Eastern for Let's Go on NFL Radio Channel 88. And listen whenever you want with the SXM app.
Inside the NFC North, the Bengals coming in off a heartbreaking loss last week at home to the Houston Texans. Meanwhile, the Baltimore Ravens coming in off a heartbreaking loss at home last week to the Cleveland Browns in a game that got away in the fourth quarter. Each team lost their 4-game win streak with those losses, and that makes this one that much more important tonight. As far as the Bengals are concerned, they're continuing to do it without T. Higgins, so what happens with Jamar Chase? Is he doubled tonight? Do they figure out a way to take him out of this thing, or can the Bengals figure out a way to move the ball against a Ravens team that gets to the quarterback better than any other team in the National Football League? And what happens in the fourth quarter when we get to Lamar Jackson time? Lots of questions. So we head out to Baltimore and welcome in the two guys calling tonight's action, Tom McCarthy and Jason McCourty. Guys?
Hey, Scott, thank you very much. We appreciate it. You know, what Scott mentioned is really true. I mean, Lamar Jackson, 8 turnovers in the fourth quarter the last 2 years. He has been spectacular this year at times, but, Jason, that's part of the issue for him. It was part of the issue this past Sunday against the Browns, is kind of taking care of the football when they need him to take care of the football.
Yeah, it's crazy how well they played through 3 quarters in every single game. If the games ended in the third quarter, they'd be undefeated right now. And you said it last week, the ball bounces up, is intercepted, return for a touchdown. That kept the Cleveland Browns in it. And it's not just Lamar Jackson, it's the Baltimore Ravens as a whole. They gave up 14 points in the fourth quarter against the Pittsburgh Steelers, a game they were ahead and ended up losing that one as well. So figuring out how to win the game in the fourth quarter and maintain the lead is something that they're continuing to work on. I think it's a little bit mental now at this point too.
Has to be a little bit mental. Well, this is an amazing division. In fact, everybody's over the 500 mark in this division. But the landscape changed on Sunday with the Browns' victory and with the Texans' victory over the Bengals because they were knocked down a peg. Bengals have to win tonight, don't they?
They definitely do. They haven't won a game in their division, 0-2. They've lost both those games. They're only 1-4 in the AFC as well. So as you look at the Cincinnati Bengals, you have to win this game if you have any hopes of hosting a playoff game and possibly winning this division. Knocking Baltimore off is the first step in that right direction if they want to accomplish that this season.
All right, so how do they do it? Sam Hubbard's out again for the Bengals. Now, they were able to keep it close last week against the Texans, but how do they do it slowing down Lamar Jackson?
And not only slowing down Lamar Jackson, when you mentioned Hubbard being out, that's a huge loss in the run game, and that's something last week where they really had a bad outing. They didn't tackle well, and Devin Singletary was able to go for 150 yards on the ground. Well, now you're going against this Baltimore Ravens offense, and the one thing they can do is run the ball downhill, whether it's Gus Edwards, whether it's this Keaton Mitchell kid who's come out of nowhere and is electric on the football field when he has the ball in his hands. They're going to have a tough task in the run game tonight.
You know, it's funny, John Harbaugh said it was on him that he didn't get Keaton Mitchell the ball more in the second half against the Browns, and it's true because he was electric in the first half. What about Joe Burrow? How can he bounce back from what was actually a decent game by him this past Sunday, but bounce back and get the Bengals a win?
Yeah, he's been on a roll since about week 5 in the season where he's just at the top of any quarterback ratings or stats that you want to look at. It was the 2 fourth-quarter interceptions, and he said it. He said that week he was just trying to do too much, trying to be too aggressive, to make the play, to kind of put them over the top. Has to be more patient in those chances. But the one thing he's done a really good job of is moving around that pocket and making plays happen. You can see he's healthy now, and he looks like the Joe Burrow that we've come to know over the last few years.
And defensively, the Bengals have to, as you said, slow down the run game, but they also have to establish some kind of run game for themselves offensively.
They do. Joe Mixon is an absolute weapon. He's a tank when he has the ball, such a powerful runner. The Bengals just don't do a good job of handing him the ball off and getting it in his hands during the shotgun majority of the time, and the ball's always in Joe Burrow's hands.
Well, Scott, the other part of it, too, is that the tight ends have been involved for the Bengals. They have 19 catches the last 2 weeks. We'll see if they are in the mix offensively again. But for now, let's go to Scott in our Westwood One studios.
Thank you very much, guys. Looking forward to it coming up just after the top of the hour. Interesting game on a lot of respects. Check this one out, though. This is only the 5th time since 1970 that 2 teams coming off a game in which they allowed a game-winning score as time expired met the next week. You ready? Of the previous 4 matchups, 2 of them were decided by 3 points or fewer. In other words, buckle in. Just ahead, that running back who doesn't seem to get the ball enough for the Cincinnati Bengals, Joe Mixon, is our guest. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
If you want to win your fantasy football league, you need to listen to Fantasy Sports Radio.
Oh my goodness, what a play!
From lineup decisions to daily fantasy to dynasty leagues, SiriusXM Channel 87 helps you win your league with expert advice from the guru John Hansen.
Every player, you take a look at the pros and the cons for every player and every factor.
Jeff Ratcliffe.
The best reactions in fantasy football are the most reasonable reactions. They're not the most aggressive reactions.
Michael Fabiano.
Quarterback who can get into that top 5 who hasn't been there yet. I think Lawrence is probably near the top of the list.
Howard Bender.
Just because you're allowed to make a waiver move doesn't mean you have to make a waiver move.
Jeff Mans.
Making the most moves doesn't result in the most wins.
And so much more.
You've done wonders for me through the years.
Winning strategies from the best analysts in the business are on Fantasy Sports Radio, SiriusXM 87, and on the SXM app. Dolly Parton explores the world of rock.
I'm a magic man. Hey, it's Dolly, and I am so excited to bring you Rockstar Radio. What's going on? My own channel celebrating my new album, Rockstar.
Dolly's Rockstar Radio. Now for a limited time on Channel 14 and the SiriusXM app.
SiriusXM has football covered from every perspective. Hear daily analysis of the National Football League on NFL Radio Channel 88.
He's playing some great football. Not good football, but some great football.
The most in-depth college football talk on College Sports Radio Channel 84 and our Power 5 conference channels.
They want to play fast, gas the defense, hit big plays,
and get expert fantasy football advice on Fantasy Sports Radio Channel 87.
This guy has a chance to be a baller. He has the most upside in the history of fantasy football.
It's an all-out blitz of football talk on SiriusXM and the SiriusXM app.
Back on the Thursday Night Football pregame show, getting you ready for the Bengals and the Ravens tonight. We talked about Lamar Jackson, and in a lot of ways, people were buzzing that he could be trending toward another MVP year this year, but last week we saw fourth quarter turnover once again be his undoing, and as it turned out, the Ravens' undoing as well. His head coach, John Harbaugh, not that worried about him.
nobody's perfect in every game. It's like, Lamar competes, he fights, he plays hard. You're going against the best defense in football, the schemes, and it's crazy situations. And I just wouldn't rather have any quarterback in the league than Lamar Jackson in a tough situation. I'm Lamar Jackson guy. That's my guy. I believe in him, and I'll take him in every fourth quarter situation from here until I'm done coaching. I'll tell you that. So proud of him, and we'll roll with Lamar Jackson.
On the other side, while Joe Burrow's trying to figure out where to distribute the ball when he throws it, there is no question about who's getting it when they run it. Joe Mixon has accounted for about 80% of the Bengals' rushing yards this year, the only player with 70+% of his team's rushing first downs in the entire of the National Football League. I talked with Joe this week, and I asked him about the slow start and the emotional roller coaster ride that his teammates and he have been through since the beginning of this season.
I feel like it's more so, with the big wins and things like that, I feel like even tough losses, you have to stay even keel no matter what. You know what I mean? And I feel like the teams that can switch the pace and turn the pace and go to next week, I feel like them are the ones who, pretty much tend to be successful. And I feel like, as a whole group that we have here in this organization, I feel like we've been doing a very good job with that, and we just got to keep on keeping on.
When you have an offense that can be as explosive as your offense can be, and I've talked to a lot of guys who are part of explosive offenses that you kind of have to wait your turn for your opportunity for when you have the hot hand or for when the matchup works. Is that hard for a competitor to do? Because I'm sure you want the ball every single time you're out there on the field.
Yeah, I definitely not every time, but I feel what you're saying. Sometimes, as a running back, especially with, being here for 7 years, man, there's times where I feel like I do wish I could get the ball more, you know what I mean? But when it comes down to it, you can't be that selfish teammate to where, everything is about you. We have a lot of, as you mentioned, we got explosive guys, all on the field, and everybody, pretty much get their fair share, man. So I feel like with me, when I touch the ball, I just got to do whatever I can to, exceed expectation, because it's just no telling when, my number is called again, man. So I just, try to do whatever to stay ready, and when my number is called, try to deliver.
You're playing an opponent here that you know really well. You're playing an opponent here that it's always a physical. These games inside this division with every opponent you play are exactly like this. Taking a look at what they're doing this year, what are you seeing from them getting ready for this game on film?
Yeah, man. Baltimore, like you said, as we know them, they're definitely a very physical defense. They fly around and they make plays, and they try to do whatever to create turnovers, man. And we try to do our best to be turnover free. So when it comes down to it, I feel like in this game, as we all know, one is field position, dominating the line of scrimmage, being physical, whether it's the line of scrimmage or on the perimeters. Taking care of the football, as I mentioned, and also, time of possession. And I think they do a great job on our offense of, bleeding the clock, and, they try to do whatever they can to limit yours, especially with an offense like us. So we just got to do whatever we can to dial in on that drive, on that play that's called, and just, at that point, just made the best team win.
Are you ever surprised by how, I guess the word I'm looking for, even though it sounds like a cliche, are you surprised by how cool Joe is, about the fact that he is able to be in whatever the situation is, and it doesn't seem to faze him regardless of what's going on?
Yeah, I definitely think that, with Joe, I feel like the moment's never too big for him, but I truly feel like that about all of our teammates. In crunch time moments, all of our guys, pretty much nut up and rise to the occasion, man. So, but in Joe's aspect, I think that's very cool as a quarterback, because in crunch time moments, a lot of quarterbacks get flustered, when something bad happens. And I feel like with him, he don't blink. So that's how I feel about it.
I've talked to you a few times, including right before the Super Bowl, and I remember your history coming into the league. I remember what you were dealing with in terms of what people were projecting upon you at that point. Talking to you right now, you said 7 years in. How different is Joe Mixon right now than he was 7, 8, 10 years ago?
I feel like just mainly in the mind, to be honest. Growing as a person, and I feel like when it comes down to it, you can never limit yourself to, what others project to you, and you always worry about, what you can do and how you could figure out ways to touch people in a positive manner. And as long as the people that know me knows that that's how I am as a person, that's all that matters.
Joe, thanks so much. Really do appreciate the time. Good luck the rest of the way.
Yeah, appreciate it. Thank you.
Joe Mixon has stepped around more than a few personal potholes over the course of his NFL career. Tonight, will he get the ball a little bit more? You ask because Joe Burrow, first time these two teams met, and he was not completely healthy in Week 2, threw for only 222 yards and 2 touchdowns. Both of those scores were to T. Higgins, who's not playing tonight. The offense has to come from somewhere. Mixon could be a part of what the Bengals are looking to do. We're going to wait toward kickoff of Thursday Night Football here on Westwood 1 between Cincinnati and Baltimore. Back with more of the pregame show in a moment. But first, time for our weekly Sports Business Journal Thursday Night Buzzcast, sponsored by the United States Postal Service.
I'm Ben Fisher, and here's the latest in the business of pro football. New NFL Players Union Executive Director Lloyd Howell has been spreading the word that he wants to collaborate with owners when possible to enrich his members. A newcomer to sports, Howell is seen as a big change from the combative former union head DeMaurice Smith. Stadium concessions company Aramark reports big increases in beer sales at the NFL stadiums with its walk-through brew self-service kiosk. The stands completely replaced older packaged beer stations this season in Pittsburgh, Denver, Cleveland, and Chicago. Monday Night Football this week brings a rare regular season Super Bowl rematch. And sensing big ratings, ESPN will bring postseason level attention to the Chiefs-Eagles game with extra long pregame shows, additional cameras, and musical performances. That's your Thursday Night Buzzcast presented by Sports Business Journal, and I'm Ben Fisher. To start your day with the biggest stories in sports business, subscribe to Sports Business Journal's Morning Buzzcast on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Honey, can you swing by the post office and grab some stamps?
Done.
And drop off these packages?
Sure thing, honey.
Ooh, and get the tracking info.
Got it.
But you haven't moved.
I know. How great is that?
This holiday season, the Postal Service is closer than ever with convenient ship-from-home services like label printing, free package pickup, and delivery notifications. You can send more holiday joy from the comfort of home. The United States Postal Service, delivering for America. Ship from home at USPS.com/holidayjoy. If you want the perfect holiday shopping shortcut, I've got 3 words. Get to Kohl's. I just went and found great gifts for even greater deals, like toys for up to 25% off. And with my 20% coupon, I got fleece for my family under $20 and a cookware set for under $75. Plus, I got $10 off home finds as a Kohl's Rewards member and earned Kohl's Cash. So if you want the season's best for less, you know where to go. Select styles. Toys, coupons do not apply. Kohl's Rewards offer and 20% offer end November 18th. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Every Monday, Rich Eisen and Chris Brockman react to what's happening in the world of football on Overreaction Monday.
Dolphins, Final Four AFC team.
Oh, that is not an overreaction at all. I'm with you.
You're in.
I am in. The other 3 Final Four teams, if you ask me to call my shot, this is the Overreaction Monday podcast.
Call your shot.
Entertainment purposes only, unless I'm right.
Yeah.
Chiefs, Dolphins, Bills, Ravens. Final Four.
Overreaction Monday, the podcast, wherever you listen.
Hey, this is Travis Kelce, NFL tight end and proud member of the Lowe's home team. Lowe's knows when you've got the best price, you've already won. That's why we offer the lowest price guarantee. If you find a better price online or in-store, we'll match it. Now you can score on the top brands from the Lowe's home team picks, like Scotts, LG, and DeWalt. So take on your projects with confidence. Lowe's is the exclusive home improvement retail partner of the NFL.
Price match applies to same item, current price of qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at Lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
Welcome back to our Westwood 1 studio. Scott Graham with you. You're listening to Thursday Night Football. This week, the Bengals and the Ravens. Time now for our weekly fantasy football preview with Sports Illustrated senior fantasy analyst Michael Fabiano. Michael, how are you?
I'm good. We've actually got a really good Thursday Night Football game. I can't remember the last time that I said that, and there's a lot of fantasy implications.
There are, and we're going to take a look at all of those implications here, starting with the fact that you've got a major player out for the Bengals, but in all honesty, T. Higgins has not been a major player all year, really, has he?
Yeah, you're right. He's had maybe 2 good games all season long, and he's been a disappointment between the lack of production and, of course, the injuries. So in his place, you can get Tyler Boyd into your lineup, who had a big game last week, 12 targets, 8 catches, almost 20 points. Could have had more if he had held on to that late would-be touchdown. But Boyd is going to be in play. Trenton Irwin's going to be in play in some DFS lineups, and potentially if you're desperate in a larger league. The matchup's not great against Baltimore. Really, for me, the only Bengal who I consider a must-start in this game is Jamar Chase. And that includes Joe Burrow, who will be active in a lot of leagues, but the matchup's tough. The Ravens have allowed the fewest fantasy points to quarterbacks over the last 4 weeks. This is a bad matchup for Burrow, but most people don't have a number 2 quarterback like, say, a Jared Goff, for example, or maybe a Dak Prescott that could start ahead of him.
Well, the Bengals don't give up a lot of points per game to quarterbacks in fantasy either, so what does that mean for Lamar Jackson? And is Gus Edwards just going to continue to be a touchdown machine?
You love that, right? I mean, it's all about the touchdowns for Gus Edwards. He is a flex starter. You still have 4 teams on a bye, and those 4 teams have some pretty good running backs, like Alvin Kamara, Jonathan Taylor, for example. So Gus is going to find himself in lineups. The problem is, historically, he's not really done well against the Cincinnati Bengals, but a flex starter because of that touchdown upside, as you mentioned. And as for Lamar Jackson has been all or nothing this year. He really has been. He's in the top 5 in points, but look at his numbers. I mean, 28 points, 33 points, and then he has 11 and 13 points. So if you have a Jared Goff, if you have a Dak Prescott, if you have a C.J. Stroud, I think it's worth having a conversation with yourself. Should I play Lamar Jackson blindly? In his career, he's done pretty well against Cincinnati. 9 career starts, 19.9 points per game. I'm
not a gambler. I'm upfront about that. I'm going to tell you, if I was, I don't know that I'd be dealing with this game, because every line that's out there right now seems so tight to me.
That's right. The Ravens right now, 3.5-point favorites. And when you look at the totals for the Ravens, they are 5-4 against the spread this year. They're 3-2 against the spread at home. They're 5-8 against the spread in the last 13 home games. 10 of those games have gone under the total, which right now is 46.5. Now, if you look at the Bengals, it's kind of the same thing. 4-5 against the spread this season, 2-2 on the road. They're 10-5 against the spread in their last 15 road games, and 10 of those games have gone under the total. But on Thursday nights, we're typically looking at games that will go under, but you've actually got a good game tonight in Cincinnati and Baltimore with 2 pretty good offenses. So for me, I don't know if I'm going to follow that trend.
Mike, for those who are trying to make their fantasy playoffs and don't have anybody in this game tonight, let's go around the rest of the league. Who we starting, who we sitting?
My sit-ems, well, Trevor Lawrence, who has averaged fewer than 15 points per game this season, had a 2-point stinker last week. I'm going to fade him against the Titans. Najee Harris has been really good lately, but tough matchup. The Browns are really formidable against the run, especially in Cleveland. Adam Thielen, probably a fade more in DFS than in traditional fantasy leagues. Not a great matchup against the Cowboys. David Njoku, well, he's been good lately, but now you've got Dorian Thompson-Robinson starting for the Cleveland Browns. And speaking of the Browns, Amari Cooper, you might want to beware him. The last time DTR started a game, well, Amari Cooper's numbers were not that good.
Deshaun Watson's injury means a major change in a lot of fantasy lineups, and that's just, the waves that are going out from that all over the league. Mike, thanks so much. Appreciate it. We'll talk to you again next week.
You got it. Good luck.
Watson, one of those stories we're talking about. We've got news and notes coming up next. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
SiriusXM NBA Radio is your home all year long for 24/7 coverage of the National Basketball Association.
Out to Durant, open 3, gone! OKD!
We're bringing you exclusive access to the biggest basketball stars in the world.
Joined now by the 2-time MVP, Giannis Antetokounmpo.
To win a championship moving forward, it never becomes easier. It always becomes harder.
Enjoy interactive live NBA commentary all day long.
No matter how much talent you have, if you don't play as a team, you can't win.
Let those guys in the front office run the team, dude.
And, of course, all the nightly rim-rocking, heart-pounding, buzzer-beating play-by-play action your ears can handle.
Handoff, Curry takes another 3. It's up and good!
Basketball is our life on NBA Radio, Channel 86. And listen whenever you want with the SXM app, included with all of our trials and popular plans.
The Busted Open podcast is now available on YouTube. This is Dave LaGreca, host of Busted Open, the #1 pro wrestling show on the planet. You can now watch and listen to the award-winning Busted Open podcast every single day on YouTube. Our best interviews, behind-the-scenes access, and some of our best content from the past. All available right now when you go to youtube.com/@BustedOpenPodcast. Subscribe right now.
Basketball season is in full swing, and your home for every moment all season long is NBA Radio, Channel 86.
All that on one play.
Our experts have you covered with nonstop NBA talk all day.
This is a team that's going all in.
And hear the best games, including the new in-season tournament games every Tuesday and Friday night.
LeBron down the middle, 360, spin to the rim and in.
Your 24/7 home for hoops is Sirius XM NBA Radio, Channel 86.
One step closer to kickoff time for the Bengals and the Ravens on Thursday Night Football. Around the rest of the league, specifically inside their division in the AFC North, everything changed this week. Pittsburgh Steelers and the Cleveland Browns getting together on Sunday, but Deshaun Watson won't be there for that game or any other for the rest of the year. We found out on Wednesday he's having season-ending shoulder surgery. Kevin Stefanski, his head coach, realizes that this changes everything, especially for the man who's going under the knife.
He's disappointed. He's a competitor. He's a leader of the football team, so it's tough. And we've all been around this game, and we've seen guys have season-ending injuries, and it's no fun for anybody. You feel for those guys. We got guys in the training room right now that are out for the season. We feel for them. But we got a game. We got a game on Sunday. We got a great opportunity in front of us. So we know he's going to go heal up and get better, and in the meantime, he's going to be supporting his teammates.
Dorian Thompson-Robinson, the rookie out of UCLA, will get the start for the Cleveland Browns this week at home against the Steelers. As far as the Buffalo Bills are concerned, they're on the outside looking in at the playoff picture right now after losing to Denver on Monday night. And that meant that with the offense struggling, the offensive coordinator Ken Dorsey was let go this week. That struck hard with Josh Allen, who's been working with Dorsey since he got to the league.
It hurts. It hurts a lot to see someone you care about go through a situation like that, and to know that, you know, if I could have done more, if this offense could have done more, we wouldn't have had to do something like that. So as much as you can sit here and feel sorry for yourself and you can sulk on what's going on, we got to focus on what we can control, and that's our attitude and efforts every time we step on this field and practice and walkthroughs and meetings, and make sure that we're going to be prepared to go come Sunday.
Bills trying to bounce back from 5-5. Scott Graham in our studios. When we come back at halftime, I'll be talking with Daniil Hunter of the Minnesota Vikings. But when we return now, we're going back to M&T Bank Stadium, and we'll rejoin Tom McCarthy and Jason McCourty. You're listening to Thursday Night Football on Westwood One.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here, host of You Better You Bet on the BetQL Network, weekdays 3 to 7 p.m. Eastern.
What is the BetQL Network?
The BetQL Network is where the smartest sports betting talk meets the most entertaining sports betting talk. We call it Wagertainment.
Not bury the lead here. Folks, Jenks is 7-0 this week.
I love ugly football. This is so degenerate. Is this a live betting game?
Listen to the BetQL Network anywhere and anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app, or watch us on twitch.tv/BetQL, presented by the King of Sportsbooks, BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to gamble responsibly. Visit BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. Must be 21 years or older to wager. U.S. promotional offers not available in D.C., Mississippi, New York, or Ontario. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER in Colorado, Washington, D.C., Illinois, Indiana, Kansas, Kentucky, Louisiana, Maryland, Mississippi, New Jersey, Nevada, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Tennessee, Virginia, West Virginia, Wyoming. Call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY in New York. Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP in Arizona. Call 1-800-327-5050 in Massachusetts. Call 1-800-BETS-OFF in Iowa, and 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help in Michigan. In partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino and Hotel.
This year, Staples will not be celebrating the holidays. Instead, we're celebrating the holiday deals with amazing savings for the holiday season. Save 50% on custom holiday cards, save 50% on custom invitations, and save 50% on custom photo gifts like mugs and calendars. During Staples holiday deals, it's not about the ho-ho-ho, it's about saving do-do-do. Save 50% on custom cards, invitations, and photo gifts today at Staples. Ends 12/16. Visit staples.com/print for more details.
A psoriasis flare-up can make a walk in the park, well, no walk in the park.
It's that obvious, huh? I've tried so many lotions and creams, but I still have symptoms.
So those don't do enough to treat the inflammation beneath the skin, leaving you with those uncontrolled symptoms.
Makes sense, but what else can I do?
You can get real with your dermatologist so they can help you get clear. Make an appointment and, you're already on it.
Hi, yes, I'd like to make an appointment.
Get real clear about psoriasis at letsgetrealclear.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Westwood 1, your home for Thursday night football.
Get daily football news on the players and teams that matter to you on SiriusXM NFL Radio Channel 88 and the SiriusXM app.
Thursday night football is on Westwood 1.
Inside the 25 to the 20, near side to the 10, the 5, into the end zone.
Tonight, it's the Cincinnati Bengals.
3 receivers left, 2 right. Shotgun snap to Burrow, back to pass, looks left, throws left, back corner of the end zone. It is caught. Touchdown Bengals.
We played this group several times now, 3 times last year, once already this year. So we know them, they know us. It kind of feels like a college atmosphere in those primetime moments, so it's going to be fun.
And the Baltimore Ravens.
Lamar Jackson in the gun. Fakes the inside hand up, he'll keep it, runs it to the 10. 5, touchdown, Lamar!
Game's been going both ways the last few years, but, guys just a lot hungry, on both teams. Guys want to win, but I don't believe nobody want to win more than we do. At M&T Bank Stadium at nighttime with our crowd, it's electrifying. So I'm definitely pumped to be in that atmosphere.
Kickoff is less than 15 minutes away. Let's head to the stadium and join Tom McCarthy and Jason McCourty.
Welcome to M&T Bank Stadium in Baltimore for a Week 11 showdown between the 7-3 Ravens and the 5-4 Cincinnati Bengals. Joined by 13-year defensive back Jason McCourty, I'm Tom McCarthy. Scott Graham will join us from our Westwood 1 studios at halftime. This is arguably the best division competitive-wise in the National Football League. All the teams are above the 500 mark, but that's only part of the storyline. If the Cincinnati Bengals lose tonight, they will be 5-5 and on the outside looking in to the postseason, which is absurd to think. But Jason, it's actually been a spot they've been in at this juncture of the season the last couple of years.
It seems to be like that's just what they do. They go off to a slow start and eventually they get things rolling. But Tom, when you say 5-5, that's the same mark when you look at the Indianapolis Colts, the Raiders are hovering around there, the Jets, the Buffalo Bills are 5-5. So when you talk about the Cincinnati Bengals team and the AFC as a whole right now, this is a game that they want to walk away on the road and come out with a victory, because when you start getting bunched up in all of those teams, it just makes it that much more challenging. And they're a team that they've been rolling. They have won 4 in a row before they lost to Houston last week on a last-second field goal. So this is something that they want to do, a division opponent of, you just said, they've struggled in this year with.
Yeah, and since 1990, only 30% of the teams that have gone 5-5 will make the playoffs. So that's important. Meanwhile, for the Ravens, they had a game within their grasp against the Cleveland Browns this past Sunday, but wound up losing it late on a last-second field goal. Now the AFC North is sort of a toss-up.
Yeah, it is. And to be up 14 points in the fourth quarter and let that game slip away, that just leaves a bad feeling. And when you go back in the locker room, and for the Baltimore Ravens and both of these teams, really, when you lose on a last-second field goal, get an opportunity on Thursday night, just a few days after the game, to get back out here and go against this type of an opponent, it just helps you that much more to get over. And for the Baltimore Ravens, losing games in the fourth quarter is something that they've become too accustomed to the last few seasons.
All right, give me an idea, watching Lamar Jackson from a distance, how well he's playing for the Ravens.
It's so impressive. His completion percentage is way up, the best it's been throughout his career. And I think what's been the fun thing to watch with Lamar is his ability to sit in the pocket and make every single throw. And they talked about it earlier in the season where he really wasn't doing any type of design run game. And Todd Monken said, hey, if we don't have to run him, we're okay with that. We're going to keep him healthy and we're going to be able to still win games. We're seeing him run the ball a little bit more, but his ability to find the weapons that they've surrounded him with has been so fun to watch, and his accuracy from the pocket as well.
And how about this nugget? The other two teams that have scored 25 points or more and have led the league in rushing have won Super Bowls. The 1972 Dolphins and the 1985 Bears. That's exactly what the Ravens are doing. All right, on the flip side, for the Cincinnati Bengals, obviously they're without Sam Hubbard tonight on the defensive end for the second time in as many weeks. How do they overcome things defensively to slow down the Ravens offense?
Everybody has to step up, and it's kind of cliche because we always say it, but it's kind of next man up, and that goes for any given team. And you have guys like Miles Murphy and Joseph Osai. Those guys have to step up and they have to play a major role. The fact that Trey Hendrickson is able to play after we saw him go down with an injury last week is huge for them on defense, but you need those guys to make plays when you need it most. And tonight is the night, Thursday night football, for guys to step up and earn their rock.
And just to give you a little sense of the landscape, the lights are off, but everybody's phone and whatever device they have is all lit up, plus the wristbands that the fans have here. They're not all in their seats just yet, but it is electric at this point as the Ravens get ready to take the field. Stay with us. We're working our way towards kickoff between the Ravens and the Bengals. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
This is NASCAR champion Kyle Busch, Chase Elliott, Kyle Larson, Joey Logano, Kevin Harvick, Martin Truex Jr., Brad Keselowski. What is SiriusXM NASCAR Radio? It's a place to talk about your favorite sport.
You know, I renew my subscription. It never comes off this channel. The whole day is awesome.
It's a place to hear from the biggest names in NASCAR.
Joey Logano, what are you doing? I got the SiriusXM set up at my house so I can jump on more often.
Joey, I want to first thank you for doing this. This is awesome for the fans.
It's a trusted source for breaking news.
Major stories today, my friends. Let's get down to business.
I'm in the hauler with the breaking news story.
It's every NASCAR race heard live, including in-car radios.
Logano gets into the back. He shoves him up the racetrack.
Stay out. Trust me.
Custer's going to go for the lead here. They get door to door with each other.
And it's classic races that honor the history of the sport.
Dale Earnhardt is going to win the Daytona 500.
So what is SiriusXM NASCAR Radio? It's your 24/7 home for all things NASCAR.
The way you guys cover these races is unbelievable.
Channel 90, streaming right now on the SXM app.
Don't miss the all-new Rise and Shine, a SiriusXM podcast.
This is Adam Shine. Every Wednesday morning, we're going to make you remember why you love sports. The crack of the bat, the smell of the grass, the thrill of a buzzer beater, the heroes, the underdogs, the moments you remember forever. Join me, Bob Stu, and the most interesting guests in sports for the all-new Rise and Shine.
Download Rise and Shine right now on the SXM app. Available with all trials and popular plans, or wherever you get your podcasts. That's SCHEIN.
On SiriusXM, the NFL experience goes far beyond game day, and your SiriusXM subscription gives you all the access you need to the NFL content you crave every game. With your hometown announcers on the SiriusXM app.
He caught it for a touchdown!
Hear live talk shows discussing all the different angles.
He's been injured, but he knows how to win.
Passionate debates on Mad Dog Sports Radio. Interviews with coaches and players on NFL Radio. And advice on your fantasy lineups on Fantasy Sports Radio. All the NFL content you need, all on the SiriusXM app.
Back here at M&T Bank Stadium in Baltimore, electric atmosphere. The lights still out, and again, the wrists are all lit up around the stadium. The Ravens are being introduced. They're wearing all black tonight from top to all the way to the bottom. Meanwhile, the Bengals are wearing white from shoulders down, and then the orange helmets with the black stripes. Fifth matchup since 1970 between two teams coming off games in which they allowed a game-winning score as time expired last week. That's been a storyline around the National Football League. Let's do the keys to the game. Let's begin with the Bengals.
It starts with Joe Burrow, and he talked about it this week. He now has a full toolbox. The last time he went against the Baltimore Ravens, you remember he was on the sideline with the third gun massaging out the calf. He was out there playing gingerly. Well, now he's at full strength. The only issue is his weapons aren't at full strength. No T. Higgins, no Andre Yosibaj. So we're going to need to see a classic Joe Burrow performance. And I think the guy he needs to lean on most is Joe Mixon, whether it's a handoff or hitting him out of the backfield, along with obviously Jamar Chase. And then alongside that, when it comes to the Bengals, the run defense. They have been doing a good job, but gave up a ton of yards last week to the Houston Texans, 188 yards. The last time they played Baltimore Ravens, 178 yards. I got a chance to talk to Lou Anarumo before the game. Said they had a candid conversation as a defense. We have to step up. We have to be better. Those guys know it. He said they'll respond tonight, and it should be a fun one.
All right, how about the Ravens? What are their keys?
It's going to start with them finishing games. Talked about it. Over the last 3 years, they've lost 9 games where they've been ahead 7 or more points in the fourth quarter. They have to find a way in those moments to continue to be aggressive, continue to bring pressure on the defensive side of the ball, take their shots when they have the ball on offense, and then also lean on that run game. This is something that they have to improve on. They've dropped 3 games so far this year where they're up in the fourth quarter. And then the other side of it, every day a star is born, and rookies step up when they have to in the most. And you look at Zay Flowers on the ice outside and Keaton Mitchell inside at that running back spot. Only had 1 touch last week in the second half of the game. They said they need to do a better job of getting him the ball. And Zay Flowers, already 50 catches, ties a Ravens rookie record with receptions with Torrey Smith, the guy we saw earlier. Getting those guys the ball in space and letting them do their thing will go a long way.
I'll tell you what, he is better, Zay Flowers is, than I thought. It's kind of like Tank Dell of the Texans, better than what you thought when they came into the league.
No doubt about it. Smaller guys, but still powerful and strong, but so quick in and out of their breaks. They make guys miss, and they create a ton of separation in their route running.
All right, well, we are getting ready for the kickoff for tonight's ball game between the Ravens and the Cincinnati Bengals. I mean, this light show has been going on for about 5 minutes. The regular lights are still out, but the fans are on their feet, and they are anxious to get tonight's game underway. So, with that, we're going to step aside one more time. The opening kickoff is coming up from Baltimore. You're listening to Thursday Night Football right here on Westwood One.
NFLShop.com is your one-stop shop for officially licensed NFL gear to rep your favorite team. Check out the latest arrivals of jerseys, t-shirts, and much more. You'll find everything you need for a winning season with the best selection of NFL gear you'll find anywhere. Assemble your fan uniform for cheering on your team everywhere from the stadium to your couch. Shop an unbeatable selection of gear to showcase your team pride and style. To shop now, go to NFLShop.com.
If you want the perfect holiday shopping shortcut, I've got 3 words. Get to Kohl's. I just went and found great gifts for even greater deals, like toys for up to 25% off. And with my 20% coupon, I got fleece for my family under $20 and a cookware set for under $75. Plus, I got $10 off home finds as a Kohl's Rewards member and earned Kohl's Cash. So if you want the season's best for less, you know where to go. Select styles. Toys, coupons do not apply. Kohl's Rewards offer and 20% offer end November 18th. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Wake up not knowing what you want? Now you can have a little of everything. With Wendy's new breakfast 2 for $3 Biggie Bundles, you can mix and match your very own perfect pairing of our delicious morning favorites. Choose from the sausage biscuit, egg or cheese biscuit, small seasoned potatoes, or medium hot coffee. The choice is all yours, not somebody else's. Get breakfast just the way you want it with Wendy's breakfast 2 for $3 Biggie Bundles today. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's. Limited time only during breakfast hours. U.S. price and participation may vary. Not valid in a combo. Single item at regular price.
At Navy Federal Credit Union, we want to share special thank you messages this Veterans Day. And who better to hear them from than your friends and family?
Happy Veterans Day to my husband, Timothy Golden. We are so proud of you.
I'd like to shout out Brennan Barrett, who served as an infantryman in the U.S. Army.
Sending a happy Veterans Day shout out to my amazing husband, Shane Dixon.
And from all of us here, happy Veterans Day. Use hashtag Gratitude Mission to thank a veteran and honor their service. Your service inspires ours. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Insured by NCUA.
Jim Gaffigan here with some more Straight Talk. Now you can get a Walmart Plus membership, plus not pay for it, because it's included with Straight Talk wireless plans. You get free delivery with Walmart Plus a Paramount Plus subscription included. Plus, you pay less for gas. That's a lot of pluses.
Only Straight Talk gives you unlimited 5G data and Walmart Plus included on select plans for free.
Straight Talk Wireless, available at Walmart.
Requires service on Gold or Platinum Unlimited. One offer per eligible account. Paramount Plus Essential Plan only. Separate registration required. Additional terms apply.
Don't miss Provember at Lowe's. Save $80 on a DeWalt Combo Kit and save $20 on a 5-gallon pail of HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams All-Purpose Power Primer. Plus, MVP's members earn 3 times the bonus points on DeWalt and HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams products. Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. While supplies last, selection varies by location. Bonus points calculated before tax and fees after applicable discounts if any. Valid through 11/22, subject to change.
Welcome back to Thursday Night Football on Westwood 1. It's time for another memorable moment in football history. Sponsored by Kohl's.
Huntley lines up under center, goes airborne. Did he get the ball knocked out? He did! It's grabbed by the Bengals, racing back down the field. Sam Hubbard to the 50, down to the 40, Hubbard to the 20. He's going to go all the way. Touchdown Bengals! Sam Hubbard pulls it out of the air and rumbles the length of the field. The longest fumble return in postseason history, and the Bengals have taken a fourth quarter lead.
That's right, Racky, who had the historic call right here at Westwood 1 last January when Cincinnati knocked off Baltimore 24-17 in the wild card playoffs. Hubbard's 98-yard fumble return touchdown topped the previous postseason record of 93 yards set by the Steelers' Andy Russell in 1975. With the game tied at 17 early in the fourth quarter, the Ravens' Tyler Huntley, who was the starting quarterback because of the injury to Lamar Jackson, had the ball knocked out of his hands by Logan Wilson, who is so active on the goal line lead play. Hubbard then caught the ball out of midair and raced untouched into the record books and the win column 2. That's tonight's memorable moment in football history. Sponsored by Kohl's. Celebrate the season with gifts, deals, and holiday feels. Find perfect presents for everybody and every budget. Shop Kohl's and Kohl's.com today. By the way, my belt that I'm wearing today, I did purchase from Kohl's recently.
Did you use your Kohl bucks? Kohl's cash?
I actually have $20 in Kohl's cash that's just sitting there doing nothing right now.
There we go.
All right, well, Cincinnati's going to kick off to start this ball game, kicking from right to left. Carmelo Anthony is being introduced. He's in the Ravens, or to the right end zone to us. He's a Baltimore kid. And he got a nice round of applause. He was lurking on the sidelines when we were down there earlier today. He is a very large human being. You could have taken it to the hole against him, though, I think.
Yeah, he would have squatted in the other direction, but I would have had a good effort.
Well, Baltimore will receive. Cincinnati won the toss, deferred. Baltimore will receive to start this ballgame. Again, the Ravens wearing the all-black uniforms. Duvernay is back deep to receive to our left. Here we go. Thursday Night Football is underway. The Bengals and the Ravens. And the kickoff is going to squirt out of the back of the end zone. And the Ravens will take over, led by Lamar Jackson, who, as Jason mentioned before, is having arguably his best season since his MVP season because of his completion rate at 70%.
Yes, Todd Monken, the new offensive coordinator, comes into town and changes this offense from what they were doing before. Not as run-heavy, allowing him to throw the ball down the field, and he has responded really well, Tom.
Macari is going to start at the left tackle position. Morgan Moses is back for the Ravens at the right tackle position. Gus Edwards in the backfield. Lamar Jackson out of the gun. In motion is Ricard, the fullback, to the left side of the offensive line. First and 10 from the 25. Off the play fake. Jackson the throw. Pressure's coming. Throws to the near side. And the catch is made. A leaping grab by Mark Andrews. And he's got a first down. It's a gain of about 13 yards. Davis Gaither makes the tackle for the Bengals.
Bengals starting this game out playing a little bit of zone coverage. And Mark Andrews is so good at finding those soft spots. Just able to get from his tight end position in line and outcut. And Lamar Jackson's able to find him a big pickup on first down. Them throwing the ball different than maybe what a lot of people would have expected.
Gain of 14 officially. He's on the doorstep of 5,000 yards for his career. First down for the 40-yard line. Flowers in motion. Now Ricard in motion. Jackson is working under center. Moving from left to right. Hands the ball off to Edwards. Looking to his left. Running to his left. Is bounced behind the line of scrimmage. DJ Reader makes the tackle. It's a loss of one on the play. It'll be second down and 11.
Really good start for Cincinnati Bengals being able to stop them early on in the run game. And Tom, you mentioned Zay Flowers going in motion. He's a guy that's going to move all around this formation. Before the snap, after the snap, they try to find him in different spots and give him a chance to get in space.
Yeah, he wears number 4. He's lined up on the near side. He's lined up with Bateman, who Bateman has said this week that his confidence keeps on growing. In motion is Edwards into the backfield. Jackson out of the gun on 2nd down and 10. The ball spotted at the 40-yard line. Play clock under 5. He'll take the snap, drops back to pass, looks right, throws to the middle. He's got Flowers, and he's going to be inside Cincinnati territory. Makes a man miss to his left, inside the 40, 35-30, along the sidelines, and he's out of bounds inside the 25-yard line. Dax Hill made the tackle after a 33-yard gain. That's exactly what you just described.
All over the place, and he's in the slot right there, and this is an amazing route by Zay Flowers. He starts to the outside, and then he puts his foot in the ground, comes back underneath as Turner's trying to cover him one-on-one, and once he gets the ball in his hands, he is so electric, gets all the way to the opposite left sideline and takes off down there, picks up a nice block from Isaiah Likely as well.
And that's his 51st catch of the season. It's a new Ravens rookie record. He passed Torrey Smith of all people. On 1st down, they hand the ball off to Mitchell. Oh, no, Lamar Jackson keeps it himself. He runs to his right. Great decision. Slides down to the 20. It's a gain of 7 yards. It'll be 2nd down and 3. That's where he's so elusive.
And that's how good he is, Tom. We're like, oh, he just handed that off to Mitchell. And it's like, oh, no, you come back. That's where you fool the camera on some of those things. But Lamar does a great job of putting that ball in the stomach of the running back and pulls it. And as they get closer to the end zone, is when the QB run starts to show up more.
2nd down and 3. The ball at the 20-yard line of the Bengals. The Ravens moving from left to right. Pistol formation for Jackson. Mitchell is behind him in the backfield. And now he brings Flowers in motion to the far side. Play clock down to 5. Takes the snap. Hands the ball off. And Mitchell slips and is taken down at the 21-yard line. Dax Hill makes the tackle. He knifed in beautifully to make that tackle. A loss of 1.
Dax Hill has done a really good job for them. The Cincinnati Bengals lost both their safeties. He showed up as a young guy this year and really shown I can run the show in the back end.
Yeah, his brother Justice is part of the running game for the Ravens. Here's Jackson to throw on 3rd down. He's under pressure. He'll roll to his left. He pumps to his left, looks to his left. Now he'll run it inside the 15, and he slides down awkwardly to the 13-yard line. Jermaine Pratt will be credited with the tackle, and somebody across the street needs to come over and show Lamar Jackson how to slide properly.
He's used to trying to make people miss break tackles. He's not used to sliding down or something that he likes to run that ball and run people over and run around them. But a really good job on 3rd down. Something that the Bengals struggled with last week was keeping C.J. Stroud in the pocket. He was able to get to the outside and find people down the field. Lamar does it himself, picks up the 1st down.
And he just passed Randall Cunningham for 4th place for most yards rushing for a quarterback. The leader is Michael Vick with 6,109. It's 1st down for the 13-yard line. Off the play fake, they dump it off to Andrews. Makes one man miss to the 5, and he's inside the 5 to the 3. Beautiful curl at the end. Logan Wilson made the tackle, and Andrews is hurt, and there's a gasp from the crowd as he is laying on his back inside the 5-yard line. And I mean a gasp from the crowd. And the athletic training staff is coming over to take a look at him. I don't know if it's a lower leg injury or not, but he is not moving on his back. His hands are moving, his upper body's moving, but that's about it. So we'll take a timeout while they tend to him. 10:53 to play here in the 1st quarter. He tossed his helmet aside. No score. The Ravens are driving. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
Nobody covers the National Football League.
They give Mahomes time for the end zone. He throws it. It's caught. Touchdown!
Like SiriusXM NFL Radio, Channel 88. Our team of former players, coaches, and front office executives like Charlie Weiss, Pat Kerwin, Tim Miller, Rich Gannon, Alex Smith, and Hall of Famer Bill Polian brings you closer to the game. If it's happening, we are there. Live from the Scouting Combine in March to the draft in April. And in the summer, SiriusXM NFL Radio takes you to all 32 training camps. We connect you with the history of the game on stage for Hall of Fame weekend. Hear all the primetime play-by-play action from opening night through the Super Bowl.
Spectacular in every way. Confetti flying in the air.
Your 24/7 home for the NFL all year long. SiriusXM NFL Radio Channel 88.
Nobody brings you the excitement of Formula One racing like SiriusXM. Let's go, come on! Hear every thrilling lap of a worldwide championship chase.
Verstappen takes the lead in the Grand Prix. Hamilton couldn't hold him off.
Comprehensive pre- and post-race coverage.
That was the best race I've ever seen.
And a weekly insider look at the F1 circuit every Wednesday on SXM Wheel to Wheel.
There's been plenty going on both on and off track.
The 2023 Formula One season on SiriusXM Channel 81 and the SXM app.
I'm Bruce Murray.
And I'm Rich Gannon.
Join us Friday, noon Eastern Time on the SiriusXM Blitz. We recap Thursday Night Football between the Bengals and the Ravens.
And we'll preview the rest of Week 11 with the Steelers-Browns, Raiders-Dolphins, Jets-Bills, and a rematch of Super Bowl 57 with the Eagles and the Chiefs.
So don't miss the SiriusXM Blitz with me and, of course, the great Rich Gannon. Friday, noon Eastern Time on SiriusXM NFL Radio Channel 88 and on the SiriusXM app. It's included with all of our trials and popular plans.
Mark Andrews got up and limped off the field. He's going into the blue tent to our left, and it looks like he's having a problem with his left leg. I don't know if it's lower or if it's his knee, but we'll try to get a report as soon as we have one.
Yeah, Logan Wilson tackled him and kind of dragged him down from behind. It looked like the leg might have got caught underneath there. Don't want to speculate what it could possibly be. Really walking gingerly on it, but was able to put a little bit of weight as he walked off.
Second down and 1. The ball is at the 4-yard line. They can get a first down. They hand it off to Edwards, who runs right up the middle, and he dives toward the first down marker. He's close to it. DJ Reader made the tackle. Reader's having himself a solid season, and we'll see where they spot the football. They have not signaled first down as of yet, and they just did. So first down, according to Adrian Hill.
First down here for Baltimore. I wouldn't be surprised to see Lamar possibly go on a play action where Cincinnati's thinking run as they get closer. Play action, be able to throw the ball over the top possibly.
By the way, Kohler and Likely are both in. They pitch it to Edwards, running to his left, trying to get to the edge, spins toward the end zone. Touchdown Ravens. It's the 5th consecutive game that Gus Edwards has scored a touchdown for the Baltimore Ravens. That is a new franchise record, and it's 6-0 Baltimore.
So impressive the way they did there, Tom. They rushed up to the line of scrimmage when they broke the huddle. Didn't allow Cincinnati to get set or get adjusted. Had everybody aligned to the left and Gus Edwards too. It was 4 strong on that side. On the left side, as soon as Lamar gets it, he tosses it right out there. Gus just follows the big guys in front of him and muscles his way into the end zone.
Yeah, making Rutgers proud with each touchdown he scores. It's 6-0 Baltimore. Tucker is on for the point after. Tucker's so good historically, 90% in field goal percentage. The extra point is good, and it's 7-0 Ravens on top. A solid drive for the Ravens. Let's check that drive summary, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts. Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts. 9 plays, 75 yards, 4 minutes and 58 seconds. There were several excellent plays. The one thing that stands out is that Andrews made some really good catches, but also limped off the field and is being checked out in the blue tent. And it's Gus Edwards who scored on a 3-yard run. Jackson was 3 for 3 for 56 yards on that drive.
Very impressive. In that touchdown play right there, they actually went tackle over. So they had an extra big guy on that left side along with the tight end and receiver on that side, and just had too many guys on that side for Cincinnati to handle that run play. A really good play design by Todd Monken, and then Gus Edwards goes out there and they execute it well and find a way in the end zone.
Andrews, by the way, we've just been told is headed to the locker room, which I don't think is a surprise. They probably got to check out whatever it is the injury was. All right, so the Ravens will kick it off. They'll kick it from left to right. Travion Williams is back deep to receive for the Bengals to our right. And he may get a chance to return one of them tonight, but not this one. It goes out of the back of the end zone over the A in Ravens. Joe Burrow will step under center for the first time tonight with 10:02 to play here in the first quarter. And by the way, they've been busy on the offensive line. They're one of 5 teams to start the same 5 combination of offensive line in every game in 2023. But they've had to make some adjustments from time to time during games. It's first down from the 20-yard line. Chase is in motion. 25-yard line, Burrow drops back to pass. He's under pressure. Avoids the pressure. Now he's going to run, and he goes up the middle of the field between the hash marks up to the 33-yard line. It's a gain of 8 yards. Oweh makes the tackle for the Ravens.
Mike McDonald's all defense right there. They sit back in zone. Joe Burrow drops back. He looks, sees nobody open, and that's what we talked about. You can see him getting healthy. He's able to move around the pocket and still pick up yards on first down. Both teams deciding to pass on the first play of the game.
Mixon joins him in the backfield. By the way, he was active with his tight ends last week on the opening drive against the Texans. In fact, he hit one of his tight ends 5 times, Tanner Hudson. They pitch it to Mixon, who runs to his right along the numbers, gets to the 40, and he moves the pile with Drew Sample out of bounds to the 45-yard line. Patrick Queen made the tackle. It's a gain of 12, though. That's a powerful run.
Oh, and that's what he does. And if you're a Cincinnati Bengals fan, you're excited about that. Them tossing the ball, getting Joe Mixon involved early on. Jonah Williams pulls from his tackle spot, gets in front, and makes a nice block. And it's the way Joe Mixon finishes his runs that are so impressive.
Trenton Irwin is off to the left side. Boyd comes in motion, lines up in the slot to the left on first down from the 43-yard line. Mixon in the backfield, Burrow out of the gun, drops back to pass, looks left, throws left quickly, and he's got his tight end, Tanner Hudson, and Hudson is spun down at midfield, but there's a face masking penalty afterward. It's a gain of 7, but they're going to tack on some more.
Tom, you've spoken into existence. You were talking about him finding his tight ends, and early on in this game, he is doing it again.
Personal foul, face mask, defense, number 99. That 15-yard penalty will be added to the play, automatic first down.
All right, so that's Oweh who's called for the penalty, and it was pretty clear in the open field that he wrapped that left hand on the face mask of Tanner Hudson, who, by the way, had 5 receptions on the opening drive last week against the Texans. He never had 5 receptions before in an entire game.
That's called a fast start.
A big time. It'll be first down from the 35-yard line. Irwin on the left side as the receiver. In motion is Chase. They pass it off to him on one hand. He tips it in the air. It's incomplete. That was dangerous. Geno Stone was in the vicinity, but so was Kyle Hamilton, who had a pick 6 on the first possession last week for the Ravens against the Browns.
And a similar play right there. Kyle Hamilton lining up in the slot, which we saw him do a ton of last week. He comes on the blitz. Joe Burrow tries to throw right where Kyle Hamilton is coming from, but just throws it too high for Jamar Chase, which was probably a good thing because Geno Stone was barreling in, and he was going to make a big hit right there.
So it'll be second down and 10. The ball spotted at the 25 or 35-yard line, In motion is Irv Smith. Burrow dumps it off to Boyd to the right along the numbers. He's down to the 31-yard line. Kyle Van Noy makes the tackle. Now it'll be third down. And if you remember, if you saw any of the Bengals game last week, they converted 2 third downs on the opening drive to score. They've scored a touchdown to open a game 5 consecutive games. This is not manageable, though. It's third down and 7.
Yeah. I expect them to try to get the ball to Jamar Chase early on. It'll be interesting to see if the Baltimore Ravens try to double him on these third down situations.
Tanner Hudson, the tight end, in motion to the right side. 2 receivers to the left. Play clock is down to 3, now 2, and Burrow needs to use a timeout. It's what Lamar Jackson said. It's kind of like a college atmosphere here at M&T Bank Stadium.
We got a chance to see the band early on and puts you right back in that college atmosphere, and they're loud here, Tom.
Hello, it's Jason McCourty. I'm Tom McCarthy here in the Grainger broadcast booth, which is quite comfortable weather-wise here in Baltimore. Tackle your to-do list with Grainger. From locker rooms to plant floors, Grainger offers supplies and solutions for every industry. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop on by. It's 7-0 Ravens on top. They scored on their opening possession. Travion Williams checks into the game off this timeout. It'll be third down and 7. The ball at the 32 of Baltimore on the far hash mark. The Bengals running from right to left. 2 receivers left. Chase and Boyd. 1 to the right. It's Irwin. Out of the gun is Burrow. Play clock is down under 10. And now he changes the play with the play clock at 5. Looks to his left, claps his hands 6 times. Takes the snap, drops back to pass, throws to the left, and it's deflected. Nearly intercepted again, knocked away. It'll be fourth down. Marcus Williams came diving in and knocked that one away.
The Baltimore Ravens using some disguise right there on third down. Marcus Williams setting high on about the right hash as if he's going to be the deep field safety, and then he drops down about 5 yards in front, is just reading Joe Burrow's eyes. Joe Burrow trying to hit a slant to Tyler Boyd in the slot, and Marcus Williams does a great job diving out with that right hand and knocks the ball down ever so slightly to force the fourth down.
Evan McPherson's on for a 50-yard field goal attempt from the right hash mark, kicking from right to left. He's 5 of 8 from 50 or more this year. Good snap, good hold. Kick is on its way slowly, and it is good. And the Bengals, they didn't score, but they now have 38 points in the last 6 opening drives. And that's where they've been so impressive. 7:32 to play here in the first quarter. A reminder that for every field goal made tonight and throughout the remainder of the season, Barbasol make a donation to Kurt and Brenda Warner's Treasure House, a living community for adults with disabilities. Barbasol Shaving Cream, an American original for over 100 years. Close Shave America, Close Shave Barbasol. 7:32 to play here in the first quarter. It's the Ravens 7 and the Bengals 3. You're listening to Thursday Night Football on Westwood One.
Rich Eisen here, and if you're enjoying this game and want to be in the game every day, there's something the guys here on my show studio have been enjoying. Prize Picks Daily Fantasy Sports, the #1 daily fantasy sports app. If you're eager to test your knowledge and skills, play the game enjoyed by millions, and join the Prize Picks community of more than 7 million football fans who have already signed up. Don't sit on the sidelines this season. Join the guys in my studio today and see how your picks stack up with them and your fellow fans. And the guys just told me that Prize Picks matched their first deposit up to $100. Do the same for yourself when you visit prizepicks.com/primetime and use code primetime. That's code primetime at prizepicks.com/primetime. Prize Picks, daily fantasy made easy. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
Get early access to Macy's Black Friday specials and save big on gifts for everyone on your list right now while supplies last. Like winter-ready women's sweaters, $12.99 to $19.99. Fine jewelry, 60 to 75% off. And cozy up to comfy throws, just $9.99 to $39.99. Plus, get your online order even faster with store pickup, now at Macy's. Savings off sale and clearance prices, exclusions apply.
Time to check the schedule of games coming up on Westwood One, sponsored by Hulu Plus Live TV. Sunday night, it's Minnesota at Denver. Boy, the Broncos are playing really well. So are the Vikings. Monday night, Philadelphia at Kansas City, a rematch of Super Bowl 57. Thanksgiving Day tripleheader includes Green Bay at Detroit, Washington at Dallas, San Francisco at Seattle. Hulu has live sports. Watch football games all season long with over 90 live channels. Get Hulu Plus Live TV today. Live TV plan required. Restrictions do apply. Access content from each service separately and select ESPN Plus content via Hulu. Learn more at hulu.com. Hello, Jason McCourty. I'm Tom McCarthy. Beautiful night for football here in Baltimore. It's 7-3. Ravens are on top. We just received word that Andrew's left ankle is the injury, and his return is questionable for the Ravens. It didn't look like he was able to return, but again, maybe they can do something in the locker room to tape him up. The kickoff goes over the head of Duvernay and into the end zone, so the Ravens will go back to work. Lamar Jackson will go back to work, and he had a very impressive first drive for the Ravens.
Very impressive. Whenever you can put a touchdown on the board, that's the way you want to start the game. But I was more impressed with his ability to throw the ball from the pocket, starting off, hitting Mark Andrews early on. He was 3 for 3 on that drive, 56 yards, but that's the efficiency that we've seen him play with so far this season.
Yeah, they'll begin at the 25-yard line. Gus Edwards is back in the game. He just picked up the touchdown for the Ravens. Odell Beckham Jr. is lined up on the right side as a receiver. 2 receivers to the left. Aguilar, one of those guys. He's in for just the second time, and he's in motion. Off the play fake. Jackson looking to throw. Sets up and fires it middle of the field for Beckham, and he overthrew him. He had a step and a half on his defender. It's incomplete. Cam Taylor-Britt was the defender, and Beckham had him beat.
taking their shot on 1st and 10. You said it, Odell down on the bottom to the right side, single coverage on Cam Taylor-Britt. He just runs a post, runs straight down the field and gets a step on him. That's one that Lamar, that deep ball is usually the best one he throws, and he's about one stride too far on that for Odell to be able to get there.
That's 52 yards in the air from Lamar Jackson. It'll be 2nd down and 10. Keaton Mitchell, the rookie out of East Carolina, the undrafted rookie, is in the backfield. Zay Flowers in motion in the backfield. They hand it off to Mitchell, and he's wrapped up behind the line of scrimmage and taken down by Trey Hendrickson, whose knee looked awfully prime in that pursuit for a -4.
He looked really good right there. I know Bengals fans and coaches were really nervous last week after you saw him go down in that Texans game, but he was able to get healthy enough in a short week to be able to be out here on the field. He's coming off that right side. He's unblocked. They're trying to fool him on the play action, on the action of Lamar putting it in and trying to hold him with the QB run. He is not fooled. He chases the play down from behind and makes the tackle.
3rd down and 14. Ravens up 7-3. 2nd possession for Baltimore. And now this play is blown dead as flags come flying from everywhere.
12-minute formation defense. 5-yard penalty.
I think Nick Scott was the person who wasn't supposed to be in there, even though he's a starting safety. He was supposed to be out, and, he wasn't supposed to be there.
Poor communication. That's the worst feeling, that jog off the field when you're the extra guy. You just don't even want to look the coach in the eye because you know they're coming for you.
I was going to say, does anybody say anything when you go off the field?
You don't even let them. You just put your head down and walk to the opposite side. Say, I know. That's when you point to the chest and you give them the my bad.
6.5 to play here in the first quarter. 7-3 Baltimore. It'll be 3rd down and 9. Ball spotted at the 27-yard line. Jackson the throw. He's wrapped up and taken down. Spun down behind the line of scrimmage. Trey Hendrickson again. He basically did the same thing that he did earlier in this drive to then get to Lamar Jackson. That's a loss of 10.
Lou Anarumo, the defensive coordinator for the Cincinnati Bengals, draws up a nice one, has 2 linebackers showing right in the middle of that formation as if they're going to blitz. On the snap, they both drop out of there, but they're able to fool the Baltimore Ravens for a split second. And McCurry coming in there for Ronnie Stanley just doesn't have enough to block Trey Henderson on that one.
Jordan Stout is on to pump the ball away. Irwin comes running up, fields it at the 34, trying to return. It comes to the near side, and he is out of bounds at the 38-yard line. It's a 49-yard punt. It's a 4-yard return. Darryl Worley makes the tackle for the Ravens. We'll take a timeout. It's the Ravens 7 and the Bengals 3. You're listening to Thursday Night Football on Westwood One.
When a cold keeps you up, try NyQuil Severe Honey Flavor. The nighttime, sniffling, sneezing, coughing, aching, fever, Honeylicious, best sleep with a cold medicine. Powerful cold and flu symptom relief with a dreamy honey taste to give your body the rest it needs to get that cold gone. Wake up refreshed, feeling relieved after enjoying the delicious flavor of NyQuil Severe Honey. NyQuil Severe Honey Flavor, use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Selling online is a lot like football. You need guts. You need stamina. You need conversions. Touchdown! And Shopify is the best converting checkout on the planet. Now, we're not just talking 2-point conversions. Shopify's checkout converts up to 36% better than other leading e-commerce platforms. So whether you're just starting out or scaling up, score more sales with Shopify. Start your $1 a month trial today at shopify.com/football.
Hulu has live sports. Watch your favorite football teams with over 90 live channels, including ABC, CBS, ESPN, Fox, NBC, and more. Plus, get access to Hulu's entire streaming library, filled with top shows, movies, and originals. With Hulu Plus Live TV, get access to Disney Plus and ESPN Plus, all in one plan. Say goodbye to extra cable fees and get all the sports and entertainment you need with Hulu Plus Live TV today. Live TV plan required. Restrictions apply. Access content from each service separately and select ESPN Plus content via Hulu. Learn more at hulu.com.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. 120,000 miles of night drives, daily commutes, and who knows how many.
Are we there yet?
Through countless fixes, elbow grease, and a new radiator, you kept your ride alive. With eBay Motors, you have over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Stream the NFL on Westwood One for free, sponsored by AutoZone. All season long, you can listen to our broadcast of the NFL live on WestwoodOneSports.com, on the NFL app, or by asking Alexa to open Westwood One Sports, or on our affiliate stations' digital platforms. Make AutoZone your end zone. Check the check engine light on. Get it checked with the free AutoZone Fix Finder service. Get in the zone. AutoZone. Restrictions apply. 5:45 to play first quarter. Bengals will take over. Second possession. It's a 7-3 Ravens lead. Mixon by himself in the backfield. Burrow under center on first down from the 38-yard line. Moving from right to left. The pitch goes to Mixon. Running right. Not much is there. Gets back to the line of scrimmage before he's sandwiched down. Malik Harrison is the leader on that tackle. It'll be second down and 10.
Baltimore Ravens coming with pressure right there. Kyle Hamilton lined up in the slot again on the right side. The defense's right side of the formation. He's coming off the edge. He's able to chase Joe Mixon down on the opposite side and make the tackle for a short gain. They're coming with pressure. They mix that in all night long. I would expect it.
It'll be second down and 10. Shedrick Jackson is in the game for the first time. He's to the left side. He doesn't know what he's supposed to do. Now they're telling him to go to the right side for the Bengals. Play clock is down to 3, now 2. Burrow's already used one timeout. Now he's got to use another one. He was just brought up off the practice squad earlier today.
And that shows that's the missing of T. Higgins and Andre Yoshivash. He's brought up. Got to know as a young guy when you get in there exactly what you're doing.
All right, so the second timeout for the Bengals. Don't miss all the NFL excitement on CBS Sunday when the New York Jets meet the Buffalo Bills. Check your local listings for more details. Catch the NFL on CBS. Jason, what the heck is wrong with the Buffalo Bills?
Oh, my goodness. You just fired your offensive coordinator, but that was after you had 12 men on the field for a field goal. You went blitz 0 and gave them a penalty. So there's a lot going on in Buffalo right now. They're hoping that sparks the team somehow.
Well, second down and 10 off the timeout. Burrow again out of the gun. Mixon to his right. Jackson in motion to the near side to the slot. Hudson is also spread out the tight end. He's near the Ravens sideline. Burrow takes the snap, drops back to pass, looks to his left, throws to his left for Chase, who comes back and tries to make the catch and can't. It's incomplete. As he fell to the ground, he lost it. Kyle Hamilton was in on the coverage. It'll be third down.
Kyle Hamilton right now is all over the field. He's been in the slot. He's blitzed. Right there, he was lined up as a safety, ended up one-on-one with Jamar Chase as he's running away from him on an outbreaking route. As Jamar Chase was lined up as the number 3 receiver, does a great job of getting his left hand in there and rips the ball out before Jamar Chase can haul that pass in.
Cincinnati's 37% on third downs this year. Travion Williams is in for Mixon. 2 receivers left, one to the right. Burrow out of the shotgun, drops back to pass, pockets collapsing. He's hit in the backfield, tries to get away, but he cannot. Jadeveon Clowney makes the sack, and he has had a resurgence for the Baltimore Ravens. It's a loss of 7.
He's been all over the field. That one was Clowney, and then also Matabike. He was in there as well. Baltimore Ravens taking a page out of the Cincinnati Bengals book from their last third down. Both Patrick Queen and Roquan Smith showed up in the middle like they were going to blitz. They both got out of there on the snap. Just a 4-man rush. Jadeveon Clowney beats his guy and comes away with the sack.
40th sack of the season for the Ravens. They're tops in the National Football League. Duvernay is back deep to receive. He calls for the fair catch at the 30-yard line. And that is where the Ravens will begin again. A 39-yard punt, 4:10 to play here in the first quarter. It's the Ravens 7 and the Bengals 3. You're listening to Thursday Night Football on Westwood One.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My check engine light's on?
That could hurt your gas mileage. The AutoZone free Fix Finder service can help find the fix for free.
Get in the zone. This whole report for free?
That's right, printed and on your phone for free.
Get in the zone. But what if the fix is too tough?
We'll recommend a local shop. Fix Finder, only at AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
Jim Gaffigan here with some more straight talk. Let's take a moment to appreciate our sweet children, loving grandparents, and eternal soulmates. Now let's use them to save money on wireless. Because with the Straight Talk Silver Plan, you get 4 lines for just $25 a month with unlimited data and no contracts. So add those human loved ones, and save money. Thanks, kids. They're finally worth it. Straight Talk Wireless, available at Walmart.
Get 4 lines on Silver Unlimited for $25 per line per month, plus taxes and fees. For data management practices and additional terms, visit straighttalk.com.
What's up, everybody?
Nick Costos here, host of You Better You Bet on the BetQL Network, weekdays 3 to 7 p.m. Eastern.
What is the BetQL Network?
The BetQL Network is where the smartest sports betting talk meets the most entertaining sports betting talk. We call it Wagertainment.
Not bury the lead here. Folks, Jenks is 7-0 this week.
I love ugly football.
This is so degenerate. Is this a live betting game?
Listen to the BetQL Network anywhere and anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app, or watch us on twitch.tv/BetQL, presented by the King of Sportsbooks, BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to gamble responsibly. Visit the BetMGM GameSense website at mgmresorts.com/GameSense for information on setting limits, guidance on odds and probability, and resources for problem gambling support. Plus, you can learn strategies and get tips on how to gamble more responsibly, discover the symptoms of problem gambling, and find out whom to call if you need help anytime, anywhere. Stay safe and have fun with BetMGM and GameSense. Please gamble responsibly.
Later on, we'll select the defender of the game, sponsored by Navy Federal Credit Union, proudly serving the armed forces, the DoD, veterans, and their families. Learn more at NavyFederal.org. We're not too far from Annapolis in the Naval Academy, which is a gorgeous place. All right, so it'll be first down from the 31-yard line for the Ravens, up 7-3 with 4:10 to play here in the first quarter. Anything that you like or didn't like from that second drive for the Ravens?
Well, they weren't able to protect Lamar Jackson on third down, and that's the big thing. Trey Hendrickson, a guy that has been really good, kind of an underrated rusher, was able to get home. That's something that they're going to have to show, especially with Ronnie Staley not being in the lineup.
And by the way, Mark Andrews has been ruled out with an ankle injury. It's a shame. It happened on the opening drive for the Ravens right before they scored. Offset I formation with Ricard in the backfield. They hand it off to Edwards. Edwards going to his left, trying to stiff arm his way away, and he's out of bounds. He tried to stiff arm Jordan Battle, and they just locked up. And then Edwards went tumbling out of bounds about 5 or 6 yards.
Edwards trying to bounce that thing outside. There was a gap inside, but he saw Moore, got one-on-one with Jordan Battle, and he is able to make that tackle. That's something Cincinnati a week ago did not do a good job of tackling in the secondary. Those guys were not able to come up, and that was something that Houston forced the corners to have to make those plays. Jordan Battle steps up and does a really good job of forcing them out of bounds.
Yeah, again, the Ravens are averaging about 160 yards on the ground per game, which is tops in the National Football League. Ricard in motion. Jackson looking to throw. He's under pressure, throws left, has Edwards out of the backfield, and Edwards is taken down by Battle after a 4-yard gain. It'll be third down. It was Cam Sample that was pursuing Jackson and blew up that play.
It was right there in his face. Another tackle by Jordan Battle, who's been in the lineup a little bit more than Nick Scott tonight. And watching him last week, Scott missed his gap a few times, which opened up the run game. But another big third down on this one. Do they give help to McCurry, matched up on Trey Hendrickson to allow Lamar Jackson to have enough time to possibly find a guy like Zay Flowers in the slot somewhere?
7-3 Ravens on top. Third down and 4 from the 37 of Baltimore. Aguilar in motion. Jackson looking to his right. Now rolls to his right. He eludes a defender. Now he's being pursued again, and he throws it forward out of bounds. I believe they're going to say he was tackled out of bounds. I don't think it was an incomplete pass, even though he tried to make it that. It'll be fourth down. And Jackson's hurt. That's not a good sign. He's on the sidelines on his back, and he is injured right now.
Lamar Jackson was forced to run outside of the pocket right there. It was Trey Hendrickson matched up on McCurry again, and he was able this time. Last time he went outside, this time he pushed him out of the way and was able to go underneath him and flushed him outside the pocket. And like you said, Lamar Jackson down on the sideline is never a good sign for anybody, and it looks like possibly it's hard to see what it could be.
Well, we do know that they did rule it an incomplete pass, which I am surprised at, but looking at the replay, he did stay in bounds as he flipped that ball forward. So the Bengals will get it back. Charlie Jones is back deep to receive. Not the former broadcaster Charlie Jones, and Jason doesn't remember him because he's way too young, but he was excellent. Charlie Jones, the receiver, is back at his 15-yard line. Stout punts this one away. It's a dandy of a punt. It moves him back to the 8-yard line. Near side, he comes to the 15, steps to his right, goes to the hash marks to the middle of the field, breaks tackle at the 20, and he's up to the 28-yard line before he's taken down, and the flag comes in. Actually, there's 7 flags that have come in. Kohler made the tackle for the Ravens. That's a 56-yard punt and a 19-yard return. And let's see who the penalty is against.
after the play, personal foul, unnecessary roughness against the kicking team, number 43. That 15-yard penalty will be added to the result of the play. First down.
Justice Hill is called for the penalty. Next Friday, it's the first ever NFL Black Friday game when the Miami Dolphins take on the New York Jets. Stream for free. Kickoff is 3 p.m. Eastern. Dolphins, Jets on Prime Video or right here on Westwood 1. I have to admit, looking at the replay, it didn't look like there was much action on that.
Not at all. It looked like he might have even almost tripped as he fell into Jones on the ground. Didn't look intentional at all.
First down for the Bengals. The ball at the 42-yard line. Mixon in the backfield. Burrow is advising him of something as the play clock winds down to 10. Looks like he's changing the play again. Down 7-3. He'll take the snap out of the gun. Drops back to pass. Dancing in the pocket. Throws middle of the field. Incomplete. It was a drop by Boyd, who was covered nicely at the end by Marcus Williams. That would have been a first down.
It would have been, and whenever you say a drop by Boyd right now, we know the way the game ended in Houston last week. Late in the fourth quarter, had a chance to go up and possibly put that game away, but put Bengals up late in the game, and he dropped that pass. And here it is, first quarter, where he's dropping another one from Joe Burrow.
Yeah, by the way, Lamar Jackson is in the blue tent being looked at by the Ravens athletic training staff, and Josh Johnson, the third quarterback, is warming up on the sidelines. Second down and 10, they hand it off to Mixon, who runs right up the middle to midfield, stumbles inside Ravens territory, and between the hash marks gets to the 45-yard line. Williams made the ankle tackle. It's a gain of 14.
Joe Mixon gets that ball. He's one stumble away from being off to the races. He comes through untouched, and someone's able to trip him up at the very end. And I thought for a second it was going to be him matched up on Geno Stone in a foot race to see who could get to the end zone. But that one little trip as he's getting through there stopped him.
Well, he'll check out. Travion Williams is in. It'll be first down from the 45. Burrow, by the way, 2 for 6 for just 11 yards. He's missed on his last 3 passes. Chase in motion. He shuttles it forward to him. He'll run to his right, little jet sweep, and he gets to the sidelines before he's ripped up and taken down by Patrick Queen. But that's a pass that's completed for 11 yards, and it's a first down.
And it's a way to get the ball in Jamar Chase's hands and get him in space. He's lined up off the ball. He comes zooming across, and like you said, he just flips it to him right in the backfield, and he gets around that edge. Van Noy's out there, but the speed of Jamar Chase gets him all the way to that right sideline. And like I said, he's really good when he has the ball in his hands.
Yeah, Chase, third year out of LSU. Very impressive kid. It'll be first down from the 35-yard line of Baltimore. 7-3 Ravens. 1:15 to play, first quarter. Burrow taps his foot one time. Pressure's coming from the near side. He takes the snap. He's hit and he's dropped. Dropped to the 43-yard line. Tavius Robinson was the first one there. And that was a really good read on the Ravens' defensive side by Mike McDonald to go after him for a 7-yard loss.
It was really good. He brought Kyle Hamilton off the edge, which allowed Robinson to go underneath the tackle and be able to get home free. It was a single high safety, which means only one guy back there. He had Jamar Chase one-on-one, and that's where he wanted to go with the ball, but just didn't have enough time to get the ball out to him.
Loss of 7. It's second down at 17. Burrow looking at his right guard, who's advising him of what he's supposed to do. It looked like somebody jumped on the right side of the offensive line. Burrow looking to throw to the right side of the field. He looked for Chase, and he overthrew him. It's incomplete. Burrow was knocked down. Brandon Stevens was in on the coverage. I really thought that the right tackle moved on that early.
It definitely looked like that. It looked like it was Jonah Williams who possibly moved early. And that's what tackles have been doing kind of all season long as they try to get off right before that snap. Once again, Joe Burrow saw one-on-one on the outside. That time it was Stevens against Chase. He threw it up there, but just too far. Now here you go at 3rd and 17. I would assume the Baltimore Ravens sit back in zone, try to force the ball to be thrown in front of them, come up and make a tackle, and get off the field on 3rd down.
Yeah, because they are out of field goal range right now. It's 3rd down and long. They need to get to the 25-yard line. Burrow looking to throw. Dumps it off to the right side. He's got his tight ends. Drew Sample, and Sample is knocked down near the original line of scrimmage. It's a gain of 6. Patrick Queen makes the tackle, and it'll be 4th down. And let's see what the Bengals do. McPherson wants to kick this field goal, but I think they may punt.
This is those questionable calls where it's like, it's a little bit deep where now if you go for that field goal and you miss it, you're setting up the Baltimore Ravens to get the ball in perfect position. But like you said, McPherson's a guy who's confident. He was a guy at the Super Bowl out there watching a halftime performance.
Well, they're going to move to the other side of the field because that's the end of the first quarter. With the score, it's the Ravens 7 and the Bengals 3. You're listening to Thursday Night Football on Westwood One.
Get early access to Macy's Black Friday specials and save big on gifts for everyone on your list right now while supplies last. Like winter-ready women's sweaters, $12.99 to $19.99. Fine jewelry, 60 to 75% off. And cozy up to comfy throws, just $9.99 to $39.99. Plus, get your online order even faster with store pickup, now at Macy's. Savings off sale and clearance prices, exclusions apply.
For the ones who keep stadiums buzzing and shop floors running, there's Grainger. Keep your operations humming with professional-grade maintenance, safety, and industrial products from Grainger. Offering supplies and solutions for every industry, plus same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders, Grainger can help you stay on top of your game. Not sure exactly what you need? Huddle up with Grainger's product specialists. They'll tackle your toughest questions to help you move your team forward. Call, clickgrainger.com, or just stop by.
Chris Brockman here from The Rich Eisen Show. And do you want even more excitement on game day? Yeah, you do. It's time to get on Prize Picks, the best way to win big on fantasy sports. Here's how it works. You pick 2 to 6 players. You choose more or less on their stats. If you get them right, you can win up to 25 times your cash. It's quick and it's easy to make your picks with fast and safe deposits and withdrawals. Prize Picks is the place to play. Prize Picks has awesome weekly promotions, and they're the only daily fantasy platform with an injury insurance policy, keeping you in the game even if one of your players goes down. Watch your entry update in real time and continue the fun by making picks on the second half and fourth quarter stats. And right now, when you go to prizepicks.com/primetime, use code PRIMETIME for a 100% deposit match. Prize Picks, daily fantasy sports made easy. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for more details.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Westwood One, your home for Thursday Night Football.
Football fans, this is Tom Brady. Join me and Jim Gray every Monday night at 6:30 Eastern for Let's Go on NFL Radio Channel 88. And listen whenever you want with the SXM app.
Welcome back to Baltimore, along with Jason McCourty. I'm Tom McCarthy. We begin the second quarter with the score. It's the Ravens 7 and the Bengals 3. The start of the second quarter is sponsored by Prize Picks, the #1 daily fantasy sports app. Ready to test your skills? Join the Prize Picks community. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details. Well, this will be a 53-yard field goal attempt for Evan McPherson. He's already converted a 50-yarder tonight. Trying to make this a one-point game. Brad Robbins is the holder. Kicking from left to right from the near hash mark. Robbins barking out the signals. McPherson is ready to go. Play clock down to 4. Good snap, good hold. Kick is on its way. It's a sidewinder that straightens out, and it is no good. Off to the left. And it remains 7-3. Ravens on top with 14:55 to play here in the first half. It had the distance.
Just a little too wide, and you can see the Ravens sideline. They're going nuts. The crowd is going nuts as we're sitting up here in the booth watching them. 53 yards, that's in his range, but that's the risk you take with a field goal that long, and I think they definitely should have went for it. That's something that McPherson can make.
Yep.
But now for the Baltimore Ravens, you're getting the ball right around midfield. You have great field position to be able to now try to drive the ball down there and put points on the board.
And by the way, Lamar Jackson takes off the jacket. It's almost like a cape that he took off, and he trots out onto the field, so it looks like he's okay after visiting the blue tent. Keaton Mitchell and Patrick Ricard will join him in the backfield. It'll be first down for the 43 of Baltimore. Two receivers off to the right. It's Flowers and Beckham. Tight end on the left side of the offensive line. It's Kohler. First down. Jackson pistol formation. Now comes up to the line of scrimmage. Barks out some new signals. Four-man front for the Bengals. Now they show blitz. They pull it back On first down, they hand the ball to Mitchell, running to his left, has a blocker, following Ricard. He is stood up by Logan Wilson, who's such a good tackler. It's a gain of 1.
Does such a good job in the middle for that Cincinnati Bengals defense. Lamar Jackson at the line of scrimmage sees 2 safeties back there for the Cincinnati Bengals, so he walks up, starts checking the play, and decides to hand the ball off with the thought process. If the safeties are back there, they have less people up front, but the Bengals do a really good job with less people being able to stop that run.
Second down and 9. Ball at the 44-yard line. Again, Mark Andrews is out for the game with an ankle injury. In the backfield is Mitchell. Jackson takes the snap, pumps once, pumps twice, throws, passes incomplete. Was there holding defensively? Here comes the flag. It comes in late. Dax Hill was in on the coverage. Isaiah Likely, the tight end, was the intended receiver. That was a late flag.
I was just going to say that. A very late flag.
Pass interference, defense, number 23. Ball will be placed at the spot of the foul. Automatic first down.
My eyes told me there was pass interference, but it was really a late flag.
It was, and Dax Hill is all over Isaiah Likely on that one as he's diving to try to break the pass up with his right hand, but he uses that left hand to hook Likely right around the waist, and that's what the official called. I think it was a good call. That looked like pass interference to me as well.
Well, it's a 7-yard penalty, but it's a first down just inside Bengals territory. Heading into 14 minutes to play here in the first half. Mitchell in the backfield. Jackson off the play fake. Drops back to pass. Looking long. Throwing long to the right side. His pass is dropped. Incomplete. Bateman was the intended receiver. And Cam Taylor-Britt got his hand in at the last moments.
Cam Taylor-Britt has been really good this season outside that cornerback. He's followed some of the best receivers when Cincinnati has played against him. A few weeks ago, matched up with DK Metcalf. He's one-on-one, impressed at the line of scrimmage against Bateman, and it looks like a good throw, like Lamar's going to drop it in the bucket, and at the last moment, Cam Taylor-Britt dives out there and is able to get his right, probably fingertip on the ball to knock it away. A really good play by him.
Is that satisfying for a defensive end?
Oh, there's nothing like it. You can get up and start celebrating everything.
On second down, Jackson, he'll keep it himself, running to his right, stumbles, and he's down to the 47-yard line. Mike Hilton made the tackle after a gain of 2. And now it'll be third down for the Ravens, up 7-3.
A 3rd and 8 situation, and this is for them where Lamar Jackson, where you got to protect him. The last third down, we saw him kind of running away from Hendrickson. That was back-to-back third downs where Hendrickson has him under pressure, and he's forced to get outside the pocket. Both times they blocked Henderson one-on-one. I would think right here, whether sending the running back or chipping with tight end Isaiah Likely, they have to do something to slow him down in order to give themselves a chance to pick up a third down.
Trips to the left for the Ravens. Bengals showing blitz from the near side. Out of the gun on third down is Jackson. Rolls the pocket to his right. He's being pursued, and he just throws it away onto the Bengals sideline. He was being pursued by Jordan Battle, and that just looked like a botched play from the get-go.
Yeah, they couldn't protect. That was one where Lou Anarumo, the defensive coordinator for the Bengals, you said it, showing blitz, had everybody at the line of scrimmage, and all the cover guys were off with vision on Lamar Jackson. He gets the ball, and there's just nowhere to go. That's what we call on defense a max blitz. We're sending more people than they can block, so we know he has to get it out quick or run for his life and throw it away, and that's what Lamar Jackson was forced to do.
By the way, Tucker hit the crossbar from 65 going this way in warm-ups, but they're going to punt it. Stout will punt it away. Charlie Jones comes running up. He's got it at the 18-yard line, and he's spun down immediately. That's really good special teams play by Isaiah Likely, and it's just a 28-yard punt. He was trying to pooch it, but he didn't pooch it enough. Get early access to Macy's Black Friday specials while supplies last. Save big on boots and shoes, coats and sweaters, even furniture, mattresses, and rugs. Plus, get it faster with store pickup now at Macy's. You got anything on that list, Jason, that you'd like? Any boots, sweaters, anything like that?
I want it all, but I don't have anything on the list I'm buying. That's where I just write it down, and ever so slightly I slide the paper over to my wife and say, hey, if you had any ideas, there's some things I'm looking for this year.
I like that. First down for the 23-yard line, 7-3. Ravens on top, Bengals with the ball. Chase in motion. They hand the ball off to Mixon, who runs right up the middle, and he gets up to the 25-yard line. Patrick Queen makes the tackle. It's a gain of 5, so just shy of the 25. Nixon's been doing it for a long time.
Every time they hand the ball off to him, it seems like he's picking up positive yardage. And when I've watched these guys on film, they just don't hand the ball off to Joe Mixon enough, I think. If they can get him going, he's kind of the second weapon to Jamar Chase with no T. Higgins in the lineup tonight.
Yeah, Higgins is out. We mentioned it before. He's got a hamstring issue. Irv Smith, the tight end, is on the right side of the offensive line. Out of the gun is Burrow on second down. Burrow drops back to pass. He's looking long. Now he pulls the ball back, rolls to his right, throws it to Irv Smith, incomplete. Owe was pursuing, and he just had to get that one away. He wanted to go long for that one.
He was looking for Tyler Boyd in the slot, who's running a deep out route, but the Ravens do a really good job of dropping in their zone coverage and not allowing the deep throw. Here goes a third down for the Cincinnati Bengals. I would expect them to possibly put Jamar Chase in the slot and try to find a way on a quick route to get him the ball.
Irwin will stretch out to the far side. Bunch formation to the near side, and now Boyd is in motion to the far side. Burrow out of the shotgun with the play clock down to 5. Moving from left to right. Takes the snap. Drops back to pass. Pressure's coming. Lofts it to the near side. Pass is complete. A leaping grab by Tanner Hudson, his tight end. And he's got it at the 40, and he stumbles forward to the 45. It's a gain of 21 yards.
A really good job by Joe Burrow. Hudson is lined up in a stack right behind Jamar Chase. Jamar Chase runs a deep end route and has two guys that are covering him, and it gives Patrick Queen a one-on-one with Hudson, and Hudson just goes up over the top and is able to make the catch on him in a one-on-one situation.
Longest pass play of the night for Joe Burrow. It's first down from the 45-yard line of Cincinnati. Boyd in motion as he stacks to the far side. They hand it off to Mixon, and Mixon lowers his shoulder over the block of his right guard and gets up to the 48-yard line. A gain of 3. Roquan Smith makes the tackle.
Short gain on first down. I wouldn't be surprised to see Cincinnati come back on second down. And one of the things Joe Burrow is really good at is those quick passes to the outside, what seem more like a run play because there's blockers in front and allows him to get the ball out quick on the outside and give him some space.
By the way, it's a point to mention. Roquan Smith had 21 tackles last week against the Browns. He's over 100 tackles. He and Ray Lewis are the only players in Ravens history with 100 or more tackles in the first 10 games of the season. It's second down and 7. Ball at the 48-yard line. Off the play fake. Burrow to throw. Middle of the field. Pass is complete. Another tight end pass to Sample. And Sample's inside Ravens territory to the 40-yard line. A gain of 13. Marcus Williams in on the coverage for the Ravens.
Really good play design on the play action. It forces Roquan Smith and Patrick Queen to take one step up to respect the run, and that's where he's able to get his big tight end right behind those guys for a first down pickup. Joe Burrow showing that ball in his chest, pulling it at the very last second, is able to get a nice pickup on first down for a first down right there.
10.5 to play. First half, 7-3 Ravens. Chase in motion on first down for the 40 of Baltimore. Ravens showing blitz. They hand it off to Mixon, running to his left. He cuts one step over to his left, and he gets down inside the 35 to the 33-yard line. Gain of 6 yards. Robinson makes the tackle. Tune in to watch all the excitement of the NFL Sunday on Fox. Check your local listings for games and times in your area. Catch the NFL on Fox. Hello, Jason McCourty. I'm Tom McCarthy here in Baltimore. We've reached the 10-minute mark here in the first half. It's 7-3 Baltimore, but this is a fairly efficient drive right now by Cincinnati.
Really good job of mixing the run and pass with the play action on this drive.
Second down. They need to get to the 29-yard line for a first down. Nixon shifts in the backfield. Irwin comes in motion. Play clock down to 2, now 1. Burrow just gets it off. Nope, he didn't. Flags come in. That's going to be a delay of game.
Delay game, offense, 5-yard penalty. Still second down.
Jason, I would think at this point in the year you shouldn't have these delay of game penalties at this point in the game.
Exactly. That was the first one they've had this half, but they've also burned 2 timeouts because they couldn't get lined up and they couldn't get the play off. So this isn't something that you typically see, and this is what drive coaches crazy. Penalties before the ball is even snapped is something that you can't win with. So they have to correct that and be able to run plays efficiently, play in and play out.
7th play of the drive. Williams comes out of the backfield, lines up as a receiver to the right. Chase is in the backfield, and now he's in motion. Burrow takes the snap, trying to set up the screen to Boyd. Throws to his left. Boyd gets to the sidelines, but is taken down at the 32-yard line of Baltimore. Brent Urban makes the tackle for the Ravens. Gain of 5.
Using Jamar Chase a little bit as a decoy right there. He's in the backfield. He flares out to the right. Seems as though that Joe Burrow's going to throw a screen to him, but then he goes back to the opposite side of the field to find Tyler Boyd. All right, here's a 3rd and short. I would expect the Baltimore Ravens to bring some form of pressure, possibly Kyle Hamilton off the edge to force the ball out quick and play man-to-man behind it to cover up on these receivers.
And by the way, Clowney's lined up on the left side of the defensive line. Little stack formation on the near sideline. Burrow out of the gun on 3rd down. Sets up and fires to the middle. Boyd with a leaping grab at the 21-yard line. A gain of 13, a 1st down. Yassine in on the tackle for the Ravens.
Rocky Scene lined up one-on-one with Tyler Boyd in the slot. He gets rubbed off by the tight end a little bit, which puts him a little bit behind Boyd as he's running across the field away from Rocky Scene, and he's not able to get there to be able to knock that pass away. A very nice play designed by the Cincinnati Bengals.
4 straight completions for Joe Burrow. It's 1st down from the 20. Jones in motion. Burrow setting up a screen again. Has Mixon. He's got a blocker to the outside to the 15. Lowers his shoulder along the sidelines to the 10. And he's right at that 1st down marker. That's a well-designed play.
Yes, coming with the screen as the Ravens front line. They're trying to get to the quarterback. They're rushing up the field, and Joe Mixon does a really good job of getting out the way and opening up his hands to find that screen pass. And then once he gets the ball in his hand, the way he finishes the run, he powers the DB back 2 or 3 yards to finish off. And that's a mentality that he runs with that they want to continue to build and get him the ball.
Sounds like he's short of the line to gain by about a yard, so Adrian Hill just informed everybody that it'll be 2nd down and less than a yard. Obviously, around the National Football League, the tush push has been a huge play by the Eagles. It won't be run here by the Bengals. Burrow is 5 of 6 on this drive. Boyd's in motion. They give it to Mixon over the block of his left guard, and he's got the 1st down to the 8-yard line. It is amazing that tush push. The Eagles complete it 84% of the time. The rest of the league completes it 71% of the time. That's a huge drop-off.
Oh, my goodness. They've been so effective with that play, and everybody tries it, but they just can't replicate it.
Weird.
You don't get enough reps at it. If you don't practice it and go over it time and time again, you don't get many live reps to do it.
7 minutes to play 1st half, 7-3 Ravens, but it's 1st and goal from the 8-yard line for the Bengals. Mixon in the backfield, Burrow out of the gun, and we've got movement. I believe the Bengals may have jumped.
False start, offense, number 66, 5-yard penalty, still 1st down.
All right, so movement on the offensive line. I think it was 67 that moved, the left guard. I don't think it was 66. Cordell Volson. And the reason I don't think it was 66, Jason, is because there is no 66 on the roster for the Bengals.
Tom, you're such a pro. They can't get anything past you.
All right, so 1st and goal from the 13-yard line. 6:33 to play here in the 1st half. Bunch formation to the right. One receiver tight to the line of scrimmage to the left. Burrow looking to throw. Throws to his left to Mixon out of the backfield, and Mixon is inside the 5. Patrick Queen wraps him up and takes him down right at the 4-yard line. So it'll be 2nd and goal from the 4.
That's the 2nd time this drive that we've seen somebody matched up one-on-one with Patrick Queen and Joe Burrow go to that matchup. The first time it was his big tight end one-on-one on the 3rd down. He finds him. This time it's Joe Mixon out the backfield running a quick out route where he's able to pick up some yards and inch that much closer to the end zone.
2nd and goal from the 4. Burrow 6 of 7 on this drive, 70 yards. Mixon in the backfield, trips to the near side. Burrow looking to throw, has Mixon. He throws it short. He grabs it, gets to the goal line. He's in. Touchdown, Cincinnati. Joe Burrow is able to convert to Joe Mixon. It's a 4-yard touchdown pass to the right. And the Bengals take the lead 9-7. But something's wrong with Burrow as he walks off the field, and he's in a little bit of pain.
That was such a good play design right there. Joe Mixon lined up to the left of Joe Burrow right before the snap. He jumps over to the right side, and then Tyler Boyd running his route gets right in front of Roquan Smith and then gets out of his way at the last second, setting a nice pick to open up Joe Mixon in the flat for the touchdown.
And by the way, Jason, as the point after is coming from Evan McPherson, and it's good. There was nobody in the area of Burrow. He threw the ball, and it looked like there's something cramped in his hand. Don't forget, he's been wearing that brace on his hand, on his right throwing hand, over the last couple of days. Nonetheless, He gives the Bengals a 10-7 lead with 5:49 to play here in the first half. We'll take a timeout. This was Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
Hey, this is Conan O'Brien. Check out my channel, Conan O'Brien Radio, on SiriusXM 104. You'll find my delightful Conan O'Brien Needs a Friend podcast, highlights from my late night shows, showcasing some of the most absurd and hilarious moments from my decades on television.
Come on, everyone, settle down. This is a serious TV show.
Plus, dive deep into 28 years of late night memories and behind the scenes with Inside Conan. Conan O'Brien Radio, only on SiriusXM Channel 104. Or listen with the SiriusXM app.
Nobody covers the National Football League.
They give Mahomes time for the end zone. He throws it. It's caught. Touchdown!
Like SiriusXM NFL Radio, Channel 88. Our team of former players, coaches, and front office executives like Charlie Weiss, Pat Kerwin, Tim Miller, Rich Gannon, Alex Smith, and Hall of Famer Bill Polian brings you closer to the game. If it's happening, we are there. Live from the Scouting Combine in March to the draft in April. And in the summer, SiriusXM NFL Radio takes you to all 32 training camps. We connect you with the history of the game on stage for Hall of Fame weekend. Hear all the primetime play-by-play action from opening night through the Super Bowl.
Spectacular in every way. Confetti flying in the air.
Your 24/7 home for the NFL all year long. SiriusXM NFL Radio, Channel 88. Throughout the 2023 season,
Throws to the end zone. Touchdown!
each NFL team channel on the SiriusXM app will feature the team's pre- and post-game shows before and after every game. Get instant reaction, live interviews, and press conference audio.
Really fun night for us just to watch those young guys compete.
Your favorite team's broadcast includes their pre- and post-game shows all season long on the SiriusXM app. All 32 team channels are also available in vehicles equipped with SiriusXM 360L radios.
Welcome back to the Grainger broadcast booth in Baltimore. Along with Jason McCourty, I'm Tom McCarthy. Give your team an edge with Grainger. You'll find supplies and solutions for every industry, plus fast delivery and 24/7 support. When you call, click Grainger.com or just stop on by. Jason's been a world traveler over the last several weeks. Got back from Frankfurt. How long did it take you to get acclimated to the time change again?
It took a little while. It was more about getting acclimated to being back home around my three kids, of them just saying, Daddy, Daddy, Daddy. But I'm back now. I'm good, and I'm traveling again. So.
All right, that's good to see. McPherson will kick it away. It's 10-7 Cincinnati, and Duvernay will let it go out of the end zone. The Ravens, again, without Mark Andrews, who's out with an ankle injury. He was injured on the first drive of this game. They'll go back to work for the first time, trailing 10-7 after Burrow took the Bengals 82 yards on 12 plays in 7 minutes and 22 seconds. And you know what? John Harbaugh said that Mitchell was going to get some more reps for the Ravens. Well, he's back in there again. The undrafted rookie out of East Carolina, the diminutive rookie. They hand it off to Jay Flowers, excuse me, who runs to his right, gets to the edge, and he's out of bounds. Little jet sweep to Flowers. It's a gain of 7. It'll be second down and 3.
Once again, getting the ball to him in space, handing the ball off to him that time, and he's a guy that he stops and starts on a dime. He's able to outrun Pratt and get to the corner on that one and pick up a nice gain on first down.
He's 23 years old. He went to Boston College. It's amazing how some unheralded college players become such great NFL players in the early part of his career. Likely's in motion to the line of scrimmage to the right. It's second down and 3. Jackson throws to his left, has Flowers again. Flowers running along the sidelines, outside the numbers to the 40, now to the 50, inside Bengals territory. He's got a blocker. There's also a flag back at the line of scrimmage, and Flowers will go in, running inside the 10, the 5, a 68-yard pass play. And for the moment, the Ravens are on top. But let's see who the penalty's against.
They're going to get Odell Beckham Jr. for a whole lead blocking out front for Zay Flowers, blocking Awuzia. He grabs him a little bit.
Holding offense. Number 2. That 10-yard penalty will be forced to respond to foul. Replay, second down.
All right, so Tyler Huntley was not called for the penalty. It was Odell Beckham Jr., number 3. Do we grade referees on getting the wrong number? He's gotten 2 of them wrong tonight.
If you're close, I guess that counts. Ravens fans are going nuts here. They do not agree.
Looking at the replay, he did grab his jersey.
He definitely does, and I think they're going to argue that he was right in front of him. Lamar Jackson is pissed seeing that flag go out. Really good effort by Odell. It was a questionable one. Yeah. I don't know. I don't think he impacted Awuzie that much, but you can't hold. You grab the jersey, you can see it extended out. They're going to call that.
And by the way, Joe Burrow is trying to throw on the sidelines for the Bengals, and he's saying he can't throw. That is something we'll keep watching. And I think Burrow is going to the locker room. Yep, he is running to the locker room as we speak. Again, he threw the touchdown pass to Joe Mixon, and he wasn't hit, but something caused his right hand to retract. And again, he's been wearing a brace over the last couple of days.
And he's gotten hit a few times tonight, some by Clowney, so I don't know if it might have been maybe an earlier hit that could have aggravated it. And then when he threw the ball possibly on that one, it maybe it's got it started once again.
By the way, Adrian Hill has called timeout and is talking to one of the security officials on the near sideline. I'm not sure what he's looking for. Is he looking for the tablet to look at something? That's the only thing I can think of right now, is that he's looking at the tablet for a reason. He is now down toward the goal line. Boy, this is interesting. They're pointing to the sky. I don't know if there's something up above, whether it be a drone or something. But they're all looking up and pointing. And I believe there may be a drone that's up top.
Wow, this will be the first time for me that something like that happens.
A delay by drone?
Yeah, delay by drone. I guess that'll be a new thing at NFL games as you start to figure it out.
Well, they are showing the drone now on television. And Adrian Hill just now says we're going to punch out for a TV timeout. With the score, the Bengals 10, the Ravens 7. 5:04 to play here in the first half. We've got a drone delay. You're listening to Thursday Night Football on Westwood One.
Your morning shave with Barbasol is a time for self-reflection. Look in that mirror and ask yourself, can I make a real difference in this world? Of course you can. Just not today. There's football on. Barbasol. It's a can of can-do.
For the ones who keep stadiums buzzing and shop floors running, there's Grainger. Keep your operations humming with professional-grade maintenance, safety, and industrial products from Grainger. Offering supplies and solutions for every industry, plus same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders, Grainger can help you stay on top of your game. Not sure exactly what you need? Huddle up with Grainger's product specialists. They'll tackle your toughest questions to help you move your team forward. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
The workday begins the moment you put on your boots. At Boot Barn Work, we know you need work gear that holds strong until you kick them off at the end of the day. No matter the job, Ariat Work Gear performs week after week, year after year, with fit, mobility, and safety features built for the jobs that keep our nation moving. Ariat provides non-stop performance day in and day out. Ariat at Boot Barn Work.
Shop Black Friday every day and get the best new deals all month long only at Lowe's. Right now, buy one DeWalt 20-volt max 4-tool combo kit. Get 2 select tools free. That's up to a $438 value. Plus, get up to 50% off select vanities, faucets, and shower heads. Shop in-store and online today because Lowe's knows deals. Valid through 11/22 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Feeling great starts with a great shave. And great shaves start with Barbasol shaving cream. For whatever your day brings, start it off right with the American original, Barbasol. It's a can of can-do.
Barbasol. A reminder that you can watch NFL Network and Westwood One announcer Jason McCourty. Hey, that's you. Every weekday on Good Morning Football from 7 until 10 a.m. Eastern and Pacific. Only on NFL Network. Your buddy Kyle Brandt was on Wheel of Fortune last night. That was pretty funny to watch.
Dominated
Wheel of Fortune. All right, so 2nd down and 9. They have figured out the whole drone thing. They've gotten rid of it somehow. Jackson the throw. He's out of the gun. Throws to his left. He has Edwards out of the backfield, and Edwards has stood up at the 29-yard line. It's a gain of 3. Awuzie was there on the tackle for the Bengals. And again, just to recap, Joe Burrow has a right wrist injury, and that's why he's back in the locker room, so his return is questionable. So we've had Andrews out for the night with an ankle injury for the Ravens, and now Joe Burrow has a wrist injury for the Bengals. Jackson the throw on third down. Pressure's coming, throws middle of the field. Pass is complete to Beckham Jr. He's inside Bengals territory. He went from the middle of the field to the near side, and he's wrapped up by Jordan Battle, but he is inside the 45-yard line. It's a gain of 30, and that's what he can do. If he gets free, he still has speed.
It looks similar to what we saw a week ago where he caught that slant pass and took off for 40 yards for a touchdown. He's able to catch that one in front of Cam Taylor-Britt coming from the right to left and take off and accelerate. He had that holding penalty, makes up for it a little bit right there with a big game for this Ravens offense.
First down for the 42-yard line. In the backfield is Justice Hill. Out of the gun is Jackson off the play fake. Sets up in the pocket. Has plenty of time. Pumps once. Now dances around. He's at the logo at midfield. He's pointing to get some traffic. He's trying to find a blocker. He dances to his left, and he's wrapped up and taken down by Mike Hilton. Nothing came of it. He lost 3 on the play, and he had all kinds of time to find an opening.
For a second, Tom, he was just standing still like a statue in the pocket as the Cincinnati Bengals were bringing a 4-man rush. They dropped the defensive lineman and brought Mike Hilton, but the offensive line did a tremendous job right there, giving him time. Credit the secondary of the Cincinnati Bengals because nobody was open as Beckham and Flowers were both going deep on their routes.
3:15 to play in the first half. Bengals are on top 10-7. Ravens moving the ball. It's second down and 13. Jackson the throw again. Jackson to his left. Pass is complete to his left to Justice Hill. And Hill is taken down by Jordan Battle. A gain of 6 yards. It'll be third down.
A big third down for this Baltimore Ravens offense. They've drove the ball down, and this especially a drive where you score a long touchdown is brought back by a holding. You want to come away with points right here. I want to see if the Cincinnati Bengals are going to bring pressure. The last time they sent everybody and forced Lamar Jackson outside of the pocket, and he wasn't able to see anybody open.
Bengals are trying to get a guy off the field late. It'll be third down and 6. They do. 2.5 to play first half. Jackson from the shotgun. Throws to the middle of the field. It's deflected, and it's picked out of the air by Aguilar. He's running to his left. Breaks the tackle to the 15. Near side to the 5. And he does a somersault into the end zone. 37-yard tip and catch. Jermaine Pratt tipped it for the Bengals, but Aguilar was in the right place at the right time. Touchdown, Baltimore. And it's 13-10. Ravens are on top. There is a flag on the field.
Illegal use of the hands. Hands to the face. Defense. That penalty declined. Touchdown.
What a reaction.
You heard it. My goodness. Sometimes it's better to be lucky than to be good. Lamar Jackson trying to get the ball over the middle, and you said it, Tom. Jermaine Pratt gets his hand up there and deflects the pass. And if you're on defense, you're like, all right, that's a great play.
Yeah.
Sometimes just Johnny on the spot, Nelson Aguilar running across the field. The ball bounces right to him, and the one thing Aguilar can do is run. He's off to the races, and he scats down that left sideline for the touchdown.
7 plays, 75 yards. Justin Tucker's on for the point after. Good snap, good hold. Pick is drilled. And it's now 14-10. Ravens on top of the Bengals with 2:20 to play here in the first half. You know, last week, the Ravens had a pass play that was deflected by the Browns and then intercepted for a pick 6. Today, they have a pass play that's deflected by the Bengals, but it falls into Aguilar's hands for a touchdown. A reminder to stay with us for Thursday Night Football Halftime Report on Westwood 1, sponsored by Wendy's. Scott Graham will talk to Vikings defensive end Donnell Hunter. He'll preview Sunday night's game between the Vikings and the Broncos. That's coming up on the Wendy's Halftime Report. Wendy's Breakfast Hoop for $3 Biggie Bundles are here. Limited time only during breakfast hours. Boy, we've had all kinds of things going on tonight. From the Mark Andrews injury, which has led to him being out, to the Joe Burrow brace that he was wearing leading up to this ball game, to him throwing a touchdown pass, and then having to leave because something happened to the wrist or the thumb. And now we have a deflected pass into the hands of Aguilar, who was so hated in Philadelphia, but is now being praised here in Baltimore after that touchdown.
Welcome to Thursday Night Football.
That's right.
Anything can happen, and you're right. It's been a crazy half. To think Burrow throws a touchdown pass, doesn't get hit, and still goes out with an injury right now.
And I think I just buried the lead, and plus we had a drone delay as well. Tucker will kick it off. Williams will let it go over his head out of the back of the end zone. All right, so Joe Burrow went to the locker room. So he is being checked out, and Jake Browning, who's made one appearance this year, it was week 1 against the Cleveland Browns, will take over as quarterback for the Bengals.
I would expect the Baltimore Ravens to send some pressure, to disguise on defense, try to confuse this young quarterback and be able to make a play early on and try to rattle him.
27-year-old out of the University of Washington, was on Minnesota's practice squad the last 2 years. He fakes the pitch to the left, now throws to the left. He's got Irwin, and Irwin outside the numbers has it for a gain of 11. Marcus Williams makes the tackle as time winds down toward the 2-minute warning here in the first half. Well, that was a design play that worked out. And we have reached the 2-minute warning, sponsored by First Alert. Help protect your home and family by installing First Alert smoke and carbon monoxide alarms on every level and in every bedroom of your home. Protect your moments with safety you can trust by visiting firstalert.com. 2 minutes to play in the first half. It's the Ravens 14, the Bengals 10. You're listening to Thursday Night Football on Westwood One.
Your home, your family, your moments. First Alert is reminding you to be prepared and install smoke and carbon monoxide alarms on every level in every bedroom of your home. Don't forget to add First Alert fire extinguishers on every level, plus the kitchen, and know how to use them. Protect your moments and your home with safety you can trust by visiting firstalert.com and Lowe's stores today.
Shop Black Friday every day and get the best new deals all month long only at Lowe's. Right now, buy one DeWalt 20-volt max 4-tool combo kit. Get 2 select tools free. That's up to a $438 value. Plus, get up to 50% off select vanities, faucets, and shower heads. Shop in-store and online today because Lowe's knows deals. Valid through 11/22 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Get early access to Macy's Black Friday specials and find big savings on gifts they'll love right now while supplies last. Like the season's latest coats, 60 to 65% off. Select boots and shoes for her, just $19.99. And update your space with furniture, mattresses, and rugs, now 20 to 70% off. Plus, get your online order even faster with store pickup, now at Macy's. Savings off sale and clearance prices, exclusions apply.
Jim Rome here. Dell's Black Friday event is their biggest sale of the year. Shop limited time deals on laptops like the stylish, innovative XPS 13, engineered to do it all on the Intel Evo platform. Plus, save big on UltraShot monitors and top brand accessories. It is the perfect time to upgrade any home, business, or gaming setup powered by Intel Core processors. So shop now at Dell.com/deals to take advantage of huge savings and free shipping. Once again, Dell.com/deals.
2 minutes to play in the first half. It's the Ravens 14, the Bengals 10. Joe Burrow is in the locker room being checked out as we speak, and Jake Browning is the quarterback for the Cincinnati Bengals. The second-year pro, or third-year pro really, out of Washington. He spent 2 years on the practice squad for Minnesota. He was an excellent college quarterback. Maybe not as good as Penix is right now for Washington, but he was really good. It'll be first down for the 37-yard line. Chase in motion behind the line of scrimmage. They hand it off to Mixon, who runs to his left, follows his left tackle, and gets up to the 40-yard line. It's a gain of 3. Patrick Queen makes the tackle. And a timeout called. Oh, there's a flag on the field. That's why there's a timeout called. I was wondering if Baltimore might burn a timeout and maybe think they can get the ball back.
Yeah, definitely, because if you're the Bengals, you're trying to get out of this.
Yes.
Legal use of the hands to the face, defense, number 99. That 5-yard penalty will be added to the result of the play. Automatic first down.
That's on Oweh, who grew up not too far from where I grew up. He grew up in Howell, New Jersey. He was a rebel in high school. I was a Golden Mustang at Brick Memorial.
Golden Mustang.
Just so everybody knows. Rebels sound stronger. First down for the 45-yard line. Browning moving from left to right, trips to the right, one receiver left. Here comes the pressure. Browning drops back to pass. He's coming up with it. He throws to his left and he overthrows Chase. He had to get rid of it because Roquan Smith was in his grill. It'll be second down.
Man, in his grill's an understatement. Joe Mixon comes over from the left side of Browning to pick up Roquan Smith on the blitz, and Roquan absolutely just runs him over on his way to getting a push on Browning, forcing him to throw that ball way out of bounds.
1:50 to play first half. It's 14-10. Ravens on top. In motion is Boyd coming to the near side of the field. Bengals moving from left to right. Out of the gun is Browning. Drops back to pass. Pressure's coming. Throws the screen to Mixon. Makes a one-handed catch. Makes one man miss. And then lowers his shoulder as he gets to the sidelines. Patrick Queen missed him. And then Marcus Williams was able to take him down a gain of 7 yards.
A really good play by Mixon. The screen is a little far. He tips it to himself with one hand, that right hand. Pulls it in and then makes a guy miss. This is a huge third down for the Baltimore Ravens. If you can force them off the field right here, you still give yourself plenty of time with 3 timeouts to get the ball back in Lamar Jackson's hands. And conversely for the Bengals, you don't want to give him the ball back.
Right.
You want to get this young guy a chance to make a play on third down.
Bengals have converted 2 third down so far. Bunch formation to the near side. Browning looking to throw. Dancing in the pocket. Throws to the middle. Diving catch made by Irwin at the 37-yard line for a first down right in the middle of the field. That's a gain of 10 yards. That's a heck of a play.
Oh my goodness, what a catch by Irwin right there. He has Arthur Mollett draped all over him, and he's able to dive out and make that catch. An unbelievable play by him. And right now, the Baltimore Ravens are doubling.
Previous play is under review.
We're going to take another look to see if he hauls this one in.
Yeah, we're looking at the replay. It did look like he had it and then tumbled to his back. And then when he went to the ground face first, that's when the ball came loose. Well, this Close Shave Instant Replay review is sponsored by Barbasol Shaving Cream. Choose Barbasol for a thick lather and close, comfortable shave. Barbasol, the American original for over 100 years. Better by Barbasol. Well, I think you know what the Raven fans are thinking, that was not a catch. We'll get the result when we come back. 1:19 to play first half. It's 14-10 Baltimore over Cincinnati. You're listening to Thursday Night Football on Westwood One.
I can't wait for what's next, even with higher stroke risk due to atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Eliquis, apixaban tablets, reduces stroke risk. It's the #1 cardiologist prescribed blood thinner.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without talking to your doctor, as this may increase your risk of stroke. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or have antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or unusual bruising, or if you have tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. It may increase your bleeding risk if you take medicines such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
We all love to follow the pros. And when it comes to selling online, the pros trust Shopify. New Era, Allbirds, Untuckit, Skims, even Mattel. They all sell with Shopify because Shopify has the best converting checkout on the planet. And it's not just the big brands. Millions of businesses are boosting their sales with the same legendary Shopify checkout. Start selling like the pros and sell with Shopify. Start your $1 a month trial today at shopify.com/football.
Technology lets you multitask from a bike desk.
Whew, 3 meetings in 3 miles.
But to manage multiple clouds, you need more than technology. You need CDW to implement and deploy a Nutanix hybrid multi-cloud solution that integrates all your apps and data into one platform. With unified management and seamless workload migration, CDW will help your team accelerate digital transformation. Starting mountain incline.
That's enough for today.
Nutanix makes simplified hybrid multi-cloud possible. CDW makes it powerful. Learn more at cdw.com/Nutanix.
Receiver did not maintain control of the ball. Therefore, it is an incomplete pass. First down and 3 on the 48-yard line. Please reset the game clock to 1:38 to clock will start on the snap.
All right, so the rule is you've got to get to the ground and maintain control. And even though Irwin, back to the ground, had control, fell to his front side, lost control, that's why it's an incomplete catch.
Exactly. The ball hits the ground as he's rolling over, and that's why they do it. But I'm kind of surprised right now. The Bengals are lined up in the huddle to go for it here on 4th down.
4th down and 3 from the 48-yard line. Now, they have one timeout left, so they may try to draw them off sides because you don't want to give the Ravens and Justin Tucker a chance at a 50-yard field goal. And they have plenty of time left, 1:38 to play. Boyd in motion, bunched up on the right side. Browning walks up to the line of scrimmage, points out the Mike linebacker, and then rolls his fingers at somebody else to the left on 4th and 3. Irv Smith is in motion to the far side. A lot of moving parts. Play clock is down to 2, now 1, now to 0. And that'll be a delay of game, and the Bengals will punt the ball away with 1:38 to play.
That's one of those times where you're too far for a field goal, but the punt seems too close. So you say, all right, throw the offense out there. Remember, we used to call it a no-brainer situation where they're just trying to and get you to jump off sides. If not, we'll take it back 5 and punt the ball away and try to pin you back deep.
Yeah, to try to punt it away from Duvernay. He averages over 13 yards per punt return. Brad Robbins, the rookie out of Michigan. He's got 11 punts this year inside the 20-yard line. They'll be punting from left to right from the far hash mark. Duvernay is standing at the 9 on the far side of the field. He's fidgeting right now. Now he walks to the middle. Robbins will get this one off. Punts it away from Duvernay, who just let it go over his head and bounce inside the 5 and then into the end zone. It'll be a touchback. 53-yard punt. Don't miss all the NFL action of the first ever Black Friday game on Amazon Prime Video when the Miami Dolphins meet the New York Jets. You can also hear the Black Friday game right here beginning at 2:30 Eastern on many of these same stations on the NFL app or online at westwoodonesports.com. All right, so if you're the Ravens, are you going to try to get into field goal range here?
No doubt about it. You're trying to score a touchdown. You got a minute and 30 seconds to go. You have all 3 timeouts, and you have a quarterback you trust in Lamar Jackson. So you're trying to score a touchdown. If not, you'll settle for a field goal, especially when your kicker's Justin Tucker.
Yeah, Lamar Jackson has hit in his last 5 passes. Justice Hill is in the backfield. 2 receivers right, 1 to the left. On first down, Jackson looking to throw. Steps up in the pocket, dances to his right, being chased, and he throws that one away to the Bengals side of the field. He was being chased by Miles Murphy. It'll be second down at 10.
They have plenty of time left when you have those 3 timeouts, so they can throw the ball wherever they want, middle of the field, out to the sideline, and right there, Cincinnati Bengals being able to get pressure without blitzing or anything. The young rookie's able to force him outside the pocket right there in Murphy. So I would expect the Bengals right now not to get too aggressive, to sit back in zone or play man-to-man and drop as many people in coverage and see if just their 4-man rush can get home.
Yeah, 4-man rush. Now they're showing blitz from the outside. They pull back on second down and 10. Jackson out of the gun. Drops back to pass, rolls to his left, now running to his left, throws short to his left, and that was nearly intercepted because it went right through the hands of Isaiah Likely. Mike Hilton was in the neighborhood. It'll be third down.
Not much time off the clock with a minute and 18 to go, and the Ravens now have 2 straight incompletions now coming up on the 3rd and 10. We're talking about 3 timeouts. Lamar Jackson, right now, if you're the Bengals, you think about if you can get a stop right here to possibly get the ball back, and you may have a chance with 1 timeout to do something before the end of the half.
Yeah, Ravens lead it by 4, 14 at 10. The Ravens have only trailed for about a half hour of game time this whole year. On third down and 10, Jackson looking to throw. Throws to the middle of the field, overthrows Aguilar, and it's nearly intercepted. Now a flag comes in late. A diving attempt by Jordan Battle.
Pass interference defense, number 22. Ball will be placed at the spot of the foul. Automatic first down.
17-yard penalty on Owuzade. And here's the thing. The flag didn't come in late. It came from deep in the backside, so it took a long time to get out of the get into the air.
Owuzade matched up inside on Aguilar, inside that slot, and as Aguilar goes to run away from him, he just grabs a chunk of that jersey. A really easy call for the official on the back end to see it.
Awuzie came out of it thinking, yeah, I did do it. But first down from the 33-yard line. Jackson the throws to his left. Passes complete to Odell Beckham Jr. along the numbers, and then he spins around. Awuzie makes the tackle. There's an injured Bengals player on the field after a gain of 15 yards. It's B.J. Hill, the free agent signing from the New York Giants. And his teammates are a little concerned right now on whatever happened to B.J. Hill. It is a first down for the Ravens. But the athletic training staff has come over to check on Hill, and now he spins over to his backside. We'll take a timeout with 1 minute to play in the first half. It is 14-10. Ravens are on top. You're listening to Thursday Night Football on Westwood One.
Get ready for holiday feast season with Pepto-Bismol.
Uncle Derek's here with his famous fried turkey. Hey, Aunt Mary brought the mac and cheese. Donna's here with the potato salad.
Pepto-Bismol provides fast 5-symptom relief for unexpected stomach upsets. So enjoy the holidays. Pepto has you covered, no matter who made the potato salad.
When you have nausea, heartburn, indigestion, upset stomach, diarrhea.
Pepto-Bismol. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Get early access to Macy's Black Friday specials and save big on gifts for everyone on your list right now while supplies last. Like winter-ready women's sweaters, $12.99 to $19.99. Fine jewelry, 60 to 75% off. And cozy up to comfy throws, just $9.99 to $39.99. Plus, get your online order even faster with store pickup, now at Macy's. Savings off sale and clearance prices, exclusions apply.
Stick to the plan. Trust no one.
From the director of Seven, Fight Club, and Gone Girl.
Anticipate. Don't improvise.
Michael Fassbender.
Forbid empathy. Empathy is weakness. Weakness is vulnerability. This is what it takes if you want to succeed.
The Killer. Rated R. Under 17. Not admitted without parent. Now playing. Only on Netflix.
Jim Rome here. Dell's Black Friday event is their biggest sale of the year. Shop limited time deals on laptops like the stylish, innovative XPS 13, engineered to do it all on the Intel Evo platform. Plus, save big on ultra-shop monitors and top brand accessories. It is the perfect time to upgrade any home, business, or gaming setup powered by Intel Core processors. So shop now at Dell.com/deals to take advantage of huge savings and free shipping. Once again, Dell.com/deals.
Every Westwood One football broadcast this season is once again available on all Alexa-enabled devices. Just say Open Westwood One Sports, and you'll be taken straight to the action. That's Open Westwood One Sports to listen on Alexa. Oh, with Jason McCourty, I'm McCarthy. B.J. Hill got up, was helped off the field. He's being checked out as we speak for the Bengals. Meanwhile, the Ravens have 1st and 10 from the 48 of Baltimore, and they still have all 3 timeouts left. Lamar Jackson has hit 6 different receivers tonight. He's 10 of 16 for 155 yards. Looking out of the shotgun, 2 receivers left, 2 to the right. Takes the snap, chest high. Looks to his left, now runs to his left, pumps to his left, throws to his left to Likely. And Likely stiff arms his way out of bounds. But there's probably going to be a holding penalty against John Simpson of the Ravens.
Holding offense, number 76, 10-yard penalty, replay, 2nd down.
Second holding penalty for the Ravens. And he is the left guard, John Simpson is out of Clemson.
Those are drive killers when you get those penalties in the 2-minute situation. Because right now the Bengals are playing to save the last 2 drives. They're playing to cover 2. That means 2 deep safeties in the corners, controlling the outside, trying to force the Ravens to throw the ball underneath and then come up and tackle. But a penalty like that puts you so far behind the chains. With a 1st and 20, it's so hard to get that 2-minute drill going.
Yeah, 54 seconds to play first half. It's 14-10 Ravens. Jackson out of the gun, drops back to pass, throws to his left, looking long for Flowers, and he overthrows him. And a flag comes in. He overthrew Flowers. DJ Turner was in the vicinity, and I guess they're going to get him for pass interference. All right, break it down, Jay, after this call.
Pass interference, number 20. Ball will be placed at the spot of the foul. Automatic 1st down.
Well, I said the play before, they had played cover 2 the last 2 times, forcing the ball to go underneath. Right there, they go man-to-man, and DJ Turner's matched up with Zay Flowers on the outside. And I don't know about that one. There's not much contact. That's a 28-yard penalty where he's just throwing it up. Ball's not going to be caught. Turner turns around. I don't see the flag at all on that one, Tom.
Well, it's the second pass interference penalty against the Bengals, and now they're getting close. Well, they're pretty much in field goal range for Tucker. Jackson will throw on first down. He's got Beckham to the left. Beckham spins away along the sidelines at the 20 and then is out of bounds inside the 15-yard line. A beautiful spin move. Got him an extra 10 yards. Cam Taylor Britt couldn't make the tackle. That'll be first down for the Ravens after a gain of 19 yards.
The Bengals right there, they go with an all-out blitz. Cam Taylor-Britt, along with the other DBs, are about 7 or 8 yards off the wide receiver, and they know that Lamar has to throw the ball quick because they're sending more than they can block. But Odell Beckham catches the ball, makes a move, and he's off to the races.
65 yards for Beckham. Jackson the throw on first down. Now rolls to his right. He's got a blocker. He's inside the 15 toward the sidelines, and he's out of bounds at the 10-yard line with 34 seconds left in the first half. Again, all 3 timeouts remain for the Ravens.
Yeah, 34 seconds left. Like you said, all 3 timeouts. They have probably about 4 to 5 plays down here as they get closer to the end zone, and that's if they pick up another first down. So for them, right now, run your total offense. You come with possibly pick plays, trying to get into the end zone from where you're at. This is going to be a good opportunity for Baltimore to put points up. I said at the beginning of the drive, not just going for a field goal, an opportunity to put a touchdown in before the end of the half.
34 seconds left to play in the first half. 14-10 Ravens, but they're driving. It's second down and 8 from the 11-yard line. Jackson looking to throw, looking left, throwing to the left side of the end zone. He overthrows Beckham, and it's out of bounds. The Ravens fans wanted a tangle along the sidelines, but I think Jackson was just throwing that ball away.
Yeah, I agree with you. He just throws the ball on the outside. They're trying to get Odell Beckham with kind of a delay route where he comes off the ball, he hesitates, then spins out and gets to the end zone. The Cincinnati Bengals did a really good job of covering it up. Lamar had nowhere to go. Instead of wasting time right now, throwing the ball away, keeping the multiple plays they had to get the ball in the end zone.
Third down and 8, ball at the 11-yard line of Cincinnati. Lined up on the far hash mark. The Ravens going from right to left. Hill is in the backfield. 2 receivers left, 2 stacked to the right. Jackson out of the gun, takes the snap, drops back to pass, looks to his left, throws to his left side of the end zone. Caught, touchdown, Bateman. Rashad Bateman, an 11-yard touchdown reception. And the Ravens add on. It's 20-10 with 23 seconds to play here in the first half.
Lamar Jackson does a really good job of stepping up in the pocket on this last one. He has man-to-man coming from the Cincinnati Bengals on defense. He steps up to his left, and he's able to find Rashad Bateman as he's coming across, matched up with Cam Taylor-Britt. Cam Taylor-Britt reaches out, but it goes past his diving arm, and Rashad Bateman does a really good job of holding on to that ball as it hits him in the gut.
First touchdown reception for Bateman. Tucker's point after is good. And after 7 plays, 80 yards in 1 minute and 7 seconds, we have 23 seconds left here in the first half. And the Ravens up 21-10 against a Bengals team that doesn't look like they have Joe Burrow, at least to finish this quarter, and we'll see what happens in the second half.
How big was that Trent Irwin drop on that third down? We talked about it. That gave the Ravens the ball back with 1 minute and 30 seconds left with all 3 timeouts. They drive down the field. They don't use any of their timeouts in the 2-minute drill because they have plenty of time to make the necessary plays, and a pass interference call on DJ Turner that I thought was a little bit questionable. Helps them get down the field and are able to put 6 points on the board before they go in the half.
Well, Jones back deep to receive for the Bengals, who I think would just rather go into the locker room and regroup, down 21-10. Well, how about the way the AFC North has been changed landscape-wise with these injuries to quarterbacks? The Browns losing Deshaun Watson, and tonight it's Joe Burrow who's out with an apparent wrist injury on his right wrist, and is questionable to return. Tucker's kickoff, he's going to boot this one over the head of Jones out of the back of the end zone. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Westwood 1, your home for Thursday Night Football.
Football fans, this is Tom Brady. Join me and Jim Gray every Monday night at 6:30 Eastern for Let's Go on NFL Radio Channel 88. And listen whenever you want with the SXM app.
Well, the sidelines are very different right now. You know, they're chanting in the stands here at M&T Bank Stadium, and the players are chanting with the fans. It's first down and 10 from the 25-yard line. Browning under center, hands the ball off to Mixon, who runs over the block of his right guard and gets a couple yards up to the 27. 16 seconds, 15 seconds. That's going to be the last play of this first half unless somebody decides to use a timeout.
No, I think we're going to go to half right now. And, Tom, you made a great point. With the Bengals now down 2 scores, possibly not having your starting quarterback, I mentioned that pass interference. That came on 1st and 20. That was a huge call at the end of this first half.
Well, the clock will wind down to 0. That's the end of the first half with the score. The Ravens 21, the Bengals 10. When we return, Scott Graham rejoins us from our studios with the Wendy's halftime report. You're listening to Thursday Night Football on Westwood One.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. So minivans, sedans, JDMs, roll out. Go ahead, feel your engine. Admire that perfectly installed exhaust. Your vehicle's moving along this freeway like it was made from fresh installs and a whole lot of love. And with eBay Motors, you get over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Wake up not knowing what you want? Now you can have a little of everything. With Wendy's new breakfast 2 for $3 Biggie Bundles, you can mix and match your very own perfect pairing of our delicious morning favorites. Choose from the sausage biscuit, egg or cheese biscuit, small seasoned potatoes, or medium hot coffee. The choice is all yours, not somebody else's. Get breakfast just the way you want it with Wendy's breakfast 2 for $3 Biggie Bundles today. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's. Limited time only during breakfast hours. U.S. price and participation may vary. Not valid in a combo. Single item at regular price.
Welcome to the Thursday Night Football Halftime Report on Westwood One. Sponsored by Wendy's. With Wendy's new breakfast 2 for $3 Biggie Bundles, you can choose the pair you want. Limited time only during breakfast hours. U.S. price and participation may vary. Not valid in a combo. Single item at regular price. Once again, here's your host, Scott Graham.
From our Westwood One studios, halftime right now in Baltimore, and the Ravens, a completely different game than it was at the start, sitting on top of a 21-10 lead over the Cincinnati Bengals. Joe Burrow's status for the second half right now completely undetermined. We've got a Sunday night game with a lot of intrigue this week here on many of these same stations, and the reason it has intrigue is because you got 2 teams that are trying to claw their way back. You know what the Denver Broncos have done in trying to get back to respectability, and back-to-back wins against the Kansas City Chiefs and Buffalo Bills have gotten them there. On the other side, you've got a Minnesota Vikings team that lost their top receiver and their quarterback, started 1-4, yet they've won 5 games in a row, and they are playing their way right back into playoff contention in the NFC. One of the guys on their defensive line is currently the co-leader in sacks in the National Football League. Danielle Hunter has 11, tying him with Myles Garrett for tops in the NFL. I asked him, with all that went on in the early part of the season and the slow start, how the team figured out a way to keep everything together.
I feel like the biggest thing going around throughout the team was just continuing to work and having resilience, and having that consistency of just keeping working. And, at the beginning of the season, we definitely started at the bottom. So, there was no way to go but up from there. So eventually something was going to give if we just kept working and being consistent with how we practiced on the field and everything, everything sooner or later was going to go our way.
Watching what Josh has done, coming in as a quarterback at the last second, parachuting in for a game, and then doing what he did last week, what he brings to the table. I know it's not your side of the ball, but what does that level of enthusiasm, what does that level of a fresh face taking a shot at things, what does that do for a team?
It keeps us going, having him coming in, very highly educated quarterback, being able to understand plays and everything, also being able to scramble along with the good offensive line that we have. That's definitely a plus for us. It gets us going on defense watching that, because there's always something to expect when he's out there, about to make plays with his, either throwing the ball to the receivers or making plays with his legs. So that's something that we're always anticipating on defense, because it's exciting to root for that. So, it's definitely a plus for us. It brings the team up, and it makes us want to play even harder for each other.
You have certainly gotten your sacks. You've gotten home this year, and at the
point where you are in your career, you're getting a lot of attention and you're still getting home. How difficult is that, or is that something that just kind of comes with the territory based upon who you are now?
I mean, I think it comes with the territory, and it's a plus for us sometimes because if a team focuses on me, it opens gate for other players on the team. You know, DJ Wanham, Pat Jones, whether it's a safety come off the edge or something like that, that's all right. If y'all focus on me, then it'll leave openings for my teammates, and then eventually it's going to have to equal out. So being the technician that I am, I mean, I'm used to, you know, being two people on me, chips and all that stuff. So, I mean, they do all they want because it's just going to equal out eventually.
You were born in Jamaica.
Yep.
And is it true that you didn't have any idea really what football was until you were like 8 years old?
I didn't know what football was. I mean, I came to America and my very first coach, well, actually my friend's dad, he was the coach, and we were playing tag outside. He had skates on, and I was just chasing him. And he just told me to come play football. And I remember then the first position I played was left tackle. And then I transitioned to defensive end because they told me not to use my hands, like not to grab anything. On defensive end, I was doing the same thing. I was kind of like using my shoulders to like, oh, you could use your hands on defense. And I started using my hands, and then it's a big change.
I read where you said that the first time you put pads on and you started running around with those pads on, you felt invincible.
Oh, yeah. I did feel invincible. I remember looking at trees and thinking that I could just go run through a tree and tackle a tree. And all that. I remember all that because I was like, man, this is like, I felt like a superhuman.
One of the things that you do is you play it right. And all this time that you've been in the league, I think as of this week, before we get into week 11, you've had 8 penalties called against you in your entire career. That's a position where you're trying to get any advantage you can against guys who are trying to get any advantage they can. How do you walk out of that fray with only 8 penalties?
I feel like the biggest thing is just me just trying to play the game right. You know, it's a game of inches. Every yard counts. You know, I don't never want to be in a position to where like, oh, I hit the quarterback and then 15-yard penalty or first down, and stuff like that could change the game. Because if it's 4th and down and like if it's their only shot and I end up hitting the quarterback and he gets a first down because of a roughing the passer, I mean that could change the game. So the biggest thing is just playing it right and just doing what I need to do in order to make my team win.
Daniel, really did enjoy the conversation. Thanks so much. Good luck the rest of the way.
All right. Thank you, man. Y'all have a good day.
Daniil Hunter and the Minnesota Vikings taking on the Denver Broncos Sunday Night Football. Our coverage begins at 7:30 Eastern Time. Our halftime score, Baltimore 21, Cincinnati 10. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
Dolly Parton explores the world of rock.
I'm the magic man. Hey, it's Dolly, and I am so excited to bring you Rockstar Radio. What's going on? My own channel celebrating my new album, Rockstar. Let it be, let it be.
Dolly's Rockstar Radio. Now for a limited time on Channel 14 and the SiriusXM app.
Hey, this is Howard Bender from the Fantasy Alarm Show. Catch me and the GM Jim Bowden weekdays at 5 p.m. Eastern. All week long, we bring you the best in fantasy insights around. We're all the fantasy football deliciousness you need to help you crush your fantasy football leagues this season. Plus, we share our favorite picks for DFS and betting. Oh, and don't forget about Jukebox Monday, the Wheel of Randomness, and all your favorites. That's the Fantasy Alarm Show weeknights from 5 to 7 p.m. Eastern, Fantasy Sports Radio, Channel 87.
This is NASCAR champion Kyle Busch, Chase Elliott, Kyle Larson, Joey Logano, Kevin Harvick, Martin Truex Jr., Brad Keselowski. What is SiriusXM NASCAR Radio? It's a place to talk about your favorite sport.
You know, I renew my subscription. It never comes off this channel. The whole day is awesome.
It's a place to hear from the biggest names in NASCAR.
Joey Logano, what are you doing?
I got the SiriusXM set up at my house so I can jump on more often.
Joey, I want to first thank you for doing this. This is awesome for the fans.
It's a trusted source for breaking news.
Major stories today, my friends. Let's get down to business.
I'm in the hauler with the breaking news story.
It's every NASCAR race heard live, including in-car radios.
Logano gets into the back. He shoves him up the racetrack.
Stay out. Trust me.
Custer's going to go for the lead here. They get door to door with each other.
Yeah!
And it's classic races that honor the history of the sport.
Dale Earnhardt is going to win the Daytona 500.
So what is SiriusXM NASCAR Radio? It's your 24/7 home for all things NASCAR.
The way you guys cover these races is unbelievable.
Channel 90, streaming right now on the SXM app.
11-point lead for the Baltimore Ravens at halftime. Don't forget, we told you about Sunday night. Monday night, the game that everybody circled before the schedule came out. That was the Philadelphia Eagles and the Kansas City Chiefs. The rematch of Super Bowl 57. Monday Night Football here on Westwood One. Our coverage begins at 7:30 p.m. Eastern Time. This has been the Thursday Night Football Halftime Report on Westwood One, sponsored by Wendy's. With Wendy's new breakfast 2 for $3 Biggie Bundles, you can choose the pair you want. Limited time only during breakfast hours. U.S. price and participation may vary. Not valid in a combo. Single item at regular price. Our halftime score, Baltimore 21, Cincinnati 10. When we return, Tom McCarthy and Jason McCourty will have the second half kickoff. You're listening to Thursday Night Football on Westwood One.
I have diabetes. I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
I have asthma. I'm at risk, too.
If you're 19 or older with chronic conditions like asthma, diabetes, COPD, or heart disease, or are 65 or older, you are at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine, a vaccine that can help protect you against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. Even if you've already been vaccinated with other pneumonia vaccines, Prevnar 20 may help provide added protection. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. Side effects include pain and swelling at the injection site, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
At Navy Federal Credit Union, we want to share special thank you messages this Veterans Day. And who better to hear them from than your friends and family?
Happy Veterans Day to my husband, Timothy Golden. We are so proud of you.
I'd like to shout out Brendan Barrett, who served as an infantryman in the U.S. Army.
Sending a happy Veterans Day shout out to my amazing husband, Shane Dixon.
And from all of us here, happy Veterans Day. Use hashtag Gratitude Mission to thank a veteran and honor their service. Your service inspires ours. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Insured by NCUA.
Hey guys, it's Susie Schuster, and I am so excited for my new podcast coming out this fall. It is called What the Football with Susie Schuster and the Princess of Darkness, Amy Trask. If you're looking for a new podcast to listen to about jargon, heavy-legged waist benders, this is not for you. We're going to have big girl conversations where we are going super deep to bring you weekly guests that you won't find anywhere else. It is What the Football with Susie Schuster and Amy Trask, wherever you listen.
Back here at Baltimore, we're at halftime, and the Ravens are on top 21-10. Let's take a look at our halftime stats, sponsored by Indeed. You don't need a job platform, you need a hiring partner. Indeed lets you schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from one place. Start at Indeed.com/credit. Well, we'll go over some of the numbers. Lamar Jackson in the first half, 12 of 19, 186 yards. Sacked a couple of times. He also tossed 2 touchdowns. Meanwhile, Joe Burrow, 11 of 17, 101 yards. He was also sacked twice, and he threw 1 touchdown. Mixon has 48 yards on the ground. He also has 29 yards in the air for the Bengals. How about the first half by Odell Beckham Jr.? 5 targets, 3 receptions, 65 yards, and he has been explosive with his long being up 29 yards here tonight. I actually thought his legs looked so fresh tonight. And Joe Burrow, by the way, came out of the locker room, ski cap on, over on the far side of the football field. We'll see in just a moment whether he's going to come back out as the quarterback.
And that's going to be the big thing for this half. The Ravens being able to build a lead up 21-10. Is Joe Burrow going to be under center for the Cincinnati Bengals and be able to mount a comeback? And for the Baltimore Ravens, this is a spot they're used to being in, having the lead. Now we're talking about it again. Can they hold on to the lead? They didn't do a great job running the ball. Let's see if they can get that going in the second half.
And television just said that they talked to Zach Taylor, the head coach of Cincinnati, said you probably will not see Joe Burrow for the rest of this ball game. That is a shame.
And that changes a lot. Jake Browning is going to have to step up big time in this second half.
Time for the second half kickoff, sponsored by Boot Barn. Boot Barn celebrates the values of honesty, hard work, ingenuity, and perseverance, proudly offering a piece of American spirit. Boot Barn. Keep West. Kickoff by Tucker goes out of the back of the end zone, kicking from left to right. So Jake Browning, who was on the practice squad for the Vikings the last couple of years and is the backup to Joe Burrow, will go to work for the Bengals to begin the second half, 1st and 10. Burrow was seen on television saying that he could hear a pop when he threw the football to Mixon. That's not a good thing. It's first down Browning under center. Mixon in the backfield. A receiver to the left. 2 stacked to the right. He's checking the play at the line of scrimmage. 21-10. Baltimore is on top. They'll hand the ball to Mixon. Mixon spins at the line of scrimmage, goes right up the middle, and he is stood up. Marcus Williams, the first one there. Roquan Smith there to help out after a gain of 2. It'll be 2nd down and 8.
We're already seeing the adjustments from Zach Taylor. We usually see Joe Burrow in the shotgun in this offense, and Jake Browning's first snap, he was under center. They went boot. Here we are starting the second half. He's under center, and he's handing the ball off to Joe Mixon. For them to be able to have a comeback, I think this half, we're going to have to see a lot of Joe Mixon setting the tempo and then allowing him to go play action to get the ball down the field.
2 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. On 2nd down and 8 for the 27. Browning hands it off to Mixon, running to his right, has a blocker over his right tackle, and he's got a first down up across the 35. Roquan Smith makes the tackle after a gain of 8 yards.
All ready to start this half off. The first 2 plays, 2 handoffs to Joe Mixon. He's running the ball strong. If they're able to establish the run, I think that changes things. The adjustments that I think the Baltimore Ravens are going to have to do, commit more people to the run and bring those guys up. Go man-to-man in the back end. Maybe put an extra guy over there on Jamar Chase, but force Browning to have to beat you with his arm.
11 rushes, 58 yards for Mixon. Irv Smith is stretched out to the near side of the field. They hand it off to Mixon again. Running left, cuts back right up the middle. Gets up to the 39-yard line, close to the 40. Smith makes the tackle. And by the way, the Ravens have lost 6 games, Jason, since the start of 2022, in which they led by double digits. That's most in the National Football League. So there is a precedent, like you said, it's somewhat of a habit in some ways, too.
Yeah, and this one, Jake Browning, we're not going to see Joe Burrow. You don't want to lose a game where you have a double-digit lead and to a backup quarterback. So they're going to have to show up in the second half, specifically the defense, I think, to make plays.
2nd down, a little more than 5. The ball spotted just inside the 40-yard line. Browning out of the gun, drops back to pass, off the play fake, throws to the middle, pass is complete to Irwin, and Irwin's got a first down inside Ravens territory. Patrick Queen made the tackle after a gain of 14 yards. Not a bad pass play.
And a really good job by Trent Irwin on his route right there. He's in the slot, and he makes it look like he's going on an over route where he's running from the left side, and he's going to go all the way across to the right side. Patrick Queen's running with him, and then he gets to about the middle of the field, the logo, he puts his foot in the ground and returns back to the outside, and Jake Browning puts it right on him. A nice pickup and a really good route run.
So first down for the 47-yard line of Baltimore. Travion Williams in the backfield, so Mixon gets a breather. Tight end right side, off the play fake. Browning rolls the pocket to the right. He's hit, he gets away, rolls back to the right again. Now he's running to the right. He's inside the 45, slides down at the 40-yard line, and somebody came in late once he hit the ground. It's a gain of 5 after all of that, but he pinballed in the backfields.
That's one that Kyle Van Noy is going to wish he had back. He's able to get rid of the blocker of the tight end trying to get him, and he goes right inside of him, and he has Browning dead to rights, and he dives for him and tries to swipe the ball with his left hand, opposed to taking 2 extra steps where he would have made the sack.
Now, why not a penalty at the end, even though he gave himself up? Was he late when he gave himself up?
I think so, and I think that's one right there where Roquan Smith doesn't do anything intentional or allow a forcible blow, and that's why I think there was no penalty on the slide.
2nd down and 5 from the 42-yard line. Burrow off the play fake, looking left, Browning off the play fake, looking left, throwing left, passes incomplete, broken up the last moment. It was Jackson, the intended receiver. Got to get out of that habit. It's not Burrow, and it won't be for the rest of the night. Officially been ruled out for the rest of the game. And now 3rd down. Are you surprised they took a chance on that pass play?
I think for Browning, you see one-on-one coverage on the outside. Jackson matched up with Darby. You throw the ball out there and see what could possibly happen. We watched it at the end of the first half where they threw a penalty on Turner that ended up into points for the Ravens. Right there, Darby does a good job of not drawing the penalty and forcing the incompletion.
3rd down and 5. Everybody's standing on their feet here at M&T Bank Stadium. Browning is checking the play. The play clock's down to 1. He's trying to get it off. He can't. Flags come in. They'll blow it dead. That'll be the 2nd delay of game.
There was no play. Delay game, offense. 5-yard penalty. Still 3rd down.
And by the way, Zach Taylor had to be pushed back by the referees on the sideline. He was mad about something. I'm not sure what it was, but he was going after the official on the backside.
those head coaches, they get fired up, and now he has to recompose himself because right there, if not for the delay of game, the Baltimore Ravens were coming with pressure. So let's see if they mix it up right now. You just showed pressure. There was a penalty. Do you show pressure now and then back out and play coverage?
Third down and 10 for the 47 of Baltimore. Sample is in the backfield, the tight end. Williams is back there as well. Here comes the blitz. Browning drops back the pass, looking long, throwing long to his left. He's got Irwin, and Irwin can't make the catch, but a flag comes in. It was a short pass, but there was contact, defense to offense, and the defender did not turn around. I think it was Yassine who was the defender.
Pass interference, defense, number 23. Ball will be placed at the spot of the foul. Automatic first down.
Got to tell you, too, Browning got rid of that right when Clowney was in his face.
The one thing we see early on is that he's a tough kid. They come with the blitz there, and they get home. Clowney's zeroing in on him. He launches that up. Sometimes it gets the blitz. When you get one-on-one coverage, just give your receiver a chance. Rocky Yassine is beat, so he's trying to catch up. He's on his horse trying to catch up, and he runs right in. The underthrown ball right there results into a penalty.
34-yard penalty. It's first down from the 13-yard line. First and 10 from the 13. Tyler Boyd in motion. Browning takes the snap out of the gun, hands it off to Mixon, who runs over the block of his right guard and gets down maybe to the 11-yard line. Matabike makes the tackle for the Ravens.
Bengals are back in the red zone. The last time they were down here, the Ravens played a lot of man-to-man, and they were able to find Joe Mixon matched up with the linebackers and isolate him and get him one-on-one for a big gain and then for a touchdown. Let's see if they're able to go back to that now that they're back in the red zone.
Chris Evans is in the game for the first time for the Bengals. He'll stretch out as a receiver to the right. He is stacked next to Herb Smith to the right. Browning looking to throw, steps up in the pocket. He's hit. He rolls to his left, still rolling to his left. He'll keep it, and he's out of bounds inside the 10-yard line. Moving forward down to the 8. It'll be third down.
They tried to disguise right there. Jamar Chase was in the backfield standing to the left of Browning, and he ran out of the backfield, and Patrick Queen was the one chasing him, but there just wasn't enough time and enough open space for Browning to be able to hit him. He does a good job of scrambling and picking up some yards to bring up this third down.
This will be the 9th play of this drive. It is third down and 5. The ball at the 8-yard line. Ravens on top 21-10. Opening possession of the second half for the Bengals. Jake Browning, the quarterback for Joe Burrow. Out of the shotgun. Takes the snap. Looks right. Throws right quickly, and it's broken up. Great hands. The pass was intended for Irwin, and it was broken up by Ronald Darby. It'll be fourth down.
He's going to Irwin, but he's going to want this one back. The Ravens do a really good job. The safety is showing over Jamar Chase like they're going to double team him, and the safety comes with a blitz at the last second. Jamar Chase is one-on-one with the cornerback, and right after the play, Jamar Chase puts his hands up because he knows if he gets a one-on-one opportunity, they have to go to him and allow him an opportunity to make a play.
This will be a 26-yard field goal attempt from Evan McPherson, make it a one-possession game. They set up at the near hash mark. Good snap, good hold. Kick is on its way, and it is good. Right through the middle. So with 9:56 to play here in the third quarter, it's 21-13 Ravens on top of the Bengals. And with that field goal, Barbasol will make another donation to Kurt and Brenda Warner's Treasure House, a living community for adults with disabilities. Barbasol, the trusted choice for a close, comfortable shave. Close Shave America, Close Shave Barbasol. They took 5:04 off the game clock here in the third quarter. It's 21-13, Ravens on top of the Bengals. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
I'm Bruce Murray. And I'm Rich Gannon. Join us Friday, noon Eastern Time on the Sirius XM Blitz. We recap Thursday Night Football between the Bengals and the Ravens.
And we'll preview the rest of Week 11 with the Steelers-Browns, Raiders-Dolphins, Jets-Bills, and a rematch of Super Bowl 57 with the Eagles and the Chiefs.
So don't miss the Sirius XM Blitz with me and, of course, the great Rich Gannon. Friday, noon Eastern Time on Sirius XM NFL Radio Channel 88 and on the Sirius XM app. It's included with all of our trials and popular plans.
If you want to win your fantasy football league, you need to listen to Fantasy Sports Radio.
Oh my goodness, what a play!
From lineup decisions to daily fantasy to dynasty leagues, SiriusXM Channel 87 helps you win your league with expert advice from the guru John Hansen.
Every player, you take a look at the pros and the cons for every player and every factor.
Jeff Ratcliffe.
The best reactions in fantasy football are the most reasonable reactions. They're not the most aggressive reactions.
Michael Fabiano.
Quarterback who can get into that top 5 who hasn't been there yet. I think Lawrence is probably near the top of the list.
Howard Bender.
Just because you're allowed to make a waiver move doesn't mean you have to make a waiver move.
Jeff Mans.
Making the most moves doesn't result in the most wins.
And so much more.
You've done wonders for me through the years.
Winning strategies from the best analysts in the business are on Fantasy Sports Radio, SiriusXM 87, and on the SXM app.
Gotham FC are champions of the NWSL, and you heard it here on SiriusXM FC.
Gotham have done it! Gotham FC, the 2023 champions!
The NWSL season may be over, but the soccer never stops on Channel 157.
Who smashes it into the left-hand corner? Hat-trick for Erling Haaland!
Keep up with the EPL, the Champions League, and the road to MLS Cup on SiriusXM FC 157 and streaming on the SiriusXM app.
Next Friday, it's the first ever NFL Black Friday game when the Miami Dolphins take on the New York Jets. Stream for free. Kickoff is 3 p.m. Eastern. Dolphins, Jets on Prime Video or right here on Westwood 1. Hello, Jason McCourty. I'm Tom McCarthy here in Baltimore, where it's 21-13 Ravens on top of the Bengals. All right, if you're Browning and the Bengals, you have to be okay with what he just did. He led them to a field goal.
No doubt about it, and that's the way you want to start, driving your team down there, making plays. Browning did a good job coming out of half.
McPherson's kickoff will go over the head of Duvernay. Hit off the M in Baltimore and go out of the back of the end zone. So Lamar Jackson will bring his offense up. Jackson again had a good first half. He was 12 of 19. But how about the rushing numbers for the Ravens? We bypassed that on the stats. They only had 30 in the first half.
Keaton Mitchell, I think, was negative 4 yards rushing right there. Not a ton from Gus Edwards. So that's something that they want to get going. That's what they're really good at, being able to run the ball downhill. But give the Bengals credit. They made adjustments from last week to shut the run down in the first half.
Edwards is in the backfield. Bengals are showing blitz. And now Jackson will check out of the play. The play clock is under 10. He's walking along the line of scrimmage. Play clock's at 3. He's under center. Hands the ball up to Edwards, who starts left, cuts back right. Now gets to the middle of the field to the 35, down to the 40, and he carries the defender up toward midfield. Jordan Battle, a gain of 25 yards. Well, there we go.
Of course, Tom, we talk about the lack of running game in the first half. In the first play right there, hand the ball off to Gus Edwards. He cuts back, starting to the left, and takes it all the way back to the right. Ricard making a huge block, sealing down the edge, and he picks up a big gain on first down.
Yeah, gain of 26 yards for Edwards. First down, just a hair inside Cincinnati territory. And motion is likely. He's one of the primary tight ends tonight because of the injury to Mark Andrews. Jackson to throw on first down. Steps up in the pocket. Pulls back. Throws underneath. Passes complete to Kohler, the other tight end. And Kohler, along the numbers on the right side, is tackled by Logan Wilson. But it was after he gained 13 yards on that pass play.
Right there, Lamar Jackson had a ton of time in the pocket, and I got a chance, I said, to talk to Lou Anarumo, the defensive coordinator of the Bengals. They call it plaster. When the play extends, they have to get to a man.
On first down, they hand it off to Edwards, who goes right up the middle and down to the 30-yard line, maybe the 29. Cam Sample makes the tackle. Gain of 7. Has Edwards exceeded the Rutgers expectations?
I think he definitely has. When you're in the NFL, you're a running back, you got a nickname, the Gus Bus. I think that's when you're doing the right thing. He's a powerful runner, runs downhill, and he just fits this offense along with Lamar Jackson in that backfield.
8:20 to play here in the third quarter. 21-13 Baltimore. Ravens moving the ball just inside the 30-yard line. It's second down and 4. In motion is Ricard, the fullback. Lines up on the right side of the offensive line. Jackson hands the ball off to Edwards again, who goes up the middle. And Edwards down to the 25. He's got a first down. Cam Sample makes the tackle. A gain of 8. And they'll move the chains. And we'll move under 8 minutes to play in the third quarter.
This is one heck of a response so far by this Baltimore Ravens offense. You said it. Jake Browning comes out, builds confidence of being able to get the Bengals down the field, put points on the board. Now here the Ravens go, ending that half, putting a touchdown on the board, and starting off this second half, driving straight down the field.
Flowers and Aguilar off to the left side, a receiver to the right. And out of the backfield in motion is Mitchell. Mitchell lines up on the right sideline. Jackson out of the gun. Four-man front for the Bengals on first down. Takes the snap, throws to his right, has Mitchell along the sideline. Mitchell stiff arms his way out of bounds at the 17-yard line. Ouzier makes the tackle. And by the way, Cam Taylor-Britt has a quad injury for the Bengals, so that is a tough injury for them to deal with as well.
Very tough. He's been their best cornerback this year. He's matched up throughout the season on different guys and has done a really good job. Was nursing that quad injury, had a thumb injury last week, but was battling through it. Those are the tough things with those Thursday night games. You don't get that full week to kind of recover.
Second down and 2, under 7 minutes to play. Flowers in motion. 7 minutes to play in the third quarter. Off the play fake. Thomas will run it to his left, and he dives forward and has a first down inside the 15. And he's down to the 13, a gain of 4. Oh, they certainly picked up the running game on this drive.
Yeah, and that's Lamar Jackson. That's the effect of the running backs being able to run. And then that time he puts it in the running back's chest, and Joseph Asai comes crashing down to get the running back, and Lamar Jackson keeps it, and he's able to get around the edge. We've seen some fumbles with that exchange between the quarterback and the running back of Lamar Jackson. That time he does it to perfection.
Yeah, they have lost 9 fumbles so far this year. It's first down and 10 from the 13-yard line. Out of the gun, they hand it off to Mitchell, running to his right, and Mitchell falls down at the 10-yard line. Basically slipped down after a gain of 3. Dax Hill made the tackle as we will wind under 6 minutes to play in the third quarter with the Ravens up 21-13.
Lamar Jackson just doing a really good job, especially as they get down closer to the end zone of those quarterback keeps. I would be interested to see right now if this is one where even if it's a pass, he uses his legs. The closer he gets to the end zone, you think he wants to run it in and do it in a safe way.
44 yards on the ground on this drive. It's second down and 7. The ball at the 10. Out of the shotgun, Jackson drops back to pass, steps up in the pocket, runs to his left, tries to avoid a defender, and he stops right at the 15-yard line and falls down. I hope he's okay. I think he is. DJ Reader was the first one there. It's a loss of 5. And then DJ Turner made the tackle. And it'll be third down and 12. Boy, I thought he hurt himself because he just stopped and fell down.
I think he did a little bit because he got up and he started walking a little gingerly because, to your point, it looks like he's taking off to the left, and he almost trips himself and falls down and got up gingerly. I don't know if he was a little banged up or mad at himself for tripping on their own blade of grass there.
Well, it is a sack for the Bengals. 3 receivers to the near side. Mitchell in motion on third down. Lamar Jackson will keep it himself. He runs to his left, gets to the 10, and he's out of bounds, close to the 8-yard line. All right, so it'll be fourth down. Jordan Battle makes the tackle, and Tucker's going to come on for a field goal attempt.
Well, he's definitely okay because that was a design quarterback run, a QB draw right there, and he looked just as fast as he always does. The Bengals do a good job of getting him on the ground. I thought Harbaugh might take a chance to look at this one as they drove the ball down the field on a fourth down and think twice about going for it, but instead he sends Tucker on for the field goal.
Well, this will be a 25-yard field goal attempt for Justin Tucker, who's made 108 consecutive field goals inside the 30. It's the longest streak in the NFL. Matt Prater has done it 84 times. From the far hash mark, good snap, good hold, kick is on its way, and it is good. And with 4:02 to play in the third quarter, it's the Ravens 24, the Bengals 13. You're listening to Thursday Night Football on Westwood One.
At Boot Barn, we believe craftsmanship separates the real cowboy boots from all the others. The boot artisans at Dan Post handcraft their boots with the highest standards, using the best materials and a mastery of the craft. Since 1965, Dan Post has stood as a beacon of quality that supports a proud Western heritage. With every step, their boots echo the tenacity of the West. Find them at Boot Barn.
Need to hire? Don't let the transfer market send you into overtime.
Indeed's all-in-one hiring solution helps employers source, interview, and hire candidates all from one place. When you post a sponsored job, you get access to a large pool of quality candidates who have uploaded a resume to Indeed. You can then review their profiles to make sure they meet your must-have requirements. Make the hiring process work for you. Log in and get started today at Indeed.com/hire.
Selling online is a lot like football. You need guts. You need stamina. You need conversions. Touchdown! And Shopify is the best converting checkout on the planet. Now, we're not just talking 2-point conversions. Shopify's checkout converts up to 36% better than other leading e-commerce platforms. So whether you're just starting out or scaling up, score more sales with Shopify. Start your $1 a month trial today at shopify.com/football.
By the way, it's time for the Shopify Fact of the Game. Well, here it is. Entering the game, the Ravens had only trailed for 28 minutes and 46 seconds of game time in 2023. It's the third fewest time spent trailing by any team through 10 games in the last 40 years. It was the 84 Dolphins. They only trailed for 14 minutes and 46 seconds. And the 98 Broncos, they trailed for 27 minutes and 7 seconds. Both reached the Super Bowl. That's the Spotify Fact of the Game. Want to sell smarter? Get Spotify. Shopify's commerce platform helps you sell more with the best converting checkout on the internet. Shopify. Get a $1 per month trial at shopify.com/football. That's the Shopify Fact of the Game.
The one thing about that fact is those teams you mentioned alongside the Baltimore Ravens, they were 10-0 at that point. Ravens have 3 losses. So that's one thing that's a little bit different about the teams on that list. But Super Bowl hopes are still alive for them.
All right, Williams back deep to receive for the Bengals. It's 24-13 Ravens with 4:02 to play here in the third quarter. Tucker will kick it off from left to right. This is a low one, sidewinder. It's going to go out of the back of the end zone anyway. Show off. And the Bengals will go back on offense. And let's see what Jake Browning can do to lead this offense again. Again, he got his team in position to kick a field goal. They did. But then the Ravens came down. They were in position to kick a field goal, and they did.
Exciting to see this young kid get out there and have some success early on. I think that helps build the confidence, not only for him and himself, but for the guys on the offensive side of the ball around him, of seeing him coming out here and being able to execute.
On first down for the 25-yard line, Williams in the backfield. Browning comes up to the line of scrimmage. Looks like he's changing the play. Play clock is down to 5. Taps his foot one time. Play clock down to 2. Takes the snap. Flags come in. Throws to his left. Has Chase. And Chase, shy of the first down, is ripped down to the left side by Ronald Darby. And we'll see who the penalty's against. You would assume it's against the Bengals, but we shall see.
Illegal formation offense. Number 1 covered the tight end. 5-yard penalty. Still first down.
A lot of penalties in the first half against the Bengals, 7. And the penalties continue here in the second half, and it negates Chase's second catch.
Yeah, those pre-snap penalties we talked about in the first half where they had to delay a game, then they had to burn 2 timeouts. Right there, that's just a mental error. Jamar Chase is lined up on the ball with the tight end lined up on the ball to the same side of him. That's simple communication. He has to look inside and see and step off. He doesn't there, and it cost him.
All right, so first down at 15, the ball on the 20. Browning drops back to pass, pumps a few times. He's in trouble, and Oweh takes him down. It's a loss of nearly 10. In fact, they'll officially say it's a loss of 7.
Had enough time there, nobody open, and he went through his whole progression, dropped back, looked to the right, came all the way back to the left. There was nobody there. Oweh matched up on Orlando Brown Jr. Brown gets him past the quarterback, always able to retrace and get the sack there. Talk about a 2-play turnaround.
Wow.
A catch then leads to a sack because of a penalty pre-snap.
Third sack of the night for the Ravens. They're showing blitz. The ball's handed off to Williams. Williams runs up the middle, and he gets along the hash marks to the right, a gain of 5 yards. And now it'll be third down and 17. Not necessarily manageable for the Bengals. And Jake Browning, who's in for the injured Joe Burrow.
Right now on the third down and long here, I wouldn't be surprised if Zach Taylor decides to just hand the ball off. You're backed up. The last thing you want to do is have this young guy, Jake Browning, in his first real game action, make a mistake and give the Ravens easy points.
2.5 to play in the third quarter. Browning looks to his right. The Ravens showing blitz. He'll take the snap out of the shotgun. Pressure's coming. He just throws it up left side for Chase. And Chase makes the catch, but he's out of bounds. He went high in the air against Ronald Darby, and he made the catch at the 43-yard line. But unfortunately for the Bengals, the throw led him out of bounds. It'll be fourth down.
So much I know. I'm saying, hey, just run the ball and get out of it on third and very long. Instead, he just chucks it up there to Jamar Chase. And Chase does a great job of going up and high pointing the ball. Just a better job by Darby right there, knowing where you are. For those receivers, they go up and they make the catch, but if they don't get their feet in bounds, there's no push out. He's allowed to do that, and he gets him out of bounds, and Chase can't get a foot down.
Third punt for Robbins. He'll get this one off. Duvernay comes running up, calls for the fair catch at the 44-yard line, and the Ravens will have excellent field position after just a 38-yard punt. 2:11 to play here in the third quarter. It's the Ravens 24 and the Bengals 13. You're listening to Thursday Night Football on Westwood One.
Hey, you. Yeah, you. This is your dentist. Do me a favor and feel the front of your teeth. How grimy are they? Ugh. It's time for a Crest Pro Health reality checkup. That grime is the buildup of plaque bacteria that can cause cavities in just months. You need to switch to Crest Pro Health. While most toothpaste stop working in minutes, Crest Pro Health's antibacterial fluoride protects for up to 12 hours to stop cavities before they start. So pick some up on the way home. Smile. Crest has you covered.
Technology lets you multitask from a bike desk.
Whew, 3 meetings in 3 miles.
But to manage multiple clouds, you need more than technology. You need CDW to implement and deploy a Nutanix hybrid multi-cloud solution that integrates all your apps and data into one platform. With unified management and seamless workload migration, CDW will help your team accelerate digital transformation. Starting mountain incline.
That's enough for today.
Nutanix makes simplified hybrid multi-cloud possible. CDW makes it powerful. Learn more at cdw.com/Nutanix.
Get early access to Macy's Black Friday specials and find big savings on gifts they'll love right now while supplies last. Like the season's latest coats, 60 to 65% off. Select boots and shoes for her, just $19.99. And update your space with furniture, mattresses, and rugs, now 20 to 70% off. Plus, get your online order even faster with store pickup, now at Macy's. Savings off sale and clearance prices, exclusions apply. Honey, can you swing by the post office and grab some stamps?
Done.
And drop off these packages?
Sure thing, honey.
Ooh, and get the tracking info.
Got it.
But you haven't moved.
I know. How great is that?
This holiday season, the Postal Service is closer than ever with convenient ship-from-home services like label printing, free package pickup, and delivery notifications. You can send more holiday joy from the comfort of home. The United States Postal Service, delivering for America. Ship from home at USPS.com/holidayjoy.
Welcome back to the Grainger broadcast booth in Baltimore. Along with Jason McCourty, I'm Tom McCarthy. Huddle up with Grainger to get more done. Grainger offers supplies and solutions for every industry. Call, click Grainger.com, or stop by one of over 250 branches nationwide. 2:11 to play in the third quarter, and it's 24-13 Ravens on top of the Bengals. Do you get a sense that this could teeter out of control here for the Bengals?
This is a huge drive for this Bengals defense. They have to not allow the Baltimore Ravens not only to score a touchdown, but to put points on the board. I think this is where you got to help out your young quarterback and don't put too much pressure on him to mount a big comeback.
Jackson moves Mitchell in the backfield. He'll hand it off to him, and Mitchell starts to his left, cuts back to his right, gets to midfield. Now he's inside Cincinnati territory. Makes a net miss to the right near the sidelines, and he's out of bounds close to the 35-yard line. It's a gain of 22. That's 66 rushing yards in this second half for the Ravens after just 30 in the first half.
I think the Baltimore Ravens went into the first half liking their lead, but saying, hey, we got to find a way to get this ground game going. And that is what we've seen from Mitchell from the last few weeks. The explosiveness. He gets up through that hole. He gets to the sideline, and he absolutely takes off. Picks up a nice block down the field from Nelson Aguilar, too.
1.5 to play here in the third quarter. Likely is in motion to the line of scrimmage. Two receivers stacked to the left. Jackson out of the shotgun. Looks left. throws left, passes complete to Flowers, and Flowers outside the numbers gets it inside the 30-yard line. Logan Wilson makes the tackle after a gain of 6. Logan Wilson's been kind of quiet tonight for the Bengals.
He's made some plays, but they've been really quiet in this second half. And right there, a run-pass option we talk about it. The offensive line were all blocking for a run play. Lamar Jackson saw numbers to the outside, so instead of handing it off to Mitchell, he picks the ball up and just throws it out to the left to Zay Flowers with a receiver in front of him blocking to try to pick up a nice play. Lamar Jackson, 6 of his last 7, too.
Under a minute to play in the third quarter. Second down and a little more than 4. Jackson out of the gun, has it, throws to his right, looking for Beckham, and Odell Beckham Jr. can't make the one-handed grab. He thought he was held at the 5-yard line, but but it's incomplete. It'll be third down.
Odell Beckham running a double move out there, matched up one-on-one with Awuzie at the line of scrimmage in his face. He fakes the slant and takes off. And a good job by Awuzie of not allowing him to make that catch. There's a little bit of contact right there, but some what I would call hand fighting. Odell reaches up with just one hand, tries to pull it in, but could not bring back that classic catch that he had one time when he was a New York Giant.
Yeah, he was trying to do that. 43 seconds to play, third quarter. Justice Hill comes in motion into the backfield on third down, a little more than 4. Jackson looking to throw, looking to his left, dancing. He pulls back to the 45, pumps a few times. He's in trouble, breaks away from one defender, now rolls to his left, throws toward the end zone. Flowers, he's got it. Did he keep his feet in? No. He's out of bounds, 2 yards into the end zone. DJ Turner was in on the coverage, and now he's hurt and on his back on the sidelines. That was nearly a magical play by Lamar Jackson.
Oh, my goodness. He was able to get the ball down there, but before he was able to throw the ball, it was impressive of what he was able to do in the pocket. So much time as the Bengals were only coming with a 3-man rush. He then breaks a tackle and is running around. He held the ball in the pocket for over 10 seconds before launching the ball deep down the field, just out of the stretch of the hands of Zay Flowers. He makes the catch, but wasn't even close to being able to stay in bounds.
All right, so 30 seconds to play in the third quarter. This will be a 47-yard field goal attempt by Justin Tucker. Tucker came into tonight's ball game 16 for 16 inside 50 yards. He's made a 25-yarder tonight from the far hash mark, kicking from left to right. High snap handled well. It's held. The kick is on its way, and it is good. And Justin Tucker, who's really the most prolific place kicker in NFL history, at least it seems, has extended this lead to 27-13 with 26 seconds to play here in the third quarter. With that field goal, Barbasol will make another donation to Kurt and Brenda Warner's Treasure House, a living community for adults with disabilities. Barbasol, the trusted choice for a close, comfortable shave. Close Shave America, Close Shave Barbasol. Well, if you're the Bengals, you're happy that you at least held them to a field goal.
Definitely better than giving up a touchdown right now. But for this second half, we said it already, Tom. Jake Browning now down 2 touchdowns at least to be able to mount a comeback is going to be really tough. Now the question is for this Baltimore Ravens defense. We talk about them losing the lead. They can't now, as the fourth quarter is almost upon us, they can't lay off the gas pedal. They have to continue to bring pressure and do the same things that they've been doing all game. Continue to put that pressure on Jake Browning.
Travion Williams is back deep to receive this kickoff to our right, about 2 yards deep into the end zone. And Tucker will tee it up. Joe Burrow injured in the first half. We've gone back and we've been able to see some video where he may have been injured by Jadeveon Clowney early on in that first half. And he had a brace on his throwing hand for part of this week. It was not listed on any injury report as Tucker kicks that one out of the back of the end zone. Don't miss all the NFL excitement on NBC Sunday night when the Vikings meet the Broncos. Of course, you can also hear Sunday Night Football each week right here beginning at 7:30 Eastern on many of these same stations, on the NFL app or online at westwoodonesports.com. Jake Browning, again, leading the Bengals offense with Joe Burrow hurt. By the way, their emergency quarterback is Tyler Boyd, their receiver. On first down from the 25. Browning taps his foot one time, hands the ball to Mixon. Mixon runs up the middle, nothing there. Stopped by Patrick Queen right at the line of scrimmage. It'll be second down, and that should be the final play of this third quarter.
Patrick Queen just firing down. He reads running. He comes through that gap really fast and is able to bottle up Joe Mixon for a short gain there.
Well, that will be the final play of the third quarter. The score, the Ravens 27, the Bengals 13. You're listening to Thursday Night Football on Westwood One.
Screeching brakes? Safer stops? Start with Duralast. New Duralast brake pads and rotors provide longer life and more stopping power when replaced together. Duralast brake pads have reduced noise and corrosion resistance with a limited lifetime warranty. Duralast rotors are designed for quiet, safe stops and meet or exceed the performance of the original rotors on your vehicle. Find Duralast only at America's #1 brake destination, AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Black Friday is now a game day. The Dolphins take on the Jets in the first ever Black Friday NFL game. Stream for free only on Prime. Black Friday football. Dolphins versus Jets on the day after Thanksgiving. Coverage begins at 1:30 p.m. Eastern. Only on Prime. Restrictions apply. See Amazon.com/watch Black Friday football for details. Sponsored by the NFL.
We all love to follow the pros. And when it comes to selling online, the pros trust Shopify. New Era, Allbirds, Untuckit, Skims, even Mattel. They all sell with Shopify because Shopify has the best converting checkout on the planet. And it's not just the big brands. Millions of businesses are boosting their sales with the same legendary Shopify checkout. Start selling like the pros and sell with Shopify. Start your $1 a month trial today at shopify.com/football.
At Navy Federal Credit Union, we want to share special thank you messages this Veterans Day. And who better to hear them from than your friends and family?
Happy Veterans Day to my husband, Timothy Golden. We are so proud of you.
I'd like to shout out Brendan Barrett, who served as an infantryman in the U.S. Army.
Sending a happy Veterans Day shout out to my amazing husband, Shane Dixon.
And from all of us here, happy Veterans Day. Use hashtag Gratitude Mission to thank a veteran and honor their service. Your service inspires ours. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Insured by NCUA.
A reminder to join us Saturday, December 9th for Westwood One's exclusive coverage of the Army-Navy game presented by USAA. John Sadak, Ross Tucker, and Tina Servazio will bring you all the tradition, pageantry, and excitement from Gillette Stadium in Foxborough, Mass. It's the 124th Army-Navy game presented by USAA beginning at 2 p.m. right here on most of these same Westwood One stations. For more information or to listen to the live stream for free, log on to westwoodonesports.com. All right, so we begin the fourth quarter. It's 27-13. Baltimore is on top of Cincinnati. But again, the AFC North is jumbled right now. But the AFC North also has somewhat of a quarterback problem because Joe Burrow is hurt tonight for the Bengals. And obviously Deshaun Watson is hurt for the Cleveland Browns.
Hate to see injuries dictating things, and it's hard to say. You never know what could happen, but for the Cleveland Browns losing Deshaun Watson, I don't know if Dorian Thompson-Robinson is going to be the guy to come in and continue the path that they've been on to lead them to the playoffs. Same thing with these Bengals right now. Can Jake Browning come in, mount a comeback, and possibly who knows how long he may have to be out there for the Bengals offense.
And by the way, there is another drone problem going on right now. The officials have sent both teams back to their respective sidelines. At least we're assuming that because everybody is looking up again. I mean, you don't want to take anything lightly in this world today, but it's the second time that there's an issue with a drone that's above the stadium. And I don't know how they see it as clearly as they do. Well, the National Football League is not going to be happy about this. Nor is the FAA.
Yeah, it must be close to us because everybody's starting to point up and you see the camera phones coming out as everybody's recording it to that side. So I have no idea what's going on right now, but somehow we'll get back to football at some point.
At some point, yes, at some point. But you do understand that, airspace is restricted in some ways, and you've got to be careful when you have this many people in a stadium when you have no idea why there's a drone flying up above. The referee, Adrian Hill, is walking up and down the Ravens sidelines. John Harbaugh is saying something to him now. They're following the drone. All right. Now he's asking the teams to come back.
Okay, so we're good. An issue like that, you have no idea how to even deal with something like that for the two teams on the field trying to figure out. All right, for the referee, Adrian, you're trying to figure out how to go about this thing. I'm sure he's in communication with more than one person to determine when it's safe for the players to go out there on the field.
All right, well, the Bengals will have the football as we begin the fourth quarter. It's 2nd down and 10 from the 25-yard line. Jake Browning is the quarterback for the injured Joe Burrow. Mixon comes in motion and lines up to the left side as the halfback. Browning walks up toward the line of scrimmage and now backpedals into the shotgun. Play clock is down to 5. Takes the snap, drops back to pass, looks left, throws left, passes complete to his left to his tight end, Hudson. And Hudson got a short gain up to the 27-yard line. Jalen Armour Davis made the tackle for the Ravens. It'll be 3rd down.
It's going to be a big 3rd down for these Cincinnati Bengals. They got to find a way to keep this drive going. Now down by 2 scores. They're going to have to isolate and see if they can maybe put Jamar Chase to one side and be able to help Browning be able to read the defense. If they send the double team there, now you know you have a one-on-one opposite Jamar Chase.
2 for 8 on 3rd down so far tonight for the Bengals. It's 3rd down and 8, ball at the 27-yard line. Browning is set to go. Takes the snap out of the gun. He's hit as he throws. Passes incomplete. Intended for Boyd. Broken up by Kyle Hamilton, who had the stronger hands at the last moment.
A really good job by Kyle Hamilton. They're playing zone coverage, and Browning does a good job of putting the ball on Tyler Boyd, and he has it in his hands, but Kyle Hamilton does a great job with that right hand getting it in there and raking the ball out from Tyler Boyd, not allowing the completion. A really good job by Kyle Hamilton.
Duvernay is back deep to receive. It's the 3rd 3 and out for the Bengals, as Robbins will be on the punt for the 4th time. His punts have not been great tonight. Duvernay calls for the fair catch and falls down and grabs it at the 34-yard line. It's just a 39-yard punt. Get early access to Macy's Black Friday specials while supplies last. Save big on boots and shoes, coats and sweaters, even furniture, mattresses and rugs. Plus, get it faster with store pickup now at Macy's. All right, so Baltimore, 4 straight scoring drives. And they will now look for 5 straight scoring drives. Keaton Mitchell is in the backfield. They've run the ball better in the second half. 2 receivers left, 1 to the right. On 1st down, they mark it at the 35 of Baltimore. Bengals show blitz. They hand it off to Mitchell, and Mitchell runs to his left on a diagonal, and he's up close to the 40. It's a gain of 5. He was hit pretty hard at the end. Not only was he hit pretty hard at the end, but so was John Simpson, the left guard. And Simpson got up slow.
The Bengals have to assume that right now the Ravens going to continue to try to run this ball.
No doubt.
4th quarter, let that time tick off, and keep that Bengals offense off of the field. So they're going to have to commit to stopping the run, which may open up some things on the outside.
2nd down, a little more than 5. 1 back set. They hand it off to Mitchell again, running to his right, a burst. He bumps into his own offensive lineman and falls down. Logan Wilson will be credited with the tackle on that. That's 3 carries and 29 yards for Mitchell in the second half.
They've been effective being able to hand the ball off, but now it's going to be a big 3rd and short. I can see them maybe putting that ball in Mitchell's chest and Lamar Jackson keeping it.
On 3rd down, they do give it to Mitchell again. Runs to his left. He's got the 1st down. He's up to the 48-yard line. Jermaine Pratt makes the tackle. Gain of 5. And they'll just keep moving the chains and moving time off this clock. We're under 13 minutes to play.
And we've talked about how effective both Mitchell and Gus Edwards have been in this second half. A lot of the credit goes to the big guys up front because they're making nice runs, but they're opening holes. Both Mitchell and Edwards haven't been touched until they've got to the second level of this Bengals defense in the second half.
Yeah, Mitchell and Edwards each with over 40 yards on the ground in this ballgame. A receiver to the left. Jackson will keep it himself. Over the block of his right guard. He falls forward inside the 45-yard line, close to the 44. It's a gain of almost 8. And it'll be 2nd down with 12:10 to play here in the 4th quarter.
Lamar Jackson able to put the ball right into the chest of his running back and then follow suit and run that ball right up the middle. Does a really good job of, after he gets all that he can get, he just goes down, doesn't take any unnecessary hits, and the Ravens are back on the drive, keeping the ball on the ground.
So second down and 2 from the 44. Moving from right to left. Ricard is in motion. They hand the ball off to Mitchell. Mitchell hesitates to his left and is down to the 42, and a flag came in late. Jordan Battle made the tackle. Tell you what, John Simpson, the big left guard, something's going on. He is slow to move around.
Holding offense, number 76.
Well, that's why he's
10-yard penalty, replay, second down.
He was hoping nobody saw him. That's the third holding penalty against the Ravens.
Well, that was him getting up with that kind of walk of shame as he was getting up, knowing that he was the culprit. When you get up and you see that yellow flag on the ground, like, oh, they got me on that one.
Who's hardest on a player when there's a penalty? Head coach, defensive coordinator? Who's hardest? Offensive coordinator?
It's definitely the head coach. The worst thing is when you're getting screamed on by the head coach in the team meeting, because everybody, offense and defense, are getting to see you be the guy that gets it.
And the other part of it is that you've had a day or two to even think about it, so you're like, I know.
It's the worst feeling when you know you have a bad play. You can feel it coming up.
Second down and 13. The blitz is coming for the Bengals. Jackson out of the shotgun, steps up in the pocket, now rolls to his left, looks to his left, pumps to his left, and he slides down at the 49-yard line of Cincinnati. Maybe the 48. It's a gain of 7. I think Pratt made the tackle. At least he was in the neighborhood. And that'll take us under 11 minutes to play in the fourth quarter with the Ravens up 27-13, trying to pick up their 8th win of the season.
We saw pressure from the Bengals early from Trey Hendrickson, but since then we haven't seen much pressure. Lamar Jackson has had a lot of time.
Just a 4-man front. Jackson drops back to pass out of the shotgun, bumps and throws, and he short hops his intended receiver likely. It'll be third down. Mike Hilton was in on the coverage. Actually, it's fourth down, excuse me. All right, so fourth down and 6 for the 48, and Stout will be on to punt the ball away. Irwin, or I should say Jones, back deep to receive for Cincinnati. And it's 27-13 Baltimore. Stout stands at his 37, middle of the field, kicking from right to left. Clean snap, gets this one off without a problem. Jones lets it go over his head. It bounces at the 5 and then into the end zone. He bluffed pretty good. That's a 48-yard punt. 10:33 to play here in the fourth quarter. It's Baltimore 27, the Bengals 13. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
Don't miss a new episode this week of Forward Progress, a conversation on race and sports in America with Jason Jackson and Kirk Morrison.
Jim Harbaugh suspended for 3 games, gave us the opportunity for us to meet Sharon Moore. He became the interim head coach. Sharon got an opportunity that a lot of black coaches in college football don't get, and I thought he passed with flying colors.
Check out Forward Progress, new episodes each Wednesday on the SXM app, included with all of our trials and popular plans. Just search Forward Progress.
Nobody covers the National Football League.
They give Mahomes time for the end zone. He throws it. It's caught. Touchdown!
Like SiriusXM NFL Radio, Channel 88. Our team of former players, coaches, and front office executives like Charlie Weiss, Pat Kerwin, Jim Miller, Rich Gannon, Alex Smith, and Hall of Famer Bill Polian brings you closer to the game. If it's happening, we are there. Live from the Scouting Combine in March to the Draft in April. And in the summer, SiriusXM NFL Radio takes you to all 32 training camps. We connect you with the history of the game on stage for Hall of Fame weekend. Hear all the primetime play-by-play action from opening night through the Super Bowl.
Spectacular in every way. Confetti flying in the air.
Your 24/7 home for the NFL all year long. SiriusXM NFL Radio, Channel 88.
Nobody brings you the excitement of Formula One racing like SiriusXM.
Let's go, come on!
Hear every thrilling lap of a worldwide championship chase.
Verstappen takes the lead of the Grand Prix. Hamilton couldn't hold him off.
Comprehensive pre- and post-race coverage.
That was the best race I've ever seen.
And a weekly insider look at the F1 circuit every Wednesday on SXM Wheel to Wheel.
Been plenty going on both on and off track.
The 2023 Formula One season on Sirius XM Channel 81 and the SXM app.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Westwood One, your home for Thursday night football.
You gotta love sports. Listen to Shine on Sports with me, Adam Shine, every weekday from 9 a.m. to noon Eastern. Sirius XM Mad Dog Sports Radio, Channel 82.
Hello, with Jason McCourty. I'm Tom McCarthy here in Baltimore, where the Ravens, after a tough loss this past weekend to the Cleveland Browns, are holding another fourth quarter lead. This one is 2 scores, 27-13. Jake Browning is leading the Bengals offense for the injured Joe Burrow. He's 4 for 10, 35 yards. He's missed on 4 of his last 5, but he hands the ball off to Mixon on first down, and Mixon runs up the middle and gets a couple yards. It'll be second down and 8. Again, they're not able to do their whole bag of offense with Browning out there. Just not seasoned enough.
Definitely, and they're trying to give the ball to Mixon to kind of open up some of those things and give this Ravens defense credit. In the second half, they've shut down Joe Mixon, and they're trying to force Browning to be the guy to beat them. And like you said, without much experience, it's tough to mount a 14-point comeback in the fourth quarter.
Second down and 7. Clowney showing blitz on the near side. Browning out of the shotgun, drops back to pass, pumps to his left, throws to his left to Mixon out of the backfield, who makes one man miss and gets up to the 25-yard line. It's a gain of just a couple. It'll be third down. He needs to get to the 30 for first down.
And they've had a few 3-and-outs now, so they need to pick up a first down just to give the Bengals defense a break. Yes. They've had 3 straight of them, so I think for them right now, if you're going to mount any type of comeback, you can't continue to put your defense on the field and ask them to continue to stop Lamar Jackson.
Third down and 5. We're heading to the 9-minute mark in the fourth quarter. Ravens showing blitz from each side. Browning out of the gun. Pressure's coming. He's backpedaling. Now he's dancing. He'll run the ball. Bumps into his own offensive lineman, which allows the Ravens then to swarm on him. Matabike was there. It's a loss of 2. It's another sack. Malik Harrison was there too. Robinson and Travis Jones. That's 4 sacks now for the Ravens defense. It gives them 43 on the year.
They go with a double team on Jamar Chase in the slot. Patrick Queen, the linebacker, doubling with a safety right there. Browning not able to find anyone. He dances around the pocket. Looks like he may take off and try to pick up the first down, but they close on him too quick, and it's another sack for this Ravens defense.
Yeah, by the way, Matabike now with 8 straight games with at least a half a sack. It's the longest streak in team history. Duvernay will get this one at the 28-yard line on the far side. He dances across the 30, and he's up to the 32 before he is stopped. Speaking of stopped, after a 47-yard punt, a 5-yard return, the clock is stopped. 8:25 to play in the fourth quarter. It's the Ravens 27, the Bengals 13. You're listening to Thursday Night Football on Westwood One.
The smarter way to clean your floors. It's time to make the swap. Swiffer Power Mop.
Introducing the new Swiffer Power Mop, the all-in-one tool that gives you a mop and bucket clean in half the time. The solution's built right in, so no heavy bucket, and the pad has hundreds of scrubbing strips to get deep into grout. Don't mop harder, mop smarter.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
Get early access to Macy's Black Friday specials and save big on gifts for everyone on your list right now while supplies last. Like winter-ready women's sweaters, $12.99 to $19.99. Fine jewelry, 60 to 75% off. And cozy up to comfy throws, just $9.99 to $39.99. Plus, get your online order even faster with store pickup, now at Macy's. Savings off sale and clearance prices, exclusions apply.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here, host of You Better You Bet on the BetQL Network, weekdays 3 to 7 p.m. Eastern.
What is the BetQL Network?
The BetQL Network is where the smartest sports betting talk meets the most entertaining sports betting talk. We call it Wagertainment.
Not bury the lead here. Folks, Jenks is 7-0 this week.
I love ugly football.
This is so degenerate. Is this a live betting game? Listen to the BetQL Network anywhere and anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app, or watch us on twitch.tv/BetQL, presented by the King of Sportsbooks, BetMGM.
Jim Rome here.
here. Dell's Black Friday event is their biggest sale of the year. Shop limited time deals on laptops like the stylish, innovative XPS 13, engineered to do it all on the Intel Evo platform. Plus, save big on ultra-shot monitors and top brand accessories. It is the perfect time to upgrade any home, business, or gaming setup powered by Intel Core processors. So shop now at Dell.com/deals to take advantage of huge savings and free shipping. Once again, Dell.com/deals.
Stream the NFL on Westwood One for free, sponsored by AutoZone. All season long, you can listen to our broadcast of the NFL live on WestwoodOneSports.com, on the NFL app, by asking Alexa to open Westwood One Sports, or on our affiliate stations' digital platforms. Make AutoZone your end zone. Check engine light on? Get it checked with the free AutoZone Fix Finder service. Get in the zone. AutoZone. Restrictions apply. It'll be first down for the Ravens, who have gone over 100 yards rushing as a team for the 27th consecutive game. They'll run it here as they give the ball off to Edwards, and Edwards runs to his right and gets up across the 35 to the 38. Jordan Battle makes the tackle after a gain of 6. So that's 107 rushing yards in the second half for the Ravens.
You can see they came out with a concerted effort to run the ball better, and at this point in the game, this is almost a pride thing for the Cincinnati Bengals. You're on defense. Baltimore Ravens have a big lead in the fourth quarter. They know they're going to run the ball. You know they're going to run the ball. Somebody has to bulb and get a stop to be able to get that ball back to their offense.
Second down and 4 from the 38-yard line. Jackson out of the gun. Flowers in motion to the near side. They'll hand the ball off to Edwards, and now the play is blown dead. It's a false start against the Ravens.
False start, offense, number 65. 5-yard penalty, still second down.
Patrick McCarry, who is playing for the injured Ronnie Staley. Catch it all this season with NFL Plus. NFL Plus brings you live games on mobile, NFL Red Zone, NFL Network, game replays, and more. All in one place. Sign up today at plus.nfl.com. Terms and conditions apply. Well, both teams penalized tonight. Penalties are up in the National Football League. There's no doubt. Your eyes tell you that. 8 penalties, 105 yards for the Ravens. Justice Hill is in the game in the backfield. Flowers in motion. On second down and 9. Jackson out of the shotgun, dancing in the pocket, looking long, throwing to his right for Beckham. He's got him inside the 35. Now he cuts left to the hash marks, to the 25, back to the right to the 20. And he's tracked down from behind by Logan Wilson. Tackled hard, close to the 16-yard line. And a flag is in on the far side. That's a 51-yard pass play.
Before the pass, illegal contact, defense, number 20. That penalty's declined. The play results in a first down.
Odell Beckham Jr. is up over 100 yards receiving tonight. He came in with 250 yards receiving. And I think that he was starting to emerge in the last game against the Browns.
Tom, you said that before the game. We were talking about it. You said, my goodness, Odell Beckham is still fast as he caught that one last week. We've seen 2 big plays from right there. That was one where Lamar Jackson bought time. His first route wasn't open, but he turns up the field and is able to get behind Turner.
So now first down, the ball spotted close to the 16-yard line of Cincinnati, moving from right to left to the Ravens. Of 14, Flowers in motion to the far side. Jackson takes the snap. He'll keep it himself. He runs to his left. He gets to the 10, to the numbers, down to the 9-yard line, and he slams the football down. As we wind under 7 minutes to play. By the way, Odell Beckham is in the blue tent, being looked at on the sidelines. He was tackled hard.
I think that's what it was. It looked like he was pointing to his shoulder possibly after he was tackled on that big 51-yard game right there as Lamar Jackson comes back after that one, keeps the ball himself, runs on that left side of the sideline. Looked like he was possibly going to get in the end zone. Battle makes a really good tackle in the open field.
Well, it's been more than 10 games since the last 100-yard receiver for the Ravens. Beckham's over 100 yards. Flowers open to the left. They hand the ball off to the right for Justice Hill. Running to his right, trying to get to the edge. Nothing is there. He is stopped and taken down by Osai. And he's shy of the first down. So it'll be third down. Let's call it third down and 2 with the ball on the 8-yard line.
Talk about Odell Beckham going over 100 yards. It's almost been on the 2 plays he had. He had a 30-something yard gain in the first half and then a 50-something yard gain right here. 2 big plays And this is coming off the Bengals where last week they gave up explosive plays that they've tried to contain. It just goes to show Lamar Jackson, when he's able to buy time and the weapons he now has on his football team, they can make plays down the field. And there was a penalty. Zay Flowers had a long touchdown in the first half as well.
It's 3rd down and 2. Jackson hands it off to Edwards, running to his right, cuts back to his left, inside the 5, he's got the first down, and he's down to the 3-yard line. It'll be 1st and goal from the 3. It's a gain of 5 yards. And the clock will wind under 5 minutes to play here in the 4th quarter. It's 27-13 Ravens.
Ravens right here just trying to break the will of the Bengals. They know they have the lead. They're going to try to just continue to run the ball and try to run it in the end zone and officially put the dagger in them.
Yes, sir. Ball is spotted on the far hash mark on the 3-yard line. They're moving from right to left. Play clock is down to 5. Offset I formation behind Jackson. He's under center. Trying to get the playoff. Gives it to Edwards. Edwards goes right. Cuts back left. Into the end zone. Touchdown Ravens. 33-13. And that's the exclamation point for Baltimore. It's the 2nd touchdown run of the night for Edwards. It's a 3-yard scamper.
So impressive this half with Todd Monken, the offensive coordinator. We came out of halftime and we talked about the Ravens giving up leads, especially in the 4th quarter, second halves of games. They came in and they've run the ball extremely well. Right there, Gus Edwards capping off a long drive and muscling the ball in for another touchdown for this Baltimore Ravens offense.
Well, last week they didn't put the game away, the Ravens. Tonight, they are putting the game away against a banged-up Cincinnati Bengals team. The point after by Tucker is good after a high snap. And it's now 34-13 Baltimore with 4:49 to play here in the 4th quarter. We'll take a timeout. You're listening to Thursday Night Football on Westwood One.
Feeling great starts with a great shave. And great shaves start with Barbasol Shaving Cream. For whatever your day brings, start it off right with the American original, Barbasol. It's a can of can-do.
Barbasol. My passion about ancestry comes from the fact that I was an only child who didn't have family. I see all my friends doing family outings and family this, and I would spend weekends just lost in ancestry. My first one I found was Liz. I was also an only child, and there were no big holiday gatherings where I got to know cousins or aunts. It's because of ancestry we've kind of become bi-coastal besties.
The holidays are meant to be shared with family. Start today during our holiday sale at Ancestry.com.
Need to hire? Indeed has some top talent on speed dial. Their end-to-end hiring solution makes it easy to attract, interview, and hire candidates all from one place. The moment you post a sponsored job, you'll get instantly matched with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed meet your job description. And you can then conveniently schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from Indeed's hiring platform. Get $75 in credit towards your first sponsored job at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
O'Reilly. When you need auto parts, O'ReillyAuto.com is just a click away. We offer convenient options for you to get your parts, tools, accessories, and supplies quickly. Order online and pick up for free at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts store, or you can have your parts delivered right to your door with free shipping on most orders over $35. Visit O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Try Barbasol 1919 Classic Shaving Cream. Paying homage to the original invented over 100 years ago. This non-aerosol formula features enhanced ingredients, an exceptional glide, and crisp fragrance for a winning shave experience. Learn more at Barbasol.com.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Grainger broadcast booth here in Baltimore. Along with Jason McCourty, I'm Tom McCarthy. For the ones who get it done, there's Grainger, offering over 1 million industrial-grade products, fast delivery, and free technical support. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop on by. 4:49 to play here in the 4th quarter, and a lot of the seats are now empty here at M&T Bank Stadium, which you don't blame them because they're putting this game away. They're putting it essentially on ice, up 34-13 over the Cincinnati Bengals.
They definitely are. They've done a really good job this half of closing out, building a lead in the first half, and then continuing to build on it. We've seen them aggressively attack the Bengals in this second half.
They have 123 yards rushing in this second half. Justin Tucker's kickoff will go over the head of Williams and out of the back of the end zone. And again, Jake Browning has been leading the way for the Bengals because Joe Burrow was banged up earlier in the game in the first half. Now, Mark Andrews was banged up for the Ravens as well. He hasn't been seen since the first drive. He has an ankle injury.
Yeah, there's been injuries on both sides. Still important football for the Bengals right now because you don't know how long Burrow's going to be out. These are good reps for Jake Browning.
Yeah, Browning working out of the shotgun. Two receivers stacked to the left, one to the right. They hand it off to Mixon. Mixon starts to the middle, now cuts to the right. And he's only getting maybe 2 yards in a cloud of dust on a lot of these runs.
And right there, Zach Taylor, him handing the ball off on first down is him kind of surrendering the white flag, knowing that this one is over. I would expect him to just run this offense like, hey, the score is 0-0. Jake Browning's my quarterback. How can I get him more comfortable, not knowing how long Joe Burrow may possibly be out? Build the offense, build confidence around him right now late in this game.
3 receivers to the left, mixed it in the backfield. Browning off the play fake, sets up in the pocket. He's hit and he's dropped. Kyle Van Noy came slicing in, and he nailed Browning to the ground. That'll be the 5th sack of the night for the Ravens, a loss of 6 yards.
Well, that's definitely not going to build any confidence right there. Kyle Van Noy lined up to the right side of the defense. He's matched up with Orlando Brown Jr. He hits him with a beautiful spin move and goes inside of him, is able to make a big sack on Jake Browning late in this game.
Well, the clock will wind under 3:40 to play here in the 4th quarter. It's 34-13, Ravens on top. Williams in the backfield, he'll take the handoff out of the gun. He dances around, goes right up the middle, and he pounds his way into his own teammate before Stevens takes him down for the Ravens. And it'll be 4th down. With 3:20 to play, they're going to keep going for it here, and I guess they figure they might as well. They have nothing to lose. Well, they have a lot to lose because if they wind up losing tonight, and they're heading that way, they're a 500 team, and it's going to be really difficult, A, to win the division, B, even get to the postseason in this division.
Yeah, I think an AFC is going to take 10 wins to get to the postseason. They're making it very tough on themselves.
On 4th down, Browning rolls the pocket to his left. He'll keep it himself. He's going to get the first down, and he's toward midfield, and he's eventually taken down at the 49-yard line. Dangerous. Geno Stone tackled him after a gain of 19 yards, and the whole sideline for the Bengals is like, uh-oh, we don't want to put Tyler Boyd in as the quarterback.
Exactly. Jake Browning showing some athleticism as he gets out on the edge right there, but at this point, when you're the backup quarterback and you're in there, there's nobody behind you. I don't want you to take any hits. Slide as soon as somebody comes near you. But like we were saying, Tom, it's going to be very tough. The Bengals are already on the outside looking into the playoff picture. Now your quarterback banged up, your starter again, and Joe Burrow. Going to be tough to get in the playoffs.
2:14 and counting to play here in the 4th quarter. Browning off the play fake, throws to the middle of the field. Leaping grab by Hudson, the tight end. And he's down to the 30-yard line. Hudson's had a fairly effective night. Again, it's a little too late as we reach the 2-minute warning. So we're at the 2-minute warning here at Baltimore. The Ravens in total control on top. 34-13 over Cincinnati. You're listening to Thursday Night Football on Westwood One.
Jim Gaffigan here with some more Straight Talk. Now you can get a Walmart Plus membership, plus not pay for it, because it's included with Straight Talk wireless plans. You get free delivery with Walmart Plus a Paramount Plus subscription included. Plus, you pay less for gas. That's a lot of pluses.
Only Straight Talk gives you unlimited 5G data and Walmart Plus included on select plans for free.
Straight Talk Wireless, available at Walmart.
Requires service on Gold or Platinum Unlimited. One offer per eligible account. Paramount Plus Essential Plan only. Separate registration required. Additional terms apply.
You can catch the Rich Eisen Show every weekday from 12 until 3 Eastern on many of these stations. And be sure to look out for 2 new podcasts from Rich on the Rich Eisen podcast. All the NFL hot takes you can handle on Overreaction Monday. And each Tuesday, download What the Football with Susie Schuster and former Raiders CEO Amy Trask. Get them wherever you get your podcasts. Hello, Jason McCourty. I'm Tom McCarthy. First down for the Bengals with 2 minutes to play in the 4th quarter, down 34-13 to the Ravens. Jake Browning out of the shotgun. Williams next to him in the backfield. A receiver to the left, 2 to the right. Browning takes the snap, drops back to pass. He hurdles over one defender. Now he's going to try to run it, and he will run it inside the 20-yard line. A flag is in around the 9. He was basically shuttled out of bounds. Malik Harrison after a gain of 13. And let's see who the penalty is against.
Holding defense, number 14. That 5-yard penalty will be added to the result of the play. Automatic first down.
Kyle Hamilton can't believe it that he was called for a penalty. He's got his hands on his hips. He's looking at the official saying, really? I didn't do anything.
He's pleading his case, but it's too late once that yellow flag hits the ground. And we're looking at Odell Beckham on the sideline right now. No shoulder pads on, so it's safe to say he will not be going back in this game right now.
Over 100 yards, first time in the regular season since October of 2019 versus Seattle. In motion to the far side is Hudson, the tight end. It's first down and 10 from the 12-yard line of Baltimore. Browning out of the shotgun, takes the snap, drops back to pass, looks left, throws left, has Irwin outside the numbers to the 5, makes a man miss down to the 2, and it looks like he's got another first down with 1:40 to play here in the fourth quarter.
Some good plays from Jake Browning on this drive. He's done a lot of it with his legs of scrambling on pass plays, picking up some big gains. Right here, he hits Irwin, and this is what you kind of want to see from him. And I know it doesn't matter, it's garbage time, but these are continued reps for him to be able to build on.
Yeah, muscle memory is huge for any young player. It's first and goal from the 2-yard line. This is the 8th play of the drive. Browning out of the shotgun. Nixon next to him in the backfield. 2 receivers right. Browning looking to throw. Throws to his left toward the pylon, and Chase has got it. Touchdown, Cincinnati. Just inside the pylon to the left. It's a 2-yard pass play. And it's now 34-19. The Ravens lead is 15. And for Jake Browning, that's his first touchdown pass with 1:08 to play here in the fourth quarter.
A big moment for him being able to get that first one on the belt. And Jamar Chase matched up one-on-one with Stevens and just does a really good job making it look like he's running a go for that back pylon, puts his feet in the ground, comes back to the front, and right there Browning hits him and gets 2 feet in before he goes out of bounds. A nice touchdown to cap off this drive.
It was 4 for 4 on the drive, Browning was, and now the point after by McPherson. Good snap, good hole, kick is on its way, and it's good. It's now 34-20. Back to a 2-score game with 1:08 to play here in the fourth quarter.
Now we've talked about the Bengals and Browning having a nice drive and possibly having to continue to lead this offense. But for the Baltimore Ravens tonight, after that tough loss where they were up 14 points in the fourth quarter against the Browns, to respond tonight on Thursday Night Football. And I know Joe Burrow went down with an injury, so it wasn't the Bengals at full strength. But this is a great way to respond. For them in this AFC a week ago before that Browns game, a lot of people were talking about the Ravens may be the best team in the AFC with the talent they have around Lamar Jackson. And that loss was a tough one. But this shows the veteran-led team that they have. Roquan Smith, he was the guy breaking them down before the game. The response they had, I thought, was really good. Not only for the players, but for the coaching staff, too, when you talk about losing those leads in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, the other part of it, too, is this weekend the Browns played the Steelers, so something's gonna budge in the middle of that division as well.
No doubt about it, and we're going to see a rookie quarterback for the Browns and Dorian Thompson-Robinson trying to lead his team. So for the Ravens, you possibly can space yourself out a little bit more if the Browns come away with that one.
McPherson's going to try the onside kick. He hits it off the ground and fumbles right high in the air, and Duvernay is able to pull it out of the air and fall on top of it. So the Ravens will be able to just run the last 107 off this clock. On top 34-20. You know, and you played in this league for 13 years, played college ball as well. When you have a loss that you unexpectedly consumed, that next game after that, it takes forever for that to get here.
It's huge. And as I said, to start this game, for it to be on Thursday night, which is tough to get your body ready, but mentally you want to get back out there to forget about that game because it's always about the next one. So for them, coming out here, not only coming out here, but executing the way they did specifically in the second half, I think is a big confidence builder for this team.
Offset I formation on first down. Jackson under center. Ricard, the fullback, leads Edwards. Edwards running to his right. Gets inside the 40. Wrapped up by Miles Murphy. That'll take us under a minute to play here in the fourth quarter. All right, so the other part of it, too, is this whole fourth quarter problem that the Ravens have had over the last several years. They have 9 losses since 2021. when they had at least a 7-point lead in the fourth quarter. Check that off tonight. They also have turned the ball over. Lamar Jackson has 8 times in the fourth quarter last 2 years. Check that off tonight, too. So, baby steps while taking a big giant step, too. 30 seconds left to play. Jackson under center. Offset I formation with Edwards as the deep man. They'll hand it off to him. He'll run to his right, trying to get to the edge. He stops and then cuts to his left and is stood up by Cam Sample. And 18 seconds now left. That's going to be the final play of this fourth quarter. And the Baltimore Ravens are able to erase what was a tough Sunday against the Cleveland Browns to explode in the second half on the ground and win it by a final score of 34-20 and again take control of the AFC North division.
A huge win for them coming out, and not only the next win after that tough loss, but beating the Cincinnati Bengals, a team in their division who's in last place now, really kind of kicking them while they're down and losing that one to the Browns last week. They split with them and have another opportunity against the Pittsburgh Steelers, but this was a big win for the Baltimore Ravens, specifically for the defense who bounced back after their performance last week.
Absolutely. They had 30 yards on the ground in the first half, and in the second half they finished with 127 yards on the ground, so over 100 yards rushing again for the Baltimore Ravens. And they did take control of the game. They understood where they were in this game to take control.
They definitely did. When you talk about those numbers from running the ball and what they were able to do in the second half, we talked about it to start this game. If you have a lead in the fourth quarter, the one way to protect it, play good defense and be able to run the football, and they were able to do that in the second half today, and that's why they're walking out of their home stadium with a victory.
The percentages are on the side of the Ravens. If you're 8-3 since 1990, you've made the playoffs 92% of the time. It's essentially a slam dunk. You've won the division nearly 64% of the time, so you're in the mix. And just the way the injuries are right now in the AFC North, you kind of feel like you're in a better spot if you're the Ravens.
No doubt about it. You have two teams who have injuries to their quarterback, and then you have the Pittsburgh Steelers right now who are finding ways to win games, but they're giving up a ton of yards defensively, Pittsburgh is, and then on offense, Kenny Pickett only has 6 touchdown passes. They're not putting up prolific numbers, but they're finding ways to win. So for this Baltimore Ravens in this AFC North, as powerful as they seemed at one moment, they seem to be in the driver's seat, and if they control what they can control, they'll be exactly where they want to be at the end of this season.
It was also another solid night for Lamar Jackson, not only throwing the football, but also running the football. He had a balanced game at the quarterback position.
And on top of that, it was his decision-making. You said it. Yeah. He's had some fourth-quarter turnovers. He didn't do that tonight. There were no fumbles on the ground. There weren't even any questionable passes where the Bengals had their hands on the ball. He went out there and he executed, and that was after kind of getting banged up and rolled up on early in this game, where he went into the blue tent, came back out, and he was everything the Ravens needed to be on offense. And a lot of that running game in the second half has something to do with Lamar Jackson as well. When they're running those read plays and he's putting the ball in the stomach of the running back and he's pulling it, that slows down those defensive ends for the Bengals and allows Gus Edwards and Key Mitchell to get up there and pick up more yards.
Yeah, 318 total yards for Lamar Jackson tonight. It counts the numbers that he had on the ground as well. But he also finished 16 of 26 with 264 yards and 2 touchdown passes in tonight's ball game as well. So a really solid night for him, and that obviously helped lead the Ravens to victory. But more than anything else, the running game in the second half helped lead the Ravens to victory as well. Not only that, but Gus Edwards finished with 2 rushing touchdowns. Rutgers proud.
Rutgers proud, a fellow Scarlet Knight. I love it.
Yeah, so 2 touchdowns rushing the football tonight for Gus Edwards. And speaking of Gus, he joins us now in the field. Gus, Tom McCarthy, former voice of the Rutgers Scarlet Knights, and Jason McCourty, former Rutgers Scarlet Knight. Hey, great night tonight for you. How important was it to get yourself started the way you did running the football?
I didn't hear the question.
Gus, how important was it for you to get it started running the football tonight?
It's a lot.
All right, so we're having a little technical difficulty with Gus's headset right now, a little static as we speak. Unfortunately, we'll have to put a different headset on him, so if everybody can hang in 1 second, he's going to get himself set. Rutgers folks they're patient. Right, Jason? Rutgers folks are patient.
Have to be patient right now, so we're learning how to do so.
All right, Gus, Tom McCarthy, former voice of the Rutgers Scarlet Knights, and Jason McCourty, former Scarlet Knight, up here in the booth. congratulations on a great night. How important was it for you guys to get the running game established in the second half?
It was important, man. The first half we kind of fell a little short, and we knew that we had to get back to it in order to win the game and take some time off the clock.
This week, Gus, has there been any talk for you guys? You've let up the lead in the fourth quarter. You come out this game, and you continue to turn it on in the second half. Did you guys discuss that at all as a team coming off that game against the Browns?
Yeah, last week we didn't finish right. This week, that was a big emphasis in the second half in the locker room. Everybody talking finish. Just really proud of the team and proud of how we fought and how we played. Yeah, we made some mistakes, and we could play a lot better, but I think overall we put together a good game today.
Gus, it's so much fun watching you run with power, and then your other guy in the backfield who's come on lately is Keaton Mitchell. Tell me a little bit about this guy. He seems like a spark plug whenever he gets the ball in his hands.
Keaton Mitchell, man, exciting guy to watch, very elusive. When you get in the open field, it's like every game he's almost like seems like he's the fastest guy on the field, you know. And he's been making those plays all game, and he just putting it together now for the whole world to see it. So I'm really proud of him.
Gus, what does this do for you guys division-wise, just picking up a victory like this against the Bengals team?
Well, we're looking to keep stacking. We're looking to keep stacking wins and let everything fall how it should.
All right, well, listen, go enjoy it. We appreciate it, and enjoy some time off as well.
All right, thank you.
All right, Gus Edwards, our guest. He had 2 rushing touchdowns today for the Ravens. The Ravens ran for over 100 yards in the second half. And with the Baltimore win, they have swept the season series from Cincinnati. They've opened up a game-and-a-half lead on the Pittsburgh Steelers and the Cleveland Browns in the AFC North. The final score, it's Baltimore 34 and Cincinnati 20. When we return, Scott Graham rejoins us with the post-game report. You're listening to Thursday Night Football on Westwood One.
Wake up not knowing what you want? Now you can have a little of everything. With Wendy's new breakfast 2 for $3 Biggie Bundles, you can mix and match your very own perfect pairing of our delicious morning favorites. Choose from the sausage biscuit, egg or cheese biscuit, small Caesar potatoes, or medium hot coffee. The choice is all yours, not somebody else's. Get breakfast just the way you want it with Wendy's breakfast 2 for $3 Biggie Bundles today. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's. Limited time only during breakfast hours. U.S. price and participation may vary. Not valid in a combo. Single item at regular price.
Honey, can you swing by the post office and grab some stamps? Done. And drop off these packages? Sure thing, honey. Ooh, and get the tracking info. Got it. But you haven't moved. I know. How great is that?
This holiday season, the Postal Service is closer than ever with convenient ship-from-home services like label printing, free package pickup, and delivery notifications. You can send more holiday joy from the comfort of home. The United States Postal Service, delivering for America. Ship from home at USPS.com/holidayjoy.
Discover, this is Daniela.
Hi, it's Jennifer Coolidge. I just want to thank you for making me feel so special. I earned cash back on debit for my dinner party groceries.
That's great, but with Discover Cashback Debit, we give everyone cash back on everyday purchases. Anything else I can help you with?
Do you like asparagus and mushroom sorbet? I've got leftovers.
Introducing Discover Cashback Debit, a checking account with cash back. It pays to Discover. Eligibility and terms at discover.com/cashback debit. Discover Bank, member FDIC.
The workday begins the moment you put on your boots. At Boot Barn Work, we know you need work gear that holds strong until you kick them off at the end of the day. No matter the job, Ariat Work Gear performs week after week, year after year, with fit, mobility, and safety features built for the jobs that keep our nation moving. Ariat provides non-stop performance day in and day out. Ariat at Boot Barn Work.
All right, so there we were, cruising through the new open-air zoo, when I realized that the park was closing in like 15 minutes. Luckily, we were in my Nissan Rogue. With its powerful VC turbo engine, well, we had time to see all the animals. Whoa! And outrun a few!
Drive the Nissan Rogue.
iPhone 15 Pro on Verizon.
Black Friday starts now. Trade in any iPhone in any condition for the new iPhone 15 Pro with titanium and iPad and Apple Watch SE. All on us with Unlimited Ultimate. Go to your local Verizon store now. iPhone requires Unlimited Ultimate plan first. Service plan required for iPad and Apple Watch. $999.99 device payment or full retail purchase with new smartphone line required first. Less $1,000 trade-in/promo credit. Up to $459.99 device payment purchase with new line on eligible plan required per Apple Watch or iPad. Less up to $459.99 promo credit per device applied. 0% APR. Additional terms and conditions apply.
Scott Graham from our Westwood One studios following Thursday night football tonight in Baltimore between the Ravens and the Cincinnati Bengals. This ball game looked like it could be a very big one in terms of seeing if the Bengals can get back and control the division, or whether the Ravens, bouncing back off a heartbreaking loss last week, were going to reclaim that top spot. In this ball game tonight, we saw a lot of twists and turns, and some of them had to do with injuries. One of them came on Baltimore's first drive of the night. And with their opening drive at their own 25-yard line, they took almost 5 minutes off the clock, running 9 plays, marching 75 yards downfield. In the middle of this drive, Mark Andrews, their tight end, who is a huge part of this offense, on his second catch of the night, got rolled up on by Logan Wilson. He left the field, left the game, did not return with an ankle injury. Fortunately for Baltimore, they were able to pay off that opening drive to grab the early lead.
And by the way, Kohler and Likely are both in. They pitch it to Edwards, running to his left, trying to get to the edge, spins toward the end zone. Touchdown, Ravens. It's the 5th consecutive game that Gus Edwards has scored a touchdown for the Baltimore Ravens. That is a new franchise record, and it's 6-0 Baltimore.
Gus Edwards in the middle of the season has been a touchdown machine. The extra point from Justin Tucker was good, and less than 5 minutes into this ballgame, Baltimore had itself a 7-0 lead. Bengals answered back on their first drive. They got close enough so that Evan McPherson hit a 50-yard field goal to get them within 7-3, but it was in the second quarter, and they took the ball over early in that second quarter at their own 18-yard line, that Cincinnati put together their best offensive drive of the night. Joe Burrow marched them downfield with 12 plays and almost 7.5 minutes off the clock. Ultimately, he hit pay dirt, but the back end of what happened on the play might have much bigger reverberations.
Second and goal from the 4. Burrow 6 of 7 on this drive, 70 yards. Mixon in the backfield, trips to the near side. Burrow looking to throw, has Mixon, he throws it short, he grabs it, gets to the goal line, he's in, touchdown, Cincinnati. Joe Burrow is able to convert to Joe Mixon. It's a 4-yard touchdown pass to the right. And the Bengals take the lead 9-7. But something's wrong with Burrow as he walks off the field, and he's in a little bit of pain.
Joe Burrow was hanging onto his right throwing wrist. The extra point was good out on the field, and Cincinnati had the lead temporarily at 10-7, but all eyes were on the Cincinnati sideline. When Burrow got to that sideline, they were looking at, prodding the wrist, working on it. Then he put a football in his hand, went back to try to make a throwing motion, and grimaced in pain. He dropped the football the first time. He tried a couple of times and then tossed his helmet and the football away in frustration. It was clear he was not playing for the remainder, at least, of the first half. As it turned out, spoiler alert, he did not return to the game at all, out with a wrist injury that I'm sure we'll find out more about over the course of the coming days. Baltimore answered back with their first time trailing on the night with a 7-play, 75-yard drive. And nearing the 2-minute warning, Mar Jackson found out that sometimes, well, good fortune favors the bold.
Bengals are trying to get a guy off the field late. It'll be 3rd down and 6. They do. 2.5 to play first half. Jackson from the shotgun throws to the middle of the field. It's deflected, and it's picked out of the air by Aguilar. He's running to his left, breaks the tackle to the 15, near side of the 5, and he does a somersault into the end zone. 37-yard tip and catch. Jermaine Pratt tipped it for the Bengals, but Aguilar was in the right place at the right time. Touchdown, Baltimore.
Not to take anything away from Nelson Aguilar, but that ball fell almost right into his lap in stride. Made a nice move after he caught the ball. Got into the end zone for the touchdown to give Baltimore the lead back at the 2:20 mark. Tucker hit on the extra point, but the Ravens weren't done. Because with Joe Burrow out of the game, Jake Browning had to come on to quarterback the Cincinnati Bengals, not just for the remainder of the first half, but for the remainder of the game. Browning came into this game with 1 pass attempt on the year from back in week 1. So you knew the Bengals offense was going to struggle. And ultimately, when Baltimore got the football back with a 1.5 left to go in the half at their own 20-yard line, it didn't take them long to do it again. This time 7 plays, and Lamar Jackson, showing a little patience, stretched the Baltimore lead.
3rd down and 8, ball at the 11-yard line of Cincinnati, lined up on the far hash mark. The Ravens going from right to left. Hill is in the backfield. 2 receivers left, 2 stacked to the right. Jackson out of the gun, takes the snap, drops back to pass, looks to his left, throws to his left side of the end zone. Caught, touchdown, Bateman. Rashad Bateman, an 11-yard touchdown reception. And the Ravens add on. It's 20-10 with 23 seconds to play here in the first half.
21-10 game at halftime. All eyes looking toward the Cincinnati tunnel, coming back out onto the field for the second half. And when Joe Burrow came out with a ski cap on and clearly was not going to play, this was going to be a very difficult night for Cincinnati to generate any offense down by 11. There's a report from Ian Rappaport from NFL Network that, according to Zach Taylor, it says it looks like it is a sprained wrist for Joe Burrow after he fell on it earlier in the game. We'll find out more about that, as we said, as things move on. Jake Browning actually led his team on an opening drive to begin the second half of 10 plays and 67 yards. It resulted in a McPherson 26-yard field goal to get Cincinnati back within one score at 21-13. Justin Tucker hit a pair of field goals remaining in that third quarter, one from 25, one from 47, and it was a 27-13 game as this one went to the fourth quarter. Ultimately, as Tom pointed out, Ravens running for more than 110 yards in the second half of this game. They ground it down in the fourth quarter. And grinding out at the end of a 6-play, 68-yard drive, they put a capper on it with less than 5 minutes to go.
Ball spotted on the far hash mark on the 3-yard line. They're moving from right to left. Play clock is down to 5. Offset I formation behind Jackson. He's under center. Trying to get the playoff. Gives it to Edwards. Edwards goes right. Cuts back left. Into the end zone. Touchdown Ravens. 33-13. And that's the exclamation point for Baltimore. It's the second touchdown run of the night for Edwards. It's a 3-yard scamper.
That basically was your ball game. I don't want to misrepresent. It was not all running. In fact, a big chunk of that 68-yard drive came on a 51-yard catch by Odell Beckham, who had 116 yards tonight. First in time in the last 3 games that he did not score a touchdown. 4 catches for $116. Edwards paid it off with his second touchdown, and that was basically your ball game. The Bengals did get downfield on an 8-play, 75-yard drive late. Jamar Chase caught just his second pass of the night. A 2-yard touchdown pass, the first for Jake Browning in the NFL. That brought us to our final score. Baltimore Ravens win it 34-20. They sweep the season series from the Bengals, and once again, they reclaim that top spot in what is sure to be a very competitive AFC North. Up next, we're going to head back to the field for some final thoughts. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
If you want to win your fantasy football league, you need to listen to Fantasy Sports Radio.
Oh my goodness, what a play!
From lineup decisions to daily fantasy to dynasty leagues, SiriusXM Channel 87 helps you win your league with expert advice from the guru John Hansen.
Every player, you take a look at the pros and the cons for every player and every factor.
Jeff Ratcliffe.
The best reactions in fantasy football are the most reasonable reactions. They're not the most aggressive reactions.
Michael Fabiano.
A quarterback who can get into that top 5 who hasn't been there yet. I think Lawrence is probably near the top of the list.
Howard Bender.
Just because you're allowed to make a waiver move doesn't mean you have to make a waiver move.
Jeff Mans.
Making the most moves doesn't result in the most wins.
And so much more.
You've done wonders for me through the years.
Winning strategies from the best analysts in the business are on Fantasy Sports Radio, SiriusXM 87, and on the SXM app.
Throughout the 2023 season,
Throws to the end zone! Touchdown!
each NFL team channel on the SiriusXM app will feature the team's pre- and post-game shows before and after every game. Get instant reaction, live interviews, and press conference audio.
Really fun night for us just to watch those young guys compete.
Your favorite team's broadcast includes their pre- and post-game shows all season long on the SiriusXM app. All 32 team channels are also available in vehicles equipped with SiriusXM 360L radios.
Hey, what's going on? This is your boy Kevin Hart, and guess what? I've got my own channel on Sirius XM, Kevin Hart's Laugh Out Loud Radio, channel 96. We play the best stand-up comedy from some of my favorite comedians, and I got my own show. It's called Straight from the Heart, and I host it with a bunch of unattractive friends of mine. They call the Plastic Cup Boys. Every Tuesday and Thursday, real, raw, authentic conversation. 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern. Laugh Out Loud Radio right here on Sirius XM, channel 96. Don't miss it.
Welcome back to the Thursday Night Football postgame show on Westwood One. I'm Scott Graham. Our final score tonight, the Baltimore Ravens 34, the Cincinnati Bengals 20. With more on tonight's game, let's rejoin Tom McCarthy and Jason McCourty at M&T Bank Stadium. Guys?
All right, Scott, thank you very much. Yeah, it turned out to be a dominating win by the Baltimore Ravens. And again, this was after losing a tough one this past Sunday. So they bounced back 4 days later, and they're able to pull out the 34-20 victory. And they did so by riding the run game in the second half. But as Scott said, it wasn't all the run game. And this was a balanced attack. They had 22 first downs. They were 6 of 12 on third down. Not only that, but Lamar Jackson was able to throw for 214 yards. And was impressive not only picking apart the defense of the Cincinnati Bengals, but also avoiding the defense of the Cincinnati Bengals, which has been pretty good coming into this ball game. And there was a combination in the backfield, whether it be Mitchell, whether it be Edwards or Jackson in running the football. So that is all well and good. We talk a lot about offense, but it's time to select the Navy Federal Credit Union defender of the game, Jason.
For the Baltimore Ravens, it starts and it ends with Roquan Smith. This guy has been unbelievable. 10 tackles today. When you combine the game tonight with the game he had last week, that's 31 tackles in a matter of a week. That's Sunday to Thursday. This guy has been a tackling machine. And since he has joined the team, he has become a leader. He was the guy in the middle breaking him down to begin the game. And then you just look at the Ravens stats defensively since Roquan Smith has been there. The main one you look at, they go from 19th in the NFL last year in points per game to now number 1 in the NFL when it comes to not allowing their opponents to put the ball in the end zone, and that is Roquan Smith. This guy has been unbelievable as a Baltimore Raven.
Well, he is our defender of the game, sponsored by Navy Federal Credit Union, proudly serving the armed forces, the DOD, veterans, and their families. Learn more at NavyFederal.org. Now, on the other side for the Bengals, they fall to 5-5. At halftime, this was a 21-10 game, and then they came out and scored on a field goal to begin the second half. But they did it without Joe Burrow. Burrow went down, and again, the last 2 days there have been different videos and pictures that have shown that he had a brace on his throwing hand. Earlier in this ball game, Jadeveon Clowney came down on him, and he fell and hit his hand on the ground. Up until that point, he was pretty effective, and he even threw a touchdown pass to Joe Mixon, and was 11 of 17, 101 yards, but was sacked twice and threw one touchdown pass. But he was limited, and so was the Bengals offense because of the injury that took him out of the game. That was something that was hard for them to overcome. So it's time to select the Pepto-Bismol upsetting moment of the game.
Tom, you just spelled it out. It was watching Joe Burrow throw a touchdown pass to Joe Mixon, and you're excited if you're a Bengals fan, and then next thing you know, you see him wincing and grimacing, and he gets to the sideline. And that upsetting moment for me was watching him on the sideline trying to grip the ball and throw it, and you can see the frustration in his face of not being able to grip that football. And then you see him going to shake hands with Lamar Jackson after the game. He's using his left hand, and already they have said they think it's a sprained wrist. That is very upsetting, not having one of our superstar quarterbacks in the NFL out there competing with his team.
Yeah, and who knows how long it will be before he can come back. Obviously, they'll reassess him over the next couple of days. Well, that's our Pepto-Bismol upsetting moment of the game. Pepto-Bismol provides fast 5 symptom-free relief from unexpected stomach upsets. Be ready for game day with Pepto-Bismol. Use as directed. Keep out of the reach of children. All right, so the Ravens, you would agree, have control now of the division again?
Yes, without a doubt, and I think they've sit at number 1 going into this game, and now you walk out, you've swept the Cincinnati Bengals, you'll have one more against the Pittsburgh Steelers, and you've split with the Cleveland Browns, but this is a team that has all the weapons. Now they just have to figure out a way like they did tonight to continue to close out games.
Again, we'll find out more about Joe Burrow over the next couple of days, but John Harbaugh just said that Mark Andrews is likely out with a season-ending ankle injury. That is a huge blow for the Baltimore Ravens.
A huge blow. He's been Lamar Jackson's favorite target since he's come into the NFL, especially this season down in the red zone. They're going to need the young guy, Isaiah Likely, to step up, obviously without Mark Andrews out there in the lineup.
All right, buddy. Enjoy your weekend.
I hope you do, too. It's been a blast, as always.
Yep, it is. For Jason McCourty, I'm Tom McCarthy. Again, the final score, the Ravens 34, the Bengals 20. Let's go back to Scott Graham in our Westwood One studios.
All right, thank you very much, guys. We're going to wrap things up when we return. You're listening to Thursday Night Football on Westwood One.
KFC has something everyone can root for this football season. 2 for $5 wraps are back at KFC, and they're even introducing a new mac and cheese chicken wrap. In addition to the classic and spicy slaw wraps, creamy mac and cheese, a hand-breaded crispy chicken tender, and a 3-cheese blend, all wrapped up in a pillowy tortilla. Cheer on tasty goodness when you get any 2 wraps for only $5 at KFC. It's finger-licking good. Prices and participation may vary. Limited time offer. Tax extra.
Every Monday, Rich Eisen and Chris Brockman react to what's happening in the world of football on Overreaction Monday.
Dolphins, Final Four AFC team.
Oh, that is not an overreaction at all. I'm with you.
You're in.
I am in. The other 3 Final Four teams, if you ask me to call my shot, this is the Overreaction Monday podcast.
Call your shot.
Entertainment purposes only, unless I'm right.
Yeah.
Chiefs, Dolphins, Bills, Ravens. Final Four.
Overreaction Monday, the podcast, wherever you listen.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper, and you can get it online? Go to hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, and the process is 100% online. To start your free online visit, go to hims.com/joy. That's HIMS.com/JOY.
Shop Black Friday every day and get the best new deals all month long only at Lowe's. Shop the lowest prices of the year on select major appliances and save an extra $100 for every $800 you spend on select major appliances. Plus, get your home ready for the season with Holiday Living 100-count LED string lights. Was $8.98, now $4.98. Because Lowe's knows deals. Valid through 11/22 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. Appliance savings vary based on purchase amount. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com for details.
Final score, Baltimore 34, Cincinnati 20. You've been listening to Westwood One's coverage of Thursday Night Football. Tonight's broadcast has been sponsored by Barbasol Shaving Cream, by Wendy's, by Shopify, by AutoZone, by NFL.com, and by BetMGM, the official odds provider for Westwood One. Please gamble responsibly. I want to thank our crew for this evening. Studio coordinator Art Martinez, studio producer Larry Costigan, production assistance provided by Michael Mursky, Dan Silverman, and Mike Tolliver. Our statistician, Russ Dolan. Our spotter, Tommy McCarthy. Engineer, Sam Virgillo. Production supervisors, Aaron Cummins and Brian Finkelstein. Coordinating producer, Mike Eby. The executive producer of Westwood One Sports is Howard Deneroff. Join us again this Sunday night when the red-hot Minnesota Vikings battle the Denver Broncos. Ryan Radke, Mike Golick have all the excitement from the Mile High City beginning at 7:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Then on Monday night, one of the best games of the season when the Eagles take on the Chiefs in a rematch of last year's Super Bowl. Kevin Harlan and Kurt Warner bring you all the action from Kansas City. NFL Network's Rich Eisen kicks off the pregame at 7:30 p.m. Eastern Time. And 1 week from today, a special Thanksgiving Day tripleheader. Green Bay and Detroit kick it off at noon Eastern Time, followed by the Commanders and Cowboys in an NFC East clash. And in the nightcap, San Francisco and Seattle. Catch all those games right here on many of these same stations. The NFL app are streamed live for free on our website, WestwoodOneSports.com. Once again, the final, Baltimore 34, Cincinnati 20. For Tom McCarthy and Jason McCourty, I'm Scott Graham. Thanks for joining us. You've been listening to Thursday Night Football on Westwood One.
Thanks for listening to the National Football League on Sirius XM. Now, let's join the NFL Radio postgame show.